What's up everybody? Welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be developing a WordPress theme using some of the best resources. Now, this is going to be a very long video and there's a lot of stuff that we're going to be covering. So I definitely recommend saving this video, bookmarking the URL, and definitely check out the description area because I'll have links and timestamps to the most important parts of the video. Now, the theme that we're going to be creating is a hybrid theme. It supports the classic editor, but also supports Gutenberg. And I show you how to code it all. Alright, so let's take a look at a demonstration of what the final product will look like. Alright, so let's take a look at the final project and see what it looks like. As you can see here on the front page, we have a large header area. If we scroll down, you see we have our main content area and we also have our sidebar. Towards the bottom, we have our social media menu. And at the top, you notice that the menu bar stays fixed. Now this is just one option that you have, and we are using Bootstrap as the front-end framework, but one thing I added in this theme is the ability to hover over the parent element menu item, and we have a hover effect, and when you move the cursor off, it disappears. Another thing I added was the ability to actually click the parent element. Now this is not a default feature in Bootstrap, but I think it adds to a good user experience. On the blog row page, we can either have a standard looking blog row page, or if you want, you can go to the customizer. You can go to the header area, header media, select an image. Let's say we're going to select this one, and then we could add some text. Publish. And now on the blog row page, we have our header area image over here with a text overlay. Now you can put whatever image you want in this section. Just got to make sure it matches the dimensions. It could be a different image than what you have on the front page, or it could be the same image if you want. If you go back to customize, go to theme options, you can choose to have a different navbar on the top. This time it doesn't have the fixed navbar. You could also decide if you want to enable Gutenberg. By default, the option is yes. I have it set to no right here, but the default is yes. You could decide if you want to enable the WordPress emojis feature. And if you don't need to have jQuery migrate, you can have that disabled. But by default, these are all set to yes. You could even choose how long this extra length is going to be. And just click publish. If we X out of here, if we go to the back end, if we go to appearance, and theme check, and if we check the theme, it fully passes the theme check without any errors or warnings. And if we inspect our elements over here, you see that after you go to a certain viewport, with the collapse option of the menu bar, it looks like that. Now if we go to customize, theme options, off canvas, publish, now turn into an off canvas menu like that. If we log out, matter of fact, let's go back. We also change the WordPress logo, the URL that it goes to. By default, it'll go to WordPress itself, but here we have it going to our local website, which would be replaced with whatever URL is for your website. We could also swap out the image. I don't do that in this tutorial, but that's something that we can do. I might show that in another video. Let's go back to DevWP. And now you see how that looks. What's cool is that not only do I show you how to develop a theme, if you go to VS Code, I also show you how to use Terminal effectively as a developer. If you go into Terminal, one very cool trick is if you're on Windows, let's say we want to open up the sidebar.php file. We could always use the GUI and explore that way, or we could type out start sidebar tab completion.php, press enter, and it'll open it up within your editor. Now, in order to make that happen on Windows, you need to make sure that VS Code is set up to be the program you use to open up these files. And you would do the same thing for JavaScript or for any other file that you would use in your development process. Now, how do you do that? Let's open up files. I'll make the icons extra large. And you want to make sure that any file that you want to open up with VS Code, you would click on that file or click on any file of that file type, right click, properties, and opens with, and here, if it doesn't say Visual Studio Code, you would just change it to whatever you want. Click apply and then OK. You do the same thing for JavaScript, for CSS files, etc. Now, if you're on macOS, instead of using the start command, you would use open and then the file that you want to open. Now, one thing I also teach you is how to use Composer, use Node.js and NPM, and we even use Gulp as well. And Gulp has been around for a while, but I also show you how to update some of the packages to make it more secure. And then we also use Git for version control for our project. Now, if we go back to our browser, some people may say or ask, is developing WordPress themes still beneficial? Is it still profitable? Well, it always depends. It's profitable if you're able to market your services and your product and your themes. But just for an example, let's go here to Theme Forest Avada theme. Just taking a look at it over here, we see that it's sold 881,061 times. And that's for a regular license, not even for the extended license. Now we pull up a calculator and we just do some basic math here. Let's say that's rounded down to 881,000 times 69. That means just on regular licenses, it's generated over $60 million. Now, this theme has been around for a very long time, but since I started recording this video, it's sold over 10,000 additional themes. So that is 690,000 and within the past 2 months. And again, that's only for a regular license. Now, this is obviously the best case scenario. It's not typical, but it shows what's possible. Now, in this video, I'll be showing you how to code your very own theme using some of the best resources. Again, from underscores to Bootstrap, we'll be using Font Awesome for the fonts, and we test everything out in order to make sure that it's compliant with the WordPress theme check plugin, and we also validate our code. And since WordPress is a moving target in terms of the development of it, I make sure that it's backwards compatible, but at the same time, looking to what's happening now and what's going to potentially happen in the future. The DevWP theme is a hybrid theme, meaning it has support for the classic editor, and it also has support for the Gutenberg editor as well. Now, you might be asking why create a classic theme or a theme that supports the classic editor? And the reason is, if we go to WordPress.org themes, we're going to see, if we go here, that there are 10,628 free themes. In terms of block themes, that number is 258. Now that means that over 10,300 themes are either classic themes or slowly implementing Gutenberg features. Now purely block themes, that number is still very low, and this number is not increasing rapidly at this point, meaning that classic themes and hybrid themes are probably going to be what the majority of WordPress-powered websites continue to use for the foreseeable future. But I do think it's important to implement some of the block theme features, or to give the option to people to choose which editor they want to use. I mentioned that we use Composer and that we use Node.js, and I show you how to install that on a Windows system and also how to install it on macOS. And I also show you how to install Git as well on each system. So you're going to be learning a lot within this tutorial video. Not only how to build a theme that's compliant with the theme check plugin, but also a theme that's compatible with the classic editor and the Gutenberg editor, a fully responsive theme using Bootstrap as the front-end framework, and you also have the ability to have custom header images on the front page or the blog row page, and you'll also have social media integration. There's a lot that we're going to be learning in this video. So definitely bookmark this video since you probably won't watch it all in one sitting. And also make sure to check the description area because I'll have timestamps to the most important parts of the video itself. This video is beneficial for beginners, intermediate, and advanced coders, people with and without WordPress experience. Alright, so let's get started developing DevWP. And if you want to get the source files, just go to picksomeweb.com. It's my website. Go to WordPress themes, and you can purchase the source code from there. But in this video, I show you exactly how to code the theme, and all code is shown. And you'll be able to see the code that I use in the process of developing DevWP. Alright, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing we're going to be doing is setting up our local development environment. I'm going to primarily do this tutorial in a Windows setting, but when needed, I will show you how to set it up in macOS as well, especially when it comes to certain paths, when it comes to your root folder folder for your project, and also setting up the local server environment. But for the vast majority of things here, they're going to work the same whether you're on Windows, Linux, and macOS. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is go to another search browser, type out XAMPP. It's going to be the first option here. This is going to be for our local server stack. It's going to install Apache, MariaDB, which is similar to MySQL, PHP, and Perl. Alright, so click on XAMPP for Windows. It'll start the process of downloading to your system. You'll see it starting in the lower left-hand corner. Let it run its course, and once it's done, you can just click on the download icon in the lower left corner. You'll most likely get a user account control message. Click on yes. And then you're going to get another question and just click on continue with installation. Yes. And then this is just to make sure that you install XAMPP in a folder that has right permissions. Click OK. And then you're going to see the setup XAMPP window pop up. Click next. These are the components that are going to be installed. We're going to leave all the defaults. Click next. This is the folder it's going to be installed in your system. Click next. Choose your language. Next. Then it's going to say ready to install. Click next. This will take some time. Let it run its course. Depending on how fast your system is, it could take a minute to maybe a couple of minutes to unpack the files and install everything. Once it's done unpacking, it'll start the installation process. And then once that's done, you're going to get this message over here. The setup has finished. Do you want to start the control panel now? Click on finish and leave that checked. Alright, so this is the control panel right here. The first thing we're going to want to do is in this section that says Apache, click on the config icon right here. And then click on php.ini. It's going to open up a text editor. Let me make this larger. What I want to do is search for a specific extension that's not activated by default, and we'll need it for WordPress. So I'm going to look for the extension file info, go to next, X out of that. It's actually underneath this extension right there. We're actually going to be looking at the extension GD. Remove the semicolon so you can activate this extension. And then we're also going to remove the semicolon from extension until right there. And scroll down a little bit more. And we're going to do the same thing for the zip extension. Remove the semicolon there and then save the file. So once that's done, those extensions will be available to your program. And if you want, take a look at the php.ini file in its entirety. That will take some time, but it's one of the most important files to get to know when it comes to working with PHP on your system. Whether you're working in macOS, Windows, or Linux, this is a file that's very important to PHP. Alright, so for now we could X out of this file. And this is the control panel right here. So when you want to start your Apache server, you click start there. And for MySQL, you can click start here. Once you do that, you'll probably get a Windows security alert. You can click allow access. And then what we could do over here in the browser window, X out of these, open up a new tab, and just type out localhost. Hit enter. And this is the dashboard right here. Right now, let's set up our database. I'll go to phpMyAdmin, click on the databases link right here. We're going to create a new database and just call it DevWP and create. Now we have this empty database here. We're going to be using this later on, but I just wanted to show you this real quick. Okay, so now what I want to do is go to Chrome or go to your browser, whichever browser you use, and we are going to install MAMP. So you could just Google for MAMP. It'll be mamp.info. For some reason it took me to the Windows version, so I'll just go there. And now I'm on the Mac version. All right, so this is ideal for working in a macOS environment because it was originally built for macOS, and then later on they added the functionality to work on Windows. But for Windows, I do like using XAMPP, and on macOS, I like using MAMP. You could just go here to where it says free download. It's going to download to your system. You also click here if you want to see the other download options. Once it's done downloading, you could just click on the icon down here in the lower left-hand corner. It'll open up the installer. You can click continue. There's important information. Click continue. This is a software license. Continue. You're going to agree to the license. It'll let you know where it's going to install it on. Continue. It tells you how much space it's going to take. Click install. And then it will require your password. You can install that. You can enter that. Now it starts the installation process. It'll take a couple of moments. Just let it run its course and you should be good. Once it's done, you can close out over here. You can move the downloaded package to the trash. Then open up Finder. Go to Applications. And then scroll down and you should see MAMP right there. Another way to do it is if you don't want to go through the regular finder, you could just hit the command spacebar and type out MAMP, and it'll open up, once you press enter, MAMP right there. All right, so taking a look over here, what we see is we have our preferences right there. You can see when starting MAMP, you could start the servers, check for updates. You can choose to open up the web start page if you want. And when quitting MAMP, you could have the server stop. These are your default ports. This is your database server. And if you're using the cloud provider, that's what you would use right there to input your information. You could also select your PHP version. You can click web start. And this is MAMP. Now you can go to my website. It shows you what pops up there. That's the default information. You could also go here to Tools, click on PHP My Admin, and this is where you would create a database. So we can call it DevWP, and then click on Create. Now let's go to Finder. I'm going to make this full screen. I'm going to go into the MAMP folder here. The htdocs folder is the folder we're going to be working with primarily. I'm going to put it right here in favorites because we're going to be working with this folder a lot. So I think you should spend a couple of moments taking a look at this page right here. This gives you information about PHP on your system. You can take a look at PHP info. This is a very important file, and it tells you about how your PHP is configured. All right, you could also take a look at the MySQL database that you'll be using. You see the port that it's on, and you're going to see the username and the password. You also see the supported languages. It goes without saying that client-side languages don't need a server in this manner. This is more for dynamic content generation or dynamic generation of information and data. So even without MAMP, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript would work with your regular system. But you do need a local server set up like this in order to work with languages like PHP, Python, Perl, Ruby, etc. And then they have SQLite as well. All right, so this page right here is what's generated from this file right here. So if we delete this file, that's now in the trash. And if we reload, now you see we have index of and nothing here. So at this point, this is when you would download WordPress. And go to wordpress.org/download, and you could download WordPress right there. Then open up Finder. Let's go to Downloads. You double click that. Once it's unzipped, take a look inside. This is the core of WordPress. So what I want to do now is grab this folder, copy it, go here to htdocs, and paste it there. And then let's rename this folder to dev. All right, so now what we could do is go back to the browser, X out of here, X out of there. Let's reload this page, and now you see dev right there. So if we click on that, since we already created our database over here, it recognizes that it's there. So you're going to get the setupconfig.php file. Choose your language, then click on continue. This tells you what you're going to need in order to set up WordPress locally here. You need your database name, which is DevWP in this case. You need your database username, database password, database host, and your table prefix. So let's go. Database name is DevWP. All right, so username is going to be root, and password, remember, is going to be root as well. And localhost stays the same, and WP, we'll leave it like that for the table prefix. Click submit. All right, Sparky, you're ready to run the installation. Click this button right here. And now we can give it a site title. Say DevWP, username. I'll give it just a basic username. And the password, I'll make it very simple since we are in a local environment. There's not going to be any sensitive data here, so it's okay to use something very simple here. Obviously, in a live production server or production environment, you're going to want to have something more robust. It wants you to confirm the usage of a weak password, and then just put in a fake email for now, and install WordPress. All right, so now we can log in. Username is demo. Password is root. Click enter or return. And now we are in the dashboard. All right, so this is the welcome part of the dashboard when you first set up WordPress. And click around over here, get some more information, see how it works if you're not really familiar with WordPress backend. It already shows that we have some updates, but we're going to just delete those plugins. Now that's done. All right, so now we have WordPress installed. We have MAMP installed. Another thing I want you to look at is the difference between a Windows environment and macOS is on macOS, you're going to have the :888 8 before the dev or before your local website name. And remember that your htdocs folder is where you're going to be putting your site. All right, so now I'm going to X out of these. I'll leave that open. I'm going to stop my servers, quit here, and I'll X out of here. That's good for now. Alright, so the next thing you'll need is a text editor or code editor. The one I'll be using for this video tutorial is VS Code. It's the one that I recommend because it's free and it gives you all the features you need to have IDE-like functionality. An IDE is an integrated development environment. The one I typically use is PHP Storm, but VS Code is very close to functionality with it and it's free. Another option could be Sublime Text, and there's a whole bunch of different code editors you can choose from. But if you don't have one installed, just search for VS Code and just download it to your system. I already have it, so I'm not going to download it, but it's a basic installation. I'm going to fire mine up now. When you load up the editor, you'll get the Visual Studio Code welcome message. You can get a walkthrough. Check over some of these options over here to get started with VS Code. Learn the fundamentals, boost your productivity. But if you want to see what extensions I have loaded, I simplified this one here and just loaded PHP IntelliFence and editor config for VS Code. If you want to look at my settings over here, I'll click out of this one. Now every system is going to be a little bit different, but basically these are the settings that I currently have. My editor font, matter of fact, let me just increase this for the tutorial just to make it a little bit bigger. I'm in the JSON file here. So these are some of the settings I currently have. For the terminal, we're going to be using git bash. So I have these lines here for that. All right, so let's go back to our browser. Let's open up a new tab. And I'm going to download Git. We're going to go to git-scm.com and just download for your system. Now, if you're on Windows, you'll download it this way. If you're using a Mac, you could download it this way as well. But on my macOS environment, I use Homebrew to install Git. And I'll demonstrate how to do that in a few. So we'll download for Windows. Click here to download the latest. It'll start the process. Once it's done downloading, you can click on the icon in the lower left-hand corner. You'll get a user account message. Click yes. And then you'll also get the setup over here and click on next. This is the folder that's going to be installed in your system. Click next. I already previously had Git installed. I uninstalled it, but I'll click yes to install it in that folder anyway. We're not going to be using Git GUI, so I'll just uncheck that. Everything else I'll leave the same. Click next. Select Start Menu folder. Click next. Now for the default editor, I find that Nano is a very user-friendly option to get started with. You could use VS Code if you want, but sometimes I like to do things very quickly and want to use Nano. So click Next. Adjusting the name of the initial branch in new repositories. Let Git decide. Adjusting your path environment. We're going to leave the recommended option there. Choosing the SSH executable. We're going to use the bundled OpenSSH. Choosing HTTPS transport backend. Use the OpenSSL library. And configuring the line ending conversions. Considering the fact that we're going to be using this in multiple environments, I'm just going to check out as is. Commit Unix style line endings. Click next. We're going to configure the terminal emulator to use with Git bash. We'll use Minty for this. Click next. Choose the default behavior of Git pull. We'll use the default. Credential helper, we'll use Git Credential Manager. Under the configuring extra options, we'll enable file system caching. Next, we're not going to be installing these experimental features, so click install. Once it's done, there's no need to view the release notes, so we could click on finish. Now if we go back to our editor, VS Code, we can reload VS Code. And I'm going to hit the control comma to get to our settings and then click on this over here to open the JSON setting. And you see the error that was previously there has disappeared. And that's because now VS Code knows that Git bash is used on our system. All right, so the next thing we're going to be doing is installing Node. On Windows, we'll use the standard installer. On macOS, we're going to be using NVM. All right, so now we're going to install Git on macOS. All right, so let's open up Chrome or your favorite browser. And now just go to git-scm.com. All right, so on Windows and on macOS, you can just download Git from the website itself. But there's another way to do it as well, and that's using Homebrew. So why am I going to show you how to do it this way? Because sometimes you want to use a package manager. And Homebrew is the package manager that completes macOS. All right, so if you're not familiar with Homebrew, go to Google and just type out Homebrew. And you're going to go here. It's brew.sh. Alright, so it describes itself as the missing package manager for macOS or Linux. So if you don't already have Homebrew installed, you would just copy this little script over here to your clipboard by clicking the icon right there. You would go to your terminal and you would paste it right here. And that's what it looks like right there. You would press enter and it would start the process of installing Brew on your system. I already have Brew installed, so I'm not gonna run this over here, but that's how you would install Homebrew. All right, so now some basic commands. This tells you the current version of Homebrew. And now if you want to install Git, I already have Git installed on my system. That's the version of Git. And that's the location of where it's at. All right, so if you want to install Git on your system using Homebrew, you would just type out brew install Git and then hit enter or return, and that'll install Git onto your system using Brew. And that's it. Very simple. I already have it installed, so there's no need for me to do this. I just want to demonstrate how you can install Git using Homebrew. You could also simply download the installer over here by clicking on the download for Mac. And even here, it demonstrates how you can do it. There are several options for installing Git on macOS. Notice the first one is Homebrew. The second one is Mac Ports, which is another package manager. And you could use Git with Xcode on macOS. If you want to have an actual installer for Git, you can download it from this location. Mind you, it hasn't been updated in a minute, but that is an option. Or if you want to build from source, you can go right here. If you want to install the GUI, then in Homebrew or in Brew, you would type out brew install git-gui. And that's how you install Git on your system. Alright, so for Windows users, go back to the browser, open up a new tab, and just type out Node.js. It's going to be the first option right here. This is the current long-term support version recommended for most users. Click on this button right here. It'll download to your system. Once it's done, you can click on the icon in the lower left corner. And of course, if you get any user prompts about the installation, just click on yes. Now this is going to be the setup wizard. Click next. Accept the license. Click next. This is the folder it's going to install on. Click next. This is the custom setup. It's going to add it to your path. Click next. And here I'm going to automatically install the necessary tools that we need to make it run. Click next. Ready to install Node.js. Click install. And again, you'll probably get a couple of user account control messages asking if you want to set this up. Just click yes. This process can take a moment, but once it's done, you can click on finish. And then it'll probably open up your command prompt or PowerShell. Press any key to continue. Do it again and again. You're going to open up Windows PowerShell. I already had Chocolate installed, so I didn't need to do that. So I'll just type out enter to continue or to exit. And then what I'll do is I'll go back to VS Code. And over here, I'm going to hit control and the tick character, or you can just go to terminal, a new terminal. You see I'm using bash over here. I'm going to type out node-v and it says it's not found. So we're going to have to reload VS Code. All right, I'll hit Control L to clear the screen, and then I'll type out node-v again. And now you see we have node 18.14.0 installed. We could type out npm-v, and it shows us the version of npm that we have. npm is the node package manager, and it's what we're going to be using to install packages on our system. All right, so now to install Node on macOS, the preferred way is using nvm. You could also just go to Node.js and download it straight from here. What happened there? There's an issue with the nodejs.org website. All right, so we won't be doing that. So you can just type out nvm in your browser and go right here on GitHub. Notice the address is github.com/nvm-sh/nvm. So you'll scroll down, and basically this is the Node version manager. And installing it from here gives you the ability to install different versions of Node. So in your terminal, if you want to see if you have Node installed, you can type out node-v, and the command is not found. You can install Node via Homebrew as well, but I'm going to show you how to do it this way instead. So I'll go over here and installing and updating. Install and update script. To install or update NVM, you should run the install script. So I'll just copy this right here to my clipboard. And you notice how it says bash there? Well, in the notation down here, it lets you know that it's going to attempt to update your profile in the correct location. All right, so let's go back to terminal and paste in that script. Paste, and then hit return. And now it's downloading to your system. And now if you type out nvm now, nvm-v, you're going to see the command is not found. You're going to have to close out your terminal and reopen it. And then we go full screen. And then if you type out nvm-v, now you see the version of NVM that you have installed. All right, if we go back to the browser, let's see if Node.js is working now. Still not working. All right, so let's go back to our terminal. You could view your local versions of Node that you have installed by typing out nvm space ls. And if you want to see the remotes, nvm space ls dash remote. And it shows you all the versions of Node that are available remotely. If you type out node-v, node command is not found. So at this point, you would type out nvm install node. And it'll run the process of installing Node on your system. And you notice here that it's installing 19.8.1. Now if you type out node-v, it shows you which one you're using. Now for this tutorial, I'm going to be using the latest LTS version, 18.15.0. On Windows, I did record this a little bit earlier, so the version is going to be different, but everything's tested and it will still work. So if you want to install a different version, you can type out nvm install 18.15.0. It'll start downloading that to your system. And now you see you have that version of Node installed, and it's using that version. So if you type out node-v, you see you're using that version. Let's quit out of terminal. Let's reopen terminal. All right, so when you type out node-v, you see that we're using the 19.8.1 version instead of the LTS version. So how do we change that? Let's go back to our browser, scroll down, or matter of fact, let's do this. Let's open, what was that, ~/ZSHRC. Notice how this was placed within your path environment. Just wanted to show you that real quick. All right, let's go back to the browser and let's see about changing the default version of Node used on your system. Manual install, usage, we already installed Node, we already installed the version that we wanted, we already looked at the ls remote. Let's go back, scroll down, let's copy that, paste this here, hit enter. All right, so we're still using that. Let's see if we open up a new terminal window, what it says then. We're still using that. So that didn't work. Let me see. All right, so one way we could do it is, since I'm going to, at this point, we could just type out, let's see if this works, nvm use 18.15.0. So now we're using that. But is that permanent? We see we're using it here. Let's quit terminal, open it back up again, and we're not using it permanently. All right, so one thing that we could do is just uninstall that version. So nvm uninstall. Let's see if this works. All right, so we'll use nvm use 18.15.0. So now we're using that one. And then we'll run the uninstall script again. All right, so now we can type out nvm ls, and we see the only version that we have installed, and we see the default is now 18.15.0. I'm sure there's another way to do this, but right now, this is how I'm doing it. This gets the job done. I'll create another video where I go deeper into Node.js and to NVM, and at that point, I'll have this issue resolved. Let's quit terminal, open up another terminal window, and now you see we're using that version of Node. You can also check out the Node Package Manager version, and we're good to go. Node.js is installed on our system via NVM. It's been placed within our path, and this is the location of where we can get more information about NVM itself. All right, so now let's move on to the next part of the video. All right, so let's go back to our browser. I'm going to X out of this one, and I'll X out of this as well. Open up a new tab, and go to Composer. We're going to click on the getcomposer.org link here and click on the download. For Windows, we'll be downloading this executable file right here. And for macOS, I'll demonstrate how to do that as well. Once it's done downloading, just click on the icon in the lower left-hand corner. I'm going to install for all users. You'll get a user account control setup message. Just click yes. We're not going to use a developer mode, so just click next. So this is where your executable file for PHP is, and it's in your path. So click on next. We're not going to use a proxy, so click next. Ready to install? Click install. So this is just letting you know that you might have to open up a new command prompt window if it's the first time you're using Composer. So click next and then click finish. Let's go back to VS Code. Over here, let's see if Composer is already recognized. And it's not, so we have to reload VS Code again. Control L and then Composer -V. So once Composer is installed and you run Composer-V in your command prompt or command line, you'll see the version of Composer you have installed, and these are the options that it has. This is how you use it. You use the command, the options, and the arguments, and these are the available commands. All right, very quick. Let me clear the screen real quick. All right, so when you're on macOS, you have two options for your shell environment. You could either be using the original bash, or you could be using ZSH. There's other shells you could also use, but those are the most common ones used on macOS itself. Now you can find out which environment you're using by typing out in terminal, echo $0 and hit enter, and it'll let you know what shell environment you're using. You could also type out which ZSH to identify the location of your shell environment, and you could type out which bash to see the location of your bash environment. Now the reason why this is important is because you're going to have to update your profile if you want to make sure that your system recognizes the version of PHP that you're using. And since we downloaded MAMP, we're going to be using PHP from MAMP itself. And this is especially important when you're going to be working with Composer. You're going to want to make sure you have everything in your path correctly. So the way you would open up your shell environment, if you're using ZSH, you would just type out open the tilde character / ZSHRC and then hit return. I'm going to make this larger. All right, so it's important to make sure that what's here matches MAMP. Now, I previously had MAMP installed on my system, so that's why I already have this here. But if you start up MAMP, you're going to notice it's using PHP version 7.4.33. And you see that's what we have here, PHP 7.4.33. If at any time you do update MAMP and it changes the version of PHP, you're going to want to make sure that what's here matches the new version in MAMP itself. All right, so now let me close out of this. If you're using bash, then instead of the previous command, you would just type out open tilde character again / bash _ profile. I'm not using bash, so I don't have my bash profile set up here like that, but you would be following this same step by hitting return and then putting in the PHP version and location into your path environment. All right, so now once you do that, you're going to want to type out another command in the terminal. Once you save that file, you would type out either source space tilde character / ZSHRC if you're using ZSH, and that would tell your system to use this environment or this profile. If you're using bash, then you just type out the same part of the first part of that command followed by the bash _ profile, just like that. And then once you do that, you could type out PHP-V and it'll tell you the version of PHP you're working with, and you could also type out which PHP, and it'll tell you the location that's in your path. And again, this is important for when you're working with PHP on macOS and using something like Composer. You want to make sure that your path environment recognizes the location of PHP that you're using. All right, so that's that. Now let's go on to installing Composer. All right, so when installing Composer on macOS, you could just go to Composer itself, to getcomposer.org, and you can go to the download section over here. Now you can install Composer via Brew, but I also want to show you how to do it via the command line. And basically what you're going to do is take this whole script right here, copy it, and then go to your terminal. Let me clear the screen and paste it there. Now if you want to check if you already have Composer on your system, you can type out Composer, and the command is not found, so we know we don't have it. All right, so I'm just going to paste that command there, paste. So what this is going to do is going to run this script over here. It's going to, let's go back over here. we're going to copy from the Composer website itself, the installer, composer-setup.php. We're checking the hash file to make sure that it's verified. Then we're going to run the composer-setup.php file. And then after all that's done, we're going to unlink the file itself. So just hit enter, and now you have it there. So if we go back to the browser and scroll down, over here it talks about a global installation in your path. All right, so to do that, you would type out this command over here, or you could just copy it and paste it here. And then you could type out composer-v, and if everything's checked out, this is what you're going to see at that point. You see the current version of Composer that you have installed. You see the usage, the command, the options, and the arguments. The options are over here, and the available commands are right here. And now basically everything's going to be the same from this point on when it comes to Composer on macOS and the rest of the tutorial that I'm doing in Windows. What I do recommend is taking a look at some of these commands over here. Some of the ones you're going to want to be familiar with are the install command. You can check out the outdated packages on your system by using the outdated command. If you want to remove a package, you use the remove command. If you want to update Composer, you would run the self-update over here, composer space self-update command in your terminal. And if you want to update the dependencies and the packages, you run composer space update. All right, let's go back to our browser. Let's open up a new tab. Let's go to wordpress.org/download. We're going to download the latest version of WordPress. As you can see, it says the recommended PHP version is 7.4 or greater, and you can use either MySQL or MariaDB. I do have another video on the various ways you can download WordPress. I'll leave a link to that in the description area below, so definitely check that out. But I just want to do a standard download demonstration here. Once that's done, let's open up our File Explorer. Let's go to Downloads, and this is the compressed folder here. So we're going to have to extract that. Once that's done extracting, you can go into the folder here. Take the WordPress folder, copy it. I'm going to go to this PC, local disk, XAMPP, then htdocs. What I'd like to do is pin the htdocs folder to the quick access folder, pin current folder to quick access. I'll just bring it to the top. What I'll do now is I'll paste in the WordPress folder. And once that's done, I'll just rename the WordPress folder to dev. The other folders here, you're going to want to leave those in place. And if you want, take a moment, open up your WordPress core folder, which is the dev folder here, and you're going to see the other files and folders that we have installed. Let me put this to extra large icons. So we have the WP admin folder, the WP content folder, and the WP includes folder. Then we have these other files here. These are required by WordPress. What you'll notice is that we have the wp-config-sample.php file. Since we haven't officially set up this local WordPress site yet, we don't have the regular wp-config.php file. So we're going to take care of that now. But first, let's look at the wp-content folder. This is where your plugins and your themes are going to be. First thing I'll do is I'll go in here to the plugins folder. And I'm going to delete the Akismet and the hello.php file. We're not going to need those. All right, so now what I want to do, go back to the browser window. Let's X out of these. Let's go to localhost again. And in place of dashboard, you could put dev. Remember, we already set up our database. So if you put in dev, it's going to take you to the setup config page for WordPress. Choose your language, continue. I'm going to X out of this little download bar down on the bottom of our screen. The first thing you're going to need is your database name, your username, password, and the host, and the prefix. So let's go. The database name, remember we named it dev, WP. For the username, here is going to be root. There's not going to be a password. We're on a local setup, so that's okay for here. Leave localhost the same, and you can leave the table prefix the same as well. Then click submit. If everything's correct, you'll get this message here. Run the installation. And now we can create the site title, call it DevWP. For our admin account, I'll just put in a simple demo. And then for the password, I'll just say root. It's a very weak password, but again, we're on a local server. There'll be nothing sensitive here. We'll confirm the use of the weak password. Then we'll put in a fake email address. And then click install WordPress. Once that's done, you'll get the success message. Click on login, then put in your username. Then your password, which is root. And now this is the login screen. I'll dismiss this here. If you want to learn more about this version of WordPress, you can click on this link here, but I'll dismiss it for now. So you're probably already familiar with the administration screen of WordPress. What I want to do now is go to the installed plugins. You'll remember we deleted the regular plugins that are there by default, because we're not going to be using those. But we're going to add a couple of developer plugins that are useful to help you in the development process. So click on Add New. In the search plugins, we're going to type out debug bar. We're going to install the debug bar right here. We're also going to install debug bar actions and filters. We'll also install the query monitor. We'll let those install for now. Once they're done installing, we'll go up here and we'll search for some other plugins. We'll type out log deprecated notices. We're going to install this one right here. And you notice I'm not activating any of them yet because I want to continue the installation of other plugins. So I'll type out default featured image. This is a useful plugin right here. It sets up a default featured image that you could use on your post if you don't already have a featured image set. And then we're going to type out regenerate thumbnail. We're going to install this one right here. And then we're going to type out show current template. We'll install this one. And then another one I like is simply show hooks. You might have to scroll down a little bit for this one. And it's going to be right here. Now remember, these are mostly for developer environments, not for your production site. Your regenerate thumbnails you could use on a production site when you change your themes. You're going to want to regenerate your thumbnails, but then delete the plugin when you're not using it. Another one we should get is theme check. Install this one. And then theme inspector and install this one. The theme check plugin makes sure that your theme that you're working on passes the requirements if you want to submit it to the WordPress.org repository. And theme inspector is another plugin that allows you to see what template file you're using and what conditional checks are being used for that particular page or post. Another one we're going to use is WP sweep. This is just a database optimizer. We'll install this one. And then WordPress beta tester and install this one. Once that's done, we can go here and just after WordPress, type out importer and we'll install this right here. And now what I want to do is go to installed plugins, click on the plugins option right here. It'll select every plugin that's there and then bulk actions, activate and apply. Once that's done, I'm going to go to the post. I'm going to put this hello world post into the trash. Then I'll go to pages and I'll put this sample page in the trash as well. Then I'll go to tools. I'm going to go to sweep, scroll all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to sweep all. And once that's done, if you notice up here, we have the simply show hooks and we have this right here. This is part of the query monitor. It shows you information about what's on this admin page. If you go to the front of the site, it tells you how long it took to load, along with some other information. And you see here from the Show Current Template plugin, we have the template canvas.php files being used. If we go to Theme Inspector, this plugin is primarily for classical themes. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to create a hybrid theme that implements classical features along with some block features as well. And it gives you the option to choose if you want the block features to be set up by default or if you want a classical experience. All right, so let's go back to the back end. Let's go to settings and permalinks and let's set this to the post name and save changes. All right, so now what I want to do is go over here and then type out theme unit test data. We're going to click on this link right here. And then we'll click on the download a copy from here. Now this is an XML file that gives you some test data that you could use while developing your theme to make sure that everything works the way you want it to. So we'll right click, save as, and we're going to put it in our HC docs folder. Just save. Once that's done, you can X out of here. Very quickly come over here on the PHP My Admin link, reload the page, select your DevWP database, and you see we have 12 tables. And you also see what we have here as well in terms of the rows. We changed a few things, but there's really not much information in this database right now. I do have another tutorial that goes deeper into the WordPress database, so definitely check that out. I'll leave a link in the description area. And I'll also update the video to show anything that might have changed since that one was recorded. But now, if we go back to our local website, go to Tools, Import, run the importer for WordPress. We're going to choose the file. In the HC Docs folder, we have the theme unit test data right there. Click on that one and then open. Then upload file and import. Change the usernames and accounts to yours, and then download and import the file attachments, and then click submit. Now this will take some time. Let it run its course, but just click submit. Once that's done, you'll see it's all done over here. Now if you go to the front of the site, you're going to have a bunch of different posts already there. Let's go back to our admin dashboard. Let's go to appearance. And since we're using the default 2023 theme, these are the options that we currently have. Let's do the theme check right here. Let's check it. And you see it passed the test. But it does have a warning over here, and it does have some recommendations. Take a look at it. I'm going to make sure the theme that we create also passed the tests, and we'll check off everything that we need to have for the theme. One thing it does say over here is that we don't have WP debug properly set. So since we're on a developer environment, we're going to want to make sure that we can see all errors. On a production environment, you don't want to have that set up that way. You'll want everything set up to a log file. So I'll show you how to do that with the wp-config.php file. Let's go back to our editor. I'm going to X out of this, X out of settings, and then I'm going to open a folder. I'm going to go to htdocs, and I'm going to choose the dev folder. Remember, that's our WordPress core. Select that folder, and I'll make this a little bit bigger for us. All right, so we can X out of the welcome window here. And now we have all of our files and folders over here. So I'm going to open up the wp-config.php file. We can close off the sidebar for now. I'm going to scroll down, and where it says define wp_debug, right now it's set to false. I'm going to set it to true and save that. But there's a couple of other constants we're going to want to define here, and I'll explain what those do. All right, so the next one, we'll go to a new line. I'm going to paste in this constant here, save it. This is to disable the fatal error handler. Since we're in a local development environment, we want to disable this, so we set it to true. I'll go to a new line. The next one is for the debug log. This is going to say that we want our notices to be put into a log file. And this will be put in your wp-content folder, and it'll be named debug.log. So I'll just put in a comment over here, 2 forward slashes. So basically we're saying we're enabling logging to a specific file that's located in the wp-content folder. All right, so I'll go to a new line. And since we're developing locally, we do have our debug set to true. We're sending everything to our log file, but I don't want to clutter the screen with our debug notices. So I'm putting the display set to false. Save that. And then I'll go to a new line. And then I'm also going to have display errors set to false as well. Go to a new line. And then in this constant, what I want to do is make sure that I'm running the developer versions of the scripts. Save that. And again, these are for use in our developer environment. So I'll go to a new line. And then this one, I'll put it to the default value. Save that. The default value for this one is true, and it's concatenating all of our scripts. When debugging, you would have this set to false, but I want to show you the performance difference. I'll set this to false as well. All right, so now we have our WP config file set up properly. And again, this is for development purposes. Let's go back to our browser. We could reload the screen. We could check it again. And now you see you don't have that message on top. All right, so the next step, I want to go to _me. For theme name, I'm going to type out DevWP. For the theme slug, I'm going to paste in my URL. For the author, I'll put Pixumweb. For the author URI, I'll paste in my about page. And for the description, I'll give it a description. I'll paste it in. And basically it says WordPress developer training theme created to help you code your very own custom WordPress theme using some of the best resources from underscores, Bootstrap 5, Font Awesome, and custom code. We're not going to be using the WooCommerce version for this tutorial. In an upcoming video, I'll set that up, but we will Sassify it. Generate. Let's go to our file explorer. Let's go to downloads. Let's extract this folder here. I'm just going to remove everything in front of DevWP. Hit enter. Remove everything in front of DevWP again. I'll copy this. I'll go to htdocs. Go to our dev folder, wp-content folder. And then go to our themes folder, and I'll paste that in here. And then let's go back to our code editor. And now, if we go to the sidebar, we go to themes. We see we have our DevWP folder here. Now I just want to make sure everything turned out okay. I'll change this over here. I'll just copy this, paste that in, and change that to DevWP. All right, so going back to the browser, right here for the slug, that should have just been DevWP. Let's go back to VS Code. Now I want to make sure that everything else turned out okay. You see now, we have all these areas here. Since we put the theme slug and I used our theme URI for that, it put this in front of our DevWP prefix for our functions. So what I'll do is I will take this right here, everything from there, Control, Shift, and find. I'm going to find all uses of that, and I'll replace with DevWP. So it's going to find every usage of this right here, this long prefix, and it'll change it out to just DevWP. Let's hit enter, and let's replace all. It's letting you know you're going to replace 61 occurrences along 12 files. Click replace, and now you should be fine. Let's just go down here. Let's open that functions file again. Let's run a search for that, and let's replace them all as well. There's 44 occurrences in 15 files. Click replace. Okay. X out of those. Let's just look at these files real quick, make sure everything looks the way it should. All right, so now let's go back to our browser. Again, remember, make sure the theme slug is set to DevWP instead of the theme URI. All right, we could X out of this one. What I want to do now is go to themes in our WordPress admin dashboard. And now you see we have our theme here. Let's activate it and let's visit the site. And now you can see that we have our theme set up and it's very unstyled. So now we're going to start the process of making sure that we can implement our styles. But first, let's go back to the dashboard, go to themes, and let's use theme check on this underscores theme right here. Click on check it. Don't worry about this one because we're going to generate our own pot file. Everything else looks fine. By the time we're done, we're going to eliminate all of these. Actually, right now, let me go to menus. We're going to, right here, we'll take out page. We'll put front page on top of that. And then we're going to remove all of these pages here because we don't want those. Just go about the process of removing them. All right, so what I'll do now is I'll take the blog and I'll put it all the way at the end. So we're going to have 4 menus. We're going to have the front page. We'll have the about the test, and then we're going to have the drop down sub items over here. We'll scroll down. We're going to display location set to primary and save menu. Let's go over here to select the menu, choose social menu, then select. And right now you see we don't have a social menu section here. We're going to create that later. All right, so let's go to our front of the site. And now you see we have our menu location here. Let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to settings. Reading. Let's choose a static page for our front page. We'll choose the front page option here. And for the blog row page, we'll use a blog page. Then save the changes. All right, so what I want to do now is let's go to our editor. Let's open up the sidebar. I'm going to hit Control B or Command B if you're on a Mac. And what I want to do is start looking at some of the folder structure here. If we go into the Sass folder, we see that we have everything compartmentalized into different folders. And that's one strategy that you could use. But since we're going to be using Bootstrap, a lot of our CSS is going to be used from Bootstrap. So I want to simplify this folder structure. Primarily, I don't want to have so many subfolders. So I'm going to relocate everything here. So a couple of ways to do that. We could use our terminal. We could change our directory to wp-content. I'll use tab completion, go to themes, and then type out DevWP, then hit enter. Now we can change directory. I believe that's a Sass folder, so we'll go in there, ls-lah, and you see we have those folders that correspond to these folders here in the sidebar. We're going to be making a lot of changes to the folder structure here. You could do it the way I'm doing it, or you can follow the process of changing it in your file explorer, whichever one you feel more comfortable with. What I want to do is navigate up, change directory. I'm going to type out ls-lah. I'm going to make this full screen here. All right, so now I'm in the root directory of our theme. You see the files and folders we have here. What I want to do is I want to make dir. I'm going to create a source folder. And now if you do another ls-lah, now you see we have the source folder there. So what I want to do now is I want to move the Sass folder into our source folder. So let's see if we could do this with the move command. Move Sass into source. And let's see if that works. ls-lah again. And now you see the Sass folder is not there. But if we change directory to the source folder, now you see we have the Sass folder there. All right, so let's change directory to the Sass folder. See if everything's there. You see all the subfolders also transferred. Let's just check to see what's in the base folder. You see those files transferred as well. All right, so what I want to do now, go to, matter of fact, let's change directory back to Sass folder. I'm going to create a new folder here called custom. All right, so now we're starting the process of transferring all the files that's in our Sass folder and the subfolders into the custom folder. Now, if you try to run a processor now, which we haven't set up Gulp yet, we haven't set up our processors yet, so we're not at risk of damaging the theme yet. But if you did set those up first and you tried to process them, the folder structure is not going to be the same way as our Gulp file that we're going to create. So there will be issues there. And what I mean in particular, you see the style.scss file? Let's cat that. Now basically I'm looking at the file inside of our terminal. We're still in the editor, but we're in the terminal part. And that's the beauty of learning the command line. You don't always have to open up the file. You could view the file in the terminal without actually opening it. All right, so you see we have our imports over here, and they still work because everything's still within the subfolders. But our Gulp file is gonna show a different hierarchy since we relocated the Sass folder in our source folder. All right, I'm gonna clear the screen. What I wanna do is ls-l. Let's change directories to the abstract folder. ls-l again. Let's cat the abstract file just to see what's in that file. And you see that file is just calling in, or it's importing other files that's in our variables folder and the mixins folder. So what we'll do is we don't really need this file, so we could delete the file. If you want to view the file itself in the editor, click on it and you see it gives you the same information in the actual editor GUI as it does in the terminal. All right, so for this file here, we could use the remove command _ abstracts, tab completion, hit enter, and now you see that file has been removed. You can still see it in the editor, but it's crossed out and in red. We could X out of that. All right, so if we ls-l again, you see now we don't have that _ abstracts file. All right, so let's change directory to mixins. See what we have there. Let's cat that _ mixins file and see what we have in there. The reason why I'm doing this is I want to see if there's any subfolders inside of that folder. If there's not, then we can just do a very simple moving of that file. But if there were other subfolders, then we would have to go into those subfolders and move those as well. All right, so we see here that all it's doing is creating two mixins. And again, you could always go into the mixins folder in the sidebar, open it up, and you see the same information here as well. Let's see what happens when we move this file. So where do we want to move it? I want to move it up a directory. You know, right now it's in the abstracts folder. Well, right now it's actually in the mixins folder. I want to move it outside of the mixins folder, outside of the abstracts folder, but into the custom folder. And now to make sure I'm doing this correctly, I'll hit tab to see if the system recognizes it with tab completion. And it does. So what I'm doing is I'm taking this file and I'm moving it up one folder. That's the .. moving it again to another folder, up another folder, .. and then into the custom folder. Hit enter. And now you see in the editor, it crossed it out because the file is no longer in this location. But now let's look in the custom folder and you see it's there. Same information we had before, but now it's in a new folder. So we're going to go through the process of moving all these subfolders into our custom folder from our Sass folder. So now if we ls-l in our mixins folder, we see we have nothing. So now we can move up a directory. Now let's go into our variables folder. And in here we have 4 files. So what I want to do is move all, that means all of our files in this current folder, up out of variables folder, up out of abstracts folder, and into our custom folder. Then hit enter, and now you see we have nothing there. So our variables folder and our mixins folder are now empty. If we move up a directory, we should have no files in here. We only have those folders. So now our abstracts folder is pretty much completely empty, minus a couple of empty subfolders. So let's go up a directory. Now we can delete our abstracts folder. And the way we do it here in the terminal is remove -rf, that's recursive and force, and then the name of the folder. That's done. And now you see we no longer have that in there. Let's change directly to our base folder. See what we have there. Let's cat the _base file. And you see here that that file is also only importing from subfolders. And you can verify that by going over here and making sure that the information matches. It will match, I just want you to trust but verify. So that means we actually don't need that file. So we could remove that with just the remove command, _base. And now we only have the elements and the typography folder in there. So let's go into elements. And we see we have in the elements folder a few other files. You can see those here in the sidebar as well. There's no subfolders in the elements folder. So what I'll do here is in terminal, I'll move all. The asterisk represents the all wildcard. And then again, I want to move out of the elements folder, out of the base folder, and into the custom folder. And now we see our elements folder is empty. Again, if we look at the editor, we see that it's crossed out. And it's ls-l again. Let me X out of that or undo that because I put it into the editor. That's ls in the terminal -l again. And we see we have nothing inside of elements. Let's go up a directory. Let's go into typography. Now this one, if we change directory into typography and do an ls-l again, we're going to see we have the typography.scss file there. We also see that we have in our custom folder this, not that one, right here, the typography.scss file as well inside the custom folder. Because previously we relocated it from our abstracts folder right here in the variables abstracts. So we want to be careful here. Let's open up from base. So open up that file. We're not going to need this bottom code here, but let's just take this here and let's just copy it for now. Remember, that's from the base typography.scss. Let's go over here and temporarily place it there and click on save. Reason why we're doing this is because we don't want to lose the code yet. I am going to fine tune it and eliminate some of this code and change the code around. But I wanted you to be aware that any changes you do here in the terminal will override anything else and you won't have it in your recycle bin. So you definitely want to be careful there. And that's where version control is going to come in. We haven't set up Git to version control our project as of yet. In order to speed up the process, I wanted to just relocate all these files first and then set up Git. A safer but slower option would have been to set up Git earlier. All right, so now we know that we already placed in everything that was inside of this typography file into this typography file. So we could X out of those, make this larger. All right, so let's cat underscore copy, see what's in there. All right, now what I want to do is let's remove the underscore typography file, underscore, and then let's move all up out of the typography folder, out of the base folder, and into custom. And now you see we have nothing there. All right, so in the sidebar, you see in the base folder, we have our elements and our typography folder, and they're both empty. So now, let's go into our Sass folder, and let's remove -rf, the base folder. All right, so now let's go into our components folder. Let's cat our components file, see what's in there. I want to see if there's actual code or if it's just importing from other folders. Doesn't look like there's any code in here. Can verify that by going right here and seeing that we have no actual code, just a bunch of imports. So I'm going to remove the underscore components file, and then let's go into the comments folder. See what's in there. We only have one file, so I'll move that. I'll just use move all out of comments, out of components, into custom. See, there's nothing in comments folder. Go up a directory. Now let's change directory into our content folder. You see there we only have one file. So this is why I want to change up the folder structure, because we have one file inside of one folder and that goes on and on. So for me, that makes it kind of cumbersome to go into so many different subfolders for just one file. Everybody has a different style. I'm not saying that this is the wrong way to do it, because remember, underscores is a starter theme. So you could put new files into these folders and leave the folder structure the way it is. But for this tutorial, I'm going to simplify the folder structure in our Sass folder. All right, so I'm going to type out the mv command again, move all, out of content, out of components, into custom. If you open up our custom folder here, you see we now have that there. Go back to terminal, ls-l. You see we have nothing there. Go back to components folder. Let's ls-l that again. So now we know comments and content are empty. Let's change directory to media. And we see we have 3 files there. All right, so this is another area. I know that looking forward, we're going to have another media.scss file. So we have to remember that. believe it's in utilities. Nope, it's in generic, I'm sure, or maybe not. Where is that? Oh, it'll be in the media right here. So we have this other file right here in the media folder. So we know that we have the media file here in the media folder, which is what we're currently in the terminal. But we also know that previously we imported the media file that was in another folder. So that's another place we're going to have to be careful with. All right, so what I'll do is I'll just open up that media file, take a look at what's in there. I'll copy it all. I'll open up the other media.scss file in our custom folder, and I'll paste that there and save it. I could X out of these right here. Go back to terminal. I'll X out of that one. So now that we moved the code from the underscore media.scss file in our media folder into the other media.scss file in our custom folder, we could just remove underscore media. And now we only have those two files. So now I'll take those files, move all, out of media, out of components, into custom. Okay, so now we have nothing there. So now comments, content, and media folder are empty. Let's change directly to navigation. Here we have one file. Let's cat that file. All right, so this is the main code for navigation. We're actually not going to be using this, but we'll move it for now. So what we'll do is in terminal, we'll move all out of navigation folder, out of components, into custom. Now that folder is empty. Go back up to the components folder. And now we just have the widgets folder left. So change directly to widgets. All right, so look ahead. Let me see, do we have any other files that are named that as well? I don't believe so. We don't. All right, so what we'll do here is we will move, again, all the files in there. We could always just spell out the file if you wanted. I like to minimize keystrokes when possible. I'll move up a directory, out of widgets, out of components, into custom. And now you see that's empty. All right, so if we go over here to the sidebar, in our components folder, you see we have all these empty subfolders. So now we could delete the components folder. Go to the root of components. You see all those folders there. Go to the root of our Sass folder, and then we will remove -rf components. All right, so now let's take a look over here. We have our box sizing and our normalize. We're not going to be using normalize, so we won't transfer that one. And I don't believe we're going to be using this box sizing as well. Again, we're going to be using Bootstrap, so it has a lot of the stuff that we actually need. X out of that one. Could X out of this one as well. So inside of the generic folder, we have two files that we don't need. So in our terminal, we could remove rf, the generic folder, and that'll delete all the subfolders and any files as well. Hit enter. And now in terms of layouts, we're not going to need this one either. So remove -rf layouts. Utilities, well, actually let's go to plugins first. We're not going to be using these plugins. So I'll just remove -rf, the plugins folder. So now we can ls-l, change directly to utilities. And we're going to move all out of utilities. This time it's only one folder that we have to go up, then custom. All right, so we'll go up to our Sass folder. And then we can remove -rf utilities. And now you see we're just left with our style.scss file in the root of our Sass folder and our custom folder. Here in the sidebar, you see all those files that we moved into the custom folder itself. Now we're going to have to play around with our style.scss file because, let me X out of this one. If we scroll down, you see we're not using the generic, we're not using this folder structure. So we'll have to change all this up. And we see that up here we'll have to change up some of the comments and some of the other options here. What I'll do is I'll just copy and paste the whole entire style.scss file that I already have set up, and I'll explain and walk through what we have here. All right, so let me scroll up to the top, close off the sidebar. All right, so we have the theme name. We have the theme URI set up properly here. The author URI, the description requires at least 5.8. We might have to change that because we're using other features as well. But for now, we'll leave it at 5.8. The version number is 1.4.5. There are other versions of DevWP that I created other tutorials about. So right now, this is the current version number. It's tested up to this version of WordPress. requires PHP 7.4. We are leaving the underscores license there. But now, scrolling down here, we have an import for Bootstrap. Now, we haven't installed this yet, but we will be installing this. We have the font awesome fonts also being imported. And then we're importing other files from our custom folder. Let's open up the sidebar again. All right, so you see we're not going to be importing all of the files because some of these files we're going to be eliminating. And we're going to be changing up some of the code in those files as well. Like for the headings file here, we don't need this. So this file we could actually remove. That's the headings, delete that one. VS Code says, do you want to delete this file? We'll move it to the recycling bin. The body file over here, we don't need this as well. So we'll delete that one. This navigation one, we're going to be setting up our own custom navigation. So this one we don't need. So we could delete that one as well. Structure, we don't need this one as well. This is part of coding in terms of refactoring, fine-tuning, and cleaning up a project. Now, this seems like a lot of work, what I'm doing here, but it's still saving time versus doing everything from scratch and getting it the way I want it to be. We'll leave that one. For lists, this I believe we could get rid of because, again, Bootstrap will take care of all of this for us. So we'll get rid of lists. Accessibility, we'll keep this one for now. We're going to keep the alignments. Buttons, we're going to keep buttons. Now, some of the code in here we're going to change because we're going to change some of the color variables. Captions, this I think we're going to relocate. Yeah, so I'll take everything here. I'll copy it. And I'll combine it into our media file. Scroll down here and paste it in right there. So now we can get rid of the captions file. Columns, we're not going to need this one. Comments. This we can relocate since it's only a couple of lines. And we're probably going to put it in our post and pages file. So we'll go over here and paste it there. Save that. So we can get rid of our comments file there. Copy. Now this file we're not going to need as well. But we'll take the block quote, copy it. We'll put it in our post and pages. We'll put it right there. So the copy.scss file, again, most of this stuff is going to be handled by Bootstrap. I wanted to move the block quote because we're going to be adding in some other code there. But the rest of this stuff we don't need. So we can get rid of the copy file. It's safer to delete using the editor since it does put everything in the recycle bin. But I also want to teach you how to use the command line, which is very powerful. But with that power comes responsibility. All right, so let's go into fields. That we're going to keep. Galleries. We'll take this. We'll probably refactor some of this, but we'll take it. And we'll put it in our media folder, our media file. Go down here and paste it right there. So then we don't need galleries. Let's delete that one. This one, we don't need this as well. Links, we'll keep that one. We're keeping our media file. We'll keep the mixins file as well. We're keeping the post and pages, the tables. Now for typography, what do we want to do here? We actually don't need this. So I'll X out of it. I'll delete typography. All right, so what are we left with? We're left with accessibility, alignments, buttons, colors, fields, links, media, mixins, post and pages, tables, and widgets. Now there are a couple of other files I'm going to want to create, especially when it comes to our navigation system. And I'll create a header and a footer SCSS file and a social media file as well. But now what I want to do, let me X out of that. You see here we have other files. We have 11 files here. And I have, let me see how many files am I importing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 versus the 11 here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so we can create these files now. I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to change directory into custom. I'm going to introduce you to another command. It's called touch. This is going to create the files that I want in the current folder. Remember that for these files, they need to start with an underscore. And I know I want a header.scss file. I'll put a space. I also know I want an underscore footer.scss file. Another space. Underscore menus.scss space. And then underscore social menu.scss. So now we're creating 4 new files that'll be located in the custom folder using the touch command in terminal. Hit enter. Let's ls-l. And now you see we have header, body.scss, menus.scss, social menu.scss, and footer.scss. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 files in here. And they correspond with these files here. Colors is being imported. Mixins is being imported. The header file is being imported. The menus file, the links file, the buttons file, the fields file, post and pages, widgets, media, tables, and footer. Now the order matters because CSS is cascading style sheets, meaning it's top to bottom. So the order of these files and their code that's inside of them matters in the order that they're inputted. Take a look at this file, pause the video if you have to, make sure everything looks the same. Alright, so now what I want to do, let me open up the colors file right here, and we're going to change all of these colors. I'm just going to paste in what I'm going to be currently using, but we're going to be changing these color variables. Alright, so these are the colors that we're going to be using. That also means that inside of our other files, where we reference the previous colors, we're going to have to change those as well. So open up accessibility. Let's see what we have here. We see here, this color we're going to have to change. What I'm going to want is this color light gray. So it's $ color __ light gray. Then I'll change this one here to this one here, color strong blue. So this is for screen readers. It's in the accessibility file. Sass, you can nest your CSS. So it's going to be for this class, the screen reader text. And then after this is set up, once it processes, there'll be another one, screen reader text with the pseudo element of focus, or the pseudo attribute focus. And then we have this code. And the rest of the code in this file looks like it'll stay the same. Let's go to alignments, see what we have here. We'll leave this code the same, X out of it. Let's go to buttons, X out of that one. Let's see what we have here. I'm gonna actually delete all this and paste in my code. It's shorter, and I'll just explain what it does. We're gonna be targeting the button, input reset, input submit. We're gonna make the border 0. The background color, we're gonna make it a dark gray. That's right here. The color of the text will be white. Line height 1. This is the padding that's going to be set on it. And the transition background will be set to 0.2 seconds. Let's go to fields. Let's see what's here. X out of that one. I'm actually going to close the sidebar as well, just to give us more space. All right, so for this one, we're going to change this right here. What I'll do is I'll take the color file and drag it to the right side so we can see the colors here. So for that color, I want the medium gray. Paste that there. And for the border color, same thing. We're going to remove the border radius. I'm just going to replace it with 100%. Now, we're not targeting the border here, but we're just saying that these fields are going to be 100% of the viewport. And for the padding, I'll replace it with 0.375 rem, relative ems. Now for the focus version of it, I'll replace the color with that, color dark gray, and I'll just add a border color. And I want it to be dark gray as well, just in case. Now for the select over here, I'm going to change that to medium gray. And then here, I'm going to add some padding. Now you could use relative ems or you could use ems. We'll play around with both and see if we need to change that up. Over here for the margin, the top and bottom will be 0.3125 rems, and left and right will be 0. We'll save that file. Everything else looks fine there. Now what I'll do is I'll come up here to the breadcrumbs area of the editor itself. Click on that, and I'll go to the next file. Over here, I'm just going to paste in my code. We're going to be targeting the site footer and the anchor elements. Give it a color of light gray. And then the hover state of those, we'll have it like this. Again, this is Sass, so we could nest this if we want. But I also want to show you the written out version of it. So then we'll go here to the next file, which is header.scss. And then this is the code we're going to be putting into here. We haven't set up the actual code in the template files for this, but this is the starter code for this CSS for that. I'm just putting this up here, the body overflow hidden. But then for the H1 site title, just putting in a little bit of letter spacing. The site title A and visited is going to be color white. The description is going to be a font size of 1 rem. And the header image is going to be set to 100% width, and height is going to be set to auto. This is for the header image that's going to be on our front page file and our home page file for the blog roll. In the customizer, we're going to have the capability to add a header image to these two sections. And then we're putting in an empty string for the content. We're making this a position of absolute, width 100, height 100, top left 0, 0, and the background color for those. those. Now for the header button, this is the code for that, the CSS code. Just a little bit of letter spacing and making sure there's no border radius. We're doing the transition background to 0.2 seconds. Custom header image, background position, center, background size is set to cover. Padding is set to 10% and 0, position relative. And then for the WP-custom header, position relative, margin top 5 pixels. For the iframe, this is if you're going to be putting in a video in the header section. This is what will be there. It'll be set to 100% width. And then for the header video button, position's absolute. It's going to be set to the bottom right. Background color is going to be red. The padding is going to be set to these values. And then this is for the hover state and the focus state. All right, let's go back here, go to links, see if there's anything we have to change here. I'm going to add in some code here as well. What I'll do is I'll replace what I have here with the code that I want to have. Select all. I'm pasting in my code. Not much is changing, but we are changing the color to light blue, set to this value. Transition, all of them are going to transition to 0.3 seconds ease. Text decoration is going to be set to none. For the visited state, it'll be set to this, color medium gray. For the hover, focus, and active, it's going to be set to the strong blue. Focus, thin dotted, hover, and active, outline set to 0. Go to the media file. Let's see what's changed here. I'm going to change some of this around. For this, I'll set that to height auto, but for iframe, I don't want that there, but I'll actually put the image there instead. And this is where I'll put the iframe. Take out the height for that one. Have it like that. All right, so for our embeds, image, and objects, we're gonna have a max width 100%. Height is set to auto. And then for the iframe, max width is gonna be set to 100%. We'll leave the figure alone. What I wanna do is over here, underneath figure, when an anchor link is an image and it's hovered, I'm going to make the opacity of that image go down a little bit to 0.8. And then the transition will be 0.3 seconds ease. We can leave it to this here, and we might not actually need it here. So we'll play around with that, and I'll show you that, how you could test that with your developer tools from your browser. And then under here, I'm going to paste in some more code. Save this. I'm going to create another file in our source folder for JavaScript, but this is going to be for iframes when they're set inside of a paragraph tag. Scroll down, and everything else here is going to be basically the same. All right, so let me X out of these. Let's go to the next file, menus. All right, so we're going to be using Bootstrap as a framework for the front end. So I'm going to paste in my code and how I want to handle the navigation. We're going to be using some of these classes that are set up by Bootstrap, and we're going to import them or implement them within our template files. So this is the CSS for those. For the brand, we're going to have the opacity set to 0.7 when it's hover to focus. The color is going to be white for the text. For this class here, or this set of classes, background color is going to be set to this. For the drop down item, we're going to make it color white, and we're going to make sure that it's recognized as being important, meaning that it overrides anything else. And then for hover and focus, it'll be light gray. Background color, dark gray. Active and active, it's going to be set to light gray. Background color, transparent. Disabled, light gray. Background color, transparent. For the Navbar toggler, it's not going to have any borders. For the visitor link for the nav link, set to white. And this is for navigation in the sidebar. Go to mixins, and this one, we're not going to need this right here. So we could delete that, save that. Let's go to post and pages. Let me X out of these. Let's see what needs to be changed here. I'm going to delete this right here. And this right here we could delete as well. I'm not going to be using this. But for the block quote, I'm going to paste in my own values for this. Here we're setting the border color to red, border style solid, border width. These are the values. Basically top, right, bottom, and this is the left value right there. Then the padding. We'll leave the comment content the same. And I'm just going to put in a font style of italic for the by post author. And then underneath this, I'll just paste in some additional code. And I'll just tell you what it's going to do. This is not a masterclass in CSS, so I just want to show you the starter code for our theme, or the starter CSS code for the theme. But let me scroll up over here. So for the entry title, we're going to give it a color of medium gray, word break, break all. When it's hovered over, give it the color strong blue. For cat links, tags links, edit link, comments link, we'll give it a little bit of margin. And I'll show you what that looks like in the browser once we process everything. For post and page navigation, meaning when you're going from one post to the other or one page to the other, this is the style that's going to be given to that. A text aligned center, nav next, margin top 5 pixels, previous, and next are going to be given these values over here: background color, color white, border, padding, color is going to be black, font size will be 15 pixels, display block, and then when it's hovered over, this is going to be the color, red, and the color of the text will be white. And then we're going to use some of our Font Awesome classes over here, but give it a little bit of margin. And then these are some additional CSS that I'm going to be using. It's emulating some of the Bootstrap features, but going a little bit further up. And then we're using media queries. So everything's going to be processed here first, but then if the viewport is 992 pixels or larger, then it'll implement this. Anything smaller will be this, unless it's otherwise noted, where the styles might change in these media query sections. In this case, we're pretty much on a laptop or a desktop. So then we want our nav links, nav previous to be floating left, and nav next to be floating right, and text align will be right. For this one, nav links over here is going to display inline block, margin top 0. You're going to see what this is going to be used for in a few, but when min width is between 576 pixels and a max width of 991.98 pixels, this is the value that'll be given to margin top. It's a little bit different than what's up here. But then when it's like on a laptop or a desktop, this is the value there. We could probably combine this media query with this one, but I'll just keep them separate for now. We'll probably have a section of this tutorial on refactoring, because trust me, code always needs to be refactored. Let's go to the next option here, next file. Now this is going to be for our social media links to our profiles on different social websites. So I'll paste it here, the code that I'm going to be using. It's a lot of code and a lot of it's just repetitive, but I'll just give you a rundown of what's taking place. For the unordered list that's inside of the menu social class, we're going to have list style none. Padding is going to be set to 0. For the list items, will be display inline block. And now for the before anchor element, list item in menu social, display inline block, border radius will be 50 to make it more like a circle. Padding will be set to 0.625 rems. This is the font family. We're going to be using Font Awesome 6 brands, but we need a backup just in case, so it'll be sans serif. Color will be set to color white. We'll be anti-aliasing the fonts, and then the width and the height will be set to 44 pixels. When it's hovered over, there'll be a little bit of opacity given. Then these are the values from Font Awesome. So for dig, that's the value for dig.com. That's the color we'll be using. For dribble, that's the value for dribble, color. Same thing for Etsy, value, color. Flipboard, the value and the color. For Meetup, the value and the color. Quora, same thing. Snapchat, Skype, these are the values and the colors. If you need to pause the video, copy down the code. We have for Mix, we have for Facebook, Flickr, Foursquare, GitHub, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Reddit, SoundCloud, Stack Overflow, Tumblr, Twitter, Vimeo, Yelp, YouTube, and WordPress.com. Go over the file, pause the video where necessary, and make sure your code looks the same. Let's go to the next file, tables. And this we're going to keep pretty much the same, but I'll just add a little bit of styling. Just giving a little bit of border and some padding to it. Widgets. We're going to add some new code here, so I'll just copy and paste and I'll just walk you through it. Most of this stayed the same on the top. The margins stayed the same. The select max width stayed the same. We added some padding to the UL list items. And then for the widget search and search field, we set that to 100%. You'll see that once we process everything and look at the front of the site itself, the search form position relative, search form label, display inline, search form input type search, give it a little bit of padding. The submit button for the search submit set to 100%. When it's hovered over, it's going to transition to a color black. And then the secondary widget title, gave it a little bit of border width, border style, color, some letter spacing, padding left, and text transform. So that should be it for our SCSS files. They should match what's here, but now we're going to have to import these other aspects of our theme and then process them so that way they get reflected on the front end. And that's what we're going to do next. We're going to create our automation tools, and that's going to simplify a lot of our workflow. So I'm going to X out of these for now. And actually, let me continue building out the structure that I'm going to ultimately want for the theme itself. So here in the sidebar, you see we have our root folder here, DevWP. I'm going to want to have a distribution folder there too. So you can either right click, new folder. I'll type out dist for distribution, or you can use the terminal and use the make dir command. Inside the distribution, I'm going to want to have a couple of more folders. One for CSS, one for images. And let me make sure I'm doing this right, because I always use the terminal to create my files and folders. Change directory to dist. Okay, so what I did here is using VS Code, the GUI version on the sidebar, I created a subfolder in the CSS folder, which is not what I intended. I'll change directory to the CSS folder, and I see the images folder there. So I'll just move images up one directory. And now we see that in the CSS folder, we have nothing else there. I'll go up a directory, ls-l, and we see I have the CSS folder and the images folder. I'll just use the make dir command, and I want to create a JavaScript folder. And we see we have those. And you see here in the sidebar, it's done correctly. We have 3 empty subfolders in the distribution folder. Now, I've always wanted to write a book about WordPress theme development. And I actually started a few years ago, but it's just a project I never got to finish. So what I figured for this rendition of DevWP, if you buy the theme, it's going to have another folder in it with all my notes, like a documentation folder. So I'll go up into the root of my theme, and I'm going to make dir docs. And in here is where I'm going to have all my notes about the different aspects of WordPress theme development, from the different things you have to look out for when developing in Windows versus macOS versus Linux, to setting up your developer environment, to how to handle Composer, Node, NPM, Gulp, and other aspects of theme development in all of my notes. So it's like a book, but it's more like documentation, and it's going to be built into the theme. Now if we look at the sidebar again, we see we have this file here in the JS folder, and this file we don't need, so I'll just delete it. And this customizer.js file we are going to use, but I'm going to put it into my JS folder of the distribution folder. And then what I'll do is, let me make sure I do this right. In terminal, I will move the JS folder that's in the root. Right now it's empty, but I'm going to move it to the source folder. And now we see that inside the source folder, we have our Sass folder that we've been working on. We also have our JavaScript folder. Now what I'm going to do is change directory into the source folder, into the JavaScript folder. We see we have nothing there. I'm going to create 2 new files that I know we're going to need. One of them is the miscellaneous.js file. And then the next one will be bootstrap-hover.js. Now this file is going to have code that enables you to hover over the drop-down section in the navigation bar, and it gives you the hover effect, and then also makes the parent element clickable. So I'm going to show you that code too. So now we see we have 2 files in there. I'm going to go up to the root directory. I'm going to want to create my fonts folder for the Font Awesome fonts. I'll call it web fonts. So make dir web fonts. And again, that's in the root of our theme. Let me check something out here, see what underscores comes with. I'm going to want to open up. Let me go to the sidebar. All right, so I'm going to change some stuff here. I'm going to paste in my code. We don't need this right here. Just want to make sure there's no doubles over here. So we can get rid of this one, get rid of this one. All right, so basically these are some rules that we're setting to null for our stylelintrc.json file. When we're linting our files, it's going to look to make sure that we're formatting things properly. And we're setting these values here to null. All right, so we also have the composer.json file here. You can take a look at the current file that you have, but I'm going to change the code. I'm going to paste mines in. I'll walk you through what's different. This is the composer.json file. We have the name, we have the description, we have the type, we have the license, the home page. We're requiring PHP 7.4 or greater, configuration platform, PHP. We're going to use the allow plugins dealer direct, PHP code sniffer, composer installer, true. In our required dev, we're going to be using the PHP parallel lint. And notice the version numbers of some of these that were there before. have been updated. We're also going to be using the security advisories, the PHP code sniffer composer installer, PHP compatibility 2.14, the CLI bundle 2.5, and the coding standards. And the scripts that we're going to have, we have lint PHP. We're going to be looking for any syntax errors that might exist. We're excluding the Git folder, which will be created in a few, the vendor folder, and the node modules folder. Then we have lint WordPress coding standards. We're going to be linting our PHP to make sure that we're following the formatting standards that WordPress wants us to use. If there's any issues, we can fix them right here. We'll fix WordPress coding standards. And then when we need to make a pot file, we can run this command. So that's our composer.json file. Let me close this one up. All right, let's look for the package.json file. Take a look at the file that you currently have, and then I'm going to be changing it up with my code. And my code's tested on both Windows and macOS, and it works. There are some issues with the current iteration of underscores package.json file, and I correct those in mine. All right, so this is my package.json file, the name, DevWP, the version number of this file, the description, the author, the license. Now for the dev dependencies, these are the dependencies that we're going to be using. Font Awesome, we're going to be using the WordPress scripts, Auto Prefixer, Bootstrap, dir Archiver. We're going to be using Gulp, Gulp Concat, Post CSS, Rename, Sass, Uglify, Post CSS, and Sass. Now to take care of some of the security warnings, I have some overrides over here to call in a more recent version of Chocodar and Glob Parent. And these are the scripts that we have at our disposal. We're going to be able to lint our CSS. We'll be able to fix the CSS if there's any issues. We'll be able to lint the JavaScript and fix them. And we actually have our Gulpfile that's outside of where we're going to be linting for our JavaScript. So we'll be able to lint that as well and fix any issues there. And then when we want to bundle our package, I have two different scripts here for that. One's for development purposes and then one's for production. Take a look at the code, pause the video if you need to copy it down. If you get the theme from my website, then you'll already have access to these files. All right, so now let's go to our PHP XML dist file. I'm going to close off the sidebar here, and we're going to be changing up this code as well. So what I'll do is I'll copy and paste my code. You could take a look at what you currently have first, and then I'm going to paste in mine. All right, so let's go over the code. Go back to the top. We have our XML version number, our rule set, a little description, just some comments over here. We're going to set the memory limit up to 256. We're going to create our cache file to let Composer run a little bit faster. Now this file goes hand in hand with the composer.json file. When it comes to the flags that we're going to be using for PHP CS, these are the flags that you have, the options. So we're going to be using show progress. We're going to show the sniffs. We're going to print verbose output, but we're not going to show the warnings as of yet. You can change this if you want, but for now we're not going to be doing that. We're going to set our base path, that's to the current folder. We're going to allow up to 20 files to be scanned or checked simultaneously. We're only going to be working on the PHP files themselves. We're going to enable the colors feature, and we're going to check all files in the DevWP directory and the directories below it. We're going to exclude these patterns, the vendor folder and the node modules folder, and we're going to make this file in a few. This is going to be for our Navwalker. In this tutorial, I show you how to create a custom Navwalker. Previously, I used to use some that you can find on GitHub, but over the years, those have become a little bit outdated, and I wanted a more fine-tuned version of it. So I'll walk you through the process of creating a custom Navwalker. All right, so this is verify that the text domain is set to the desired text domain, DevWP. Allow for theme-specific exceptions to the file name rules. We're going to set the minimum supported WordPress version, which is 5.6. We should actually increase that. When we refactor the code, we'll go about doing that. And these are some other rules that we have. There's no need to adjust alignment of large arrays, so we're going to set that value to false. Don't align multi-line items if all items in the array are multi-line. Align multi-line items value 100. Array assignment operator should always be on the same line as the array key. Ignore new lines, false. And then we're going to make sure that everything in the global namespace is prefixed in the theme. Now this is going to be important because we want to make sure our global variables and our functions and things are namespaced properly. If they're local variables inside of a function itself, they don't need a prefix. But if it's in the global namespace, we don't want to have a collision or an issue with other variables that maybe a plugin might create. So we're going to prefix ours with DevWP underscore. We're going to exclude some of these rules over here from the coding standards. We're going to also add in some extra rules as well over here. So officially WordPress core currently supports, this should be changed, 7.4 plus. So our test version will be 7.4, and then we're going to exclude some of these patterns over here. And that's our php.cs.xml.distribution file, or dist file. Take a look at the code, pause the video, copy it down if you need to, make sure it matches what we have here. And again, this file corresponds to our composer.json file. Now, you already saw the package.json file. Let's see if we have any other files that we need. All right, so I'm going to open up the terminal. Let me create a couple of more files. One of them is .editor config. The other one is .gitignore space, then .git attributes space, and then this one is Gulpfile.js. Hit enter. And now we see we have the editor config, git attributes, gitignore, Stylelintrc.json, which we already had. And we have our gulp file. I'm going to remove the ESLint file for now. So now I want to work on the editor config file itself. So let's open up that file, editor config. I'm going to paste in my code. And this is just letting the editors or IDEs that we work with know how we want our files to work in terms of line ending, spacing, things of that nature. You could learn more about it by going to this link right here and going to editorconfig.org. So we have to set the root to true. Every file is going to have to be a character set of UTF-8. End of line will be LF. Insert final new line true. Trim trailing white space true. Indent style will be tab. But for all JSON files, indent style will be space. You notice over here we have some tabs, so I should have probably put that in first. Any markdown files, trim trailing white space will be set to false. And then for all text files, they'll be set to CRLF. So one's for Windows, the other one's for Linux and macOS. LF is for Linux and macOS, and CRLF is for Windows. All right, so let me see something. If I take everything here, copy it, delete it, and paste, nah, it didn't change. All right, so that's fine. No big deal. Take a look at the code, copy it down. Let's go to Git attributes. I'm going to paste in my code. So basically, this is going to set the default behavior in case your core auto CRLF isn't set. So all text will be set to auto. We're going to declare text files that will always be normalized and converted to native line endings on checkout. The editor config text, git attributes text, gitignore text. All CSS files will be set to text. That's how all these are set. The map file is going to be set to text space dash diff. Remember, text is set to auto. Now all PHP files are going to be set to LF, end of line LF. Now for files that are truly binary and should not be modified, all JPEG, JPG will be set to binary. JPEG, JPEG will also be set to binary. Then TTF and .woff2 will also be set to binary. So that's the Git attributes file. And since we're going to be utilizing Git, it's important to have this set up. Let's go to Gitignore, paste in my code. All right, so this file specifies intentionally untracked files that Git should ignore. So any icon within macOS, that should be ignored. In Windows, the thumbs.db file, the encryptable ones, and these other ones should be ignored. On the folder config file, the desktop.ini file should be ignored. And then we're going to be ignoring all files and directories starting with a period or these other symbols. So that's here. Now, when we use the exclamation point, we're saying that we don't want to ignore these files. Now, notice up here we said all period files or all files that start with a period should be ignored. But we do want to track the editor config file, the git attributes and gitignore files, and the Stylelintrc.json file. We want to ignore all log files, but we do want to track the composer.log file. We're going to ignore all log files, and we're going to ignore the node modules and the vendor folder. All right, so let me X out of some of these up here. Let me open up the gulp file that we created, and I'm going to paste in my code here, and I'll walk you through what we're doing. All right, so this is going to go hand in hand with the package.json file. So in this file, we're setting a couple of constants, a few constants. First and foremost, we're going to be utilizing these modules and packages from Gulp, source, destination, watch, and parallel, and we're going to require Gulp. We're going to be setting a constant of auto prefixer. We're going to require auto prefixer. And again, it corresponds right here. the gulp concat. This is to concatenate files. We're going to be using Sass, so it's going to process our Sass files. We also need post CSS for that. And to minify our JavaScript code, we're going to be using the uglify or gulp uglify. And then we're going to use gulp rename to rename some files. Now we also have some other constants over here. The constant root is going to be for the current folder DevWP with a /. And then for our SCSS const, that's going to be root plus source Sass. Remember our folder and file structure. So it corresponds with this section right here. We're going into the root of our theme, DevWP, and then we're going into the source folder in our Sass folder. So that's what this const value is. This is the value and this is the const. Then for JavaScript, again, root, source, and then our JavaScript folder. And then for JS distribution, where we're going to put our JavaScript files at the end of it, would be right here. Root plus distribution in here. And then we're going to be having a const of style watch files with the value of all the SCSS files in our Sass folder. And then we're going to create an array over here as an array object in JavaScript. And this is the order we're going to be operating them on. We're going to install Bootstrap. So that'll be first. And then we're going to have from our JS root, our Bootstrap hover.js file, and then our miscellaneous.js file. These two files right there. Now, this one we're going to run on the command line individually. This is to copy the fonts, and we're going to copy these fonts into the root and the web fonts folder right here. Right now it's empty, but we'll import or copy those fonts into that folder. And now for these functions, the CSS and JavaScript functions, this one takes a little bit more explaining. So we have our function CSS. We're going to return source. We're going to be looking in our Sass folder with the SCSS constant that we have. And then we're going to add to it right here with the plus sign, the style.scss. So that's what we're going to be working on with this. That's going to be the source. We're going to set source maps to true. And then this is how you work with these functions. We're going to pipe through Sass. Again, remember we're using Sass for this. Initially, we're going to have an output style of expanded, meaning it's human readable. And then we'll log any errors. We're going to pipe the results of this into post CSS auto prefixer. So any prefixes that need to be added to any CSS code based on browsers will be added. And once this is done processing, the final result will be sent to our root distribution folder and be placed inside of the CSS folder. Then we're going to go ahead and repeat some of the steps from above. We're going to use Sass again, but this time we're going to compress the output style. That's going to make it minified. And again, we'll use auto prefixer with post CSS, and then we'll just put it into the root, and source maps will also be in the root. So it'll process all of our CSS or SCSS, and it'll place it or replace what's here. Now for JavaScript, we have our JavaScript function here. We're going to look at the JS source. We're going to set source maps to true. We're going to concatenate all the files that are in JS source together. And then we're going to put a human readable version inside of our destination folder here. Right here. And then we're going to uglify it, meaning minify it, and then rename it, and then put it in that folder as well. It'll have the .min.js file extension instead of the regular devwp.js. And then we'll have source maps on that as well. Over here, we're going to be watching the style watch files with the CSS function. And we're also going to watch the JS source folder with the JavaScript function. And then we have to export the copy fonts, exports the build. We're going to do this in parallel, meaning CSS and JavaScript. And then our defaults will be watch all. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I'll open up my terminal. I'm going to clear the screen. And since I have my package.json file and my composer.json file, and since we already installed Composer and we already installed Node, we have access to packages. Then we also have access to NPM. The first command I'll put in is NPM Install. Mind you, this is in the terminal. Hit enter. It's going to start installing everything that's inside of our package.json file. This could take a few moments, so I'll just pause it on my side and I'll unpause it when it's done. Once it's done, you're going to see that we have all these packages have been included and they've been audited and we have 0 vulnerabilities. The next command is composer install. Once it's done, you're going to see in a sidebar, let's close this out, and this one. Now we have the node modules folder and we have the vendor folder. So in here is where we have all of the packages that are being utilized by our package.json and our Gulpfile. See, Bootstrap is right there. You can take a look at the files if you want. We'll come back to that file in particular in a few because we're going to want to use that. Scroll back up. There's a lot of packages in there. And then we have our vendor folder for Composer right here. As we go forward, I'll show you how to use some of the scripts that we have in our composer.json file and our package.json file. But if you remember, over here in our Gulp file, we need to copy our fonts because in our fonts folder here, it's currently empty. So we got to use the command gulp copy fonts. But if we don't have Gulp CLI set up on our system, this might not work. And if it doesn't, I'll show you how to correct that. And it worked. All right, so if we go into our folder now you see you have the fonts imported. If you don't have Gulp CLI imported into your system or set up for your system, then you use this command. It would be npm install global gulp-cli and then hit enter. I already have it, so we don't need it in this situation. You can also see your Gulp version. You see we're currently using Gulp CLI version 2.3.0 and the local version 4.0.2. All right, so Gulp should work. Let me just double check our folder structure, make sure everything matches so we don't cause any issues. I will look at the Gulp folder here. Again, remember, we're going to be looking into our source folder here, and in particular our Sass file, or our Sass folder, our custom folder, and our JavaScript folder with those two JavaScript files. In this case, we're importing from the node modules folder into Bootstrap, distribution, JavaScript, the bundle file right there. And we're getting the unminified version because remember, we're going to be minifying it ourselves. And then for the CSS, we are going to be looking in our Sass folder. We're going to be working with our style.scss file. So we could open that up also. And in here, we're going to get all of the web font styles from the SCSS folder inside of the node modules, Font Awesome, and the Font Awesome free folder. So we're importing that. And we're setting the Font Awesome path. Web fonts is going to be the default right there. Okay, and for JavaScript, again, source folder right here. We're watching all of those. And based on this, it should work. But before we start processing everything, let me open up my terminal. You can see the version of Git you have installed with Git-V. And now what I want to do is initialize Git for our theme. So I'll type out Git init. And so now you see we have in our editor a bunch of untracked files. That's what this means here. Everything's being untracked. Now Git is a very important tool to use. It's a version control system. It enables you to create a bunch of different branches of ideas. You could try something out without having to copy a folder, put it into a new system, and then trying it out and then merging it later. Here, you could just create a new branch of the same folder, try out your ideas, and if they work, then you just merge it using Git. It's a lot more streamlined. And if you need to go back to a previous version of your project, you could use Git for that as well. It's an indispensable tool, and I think everybody should be using it. So we could type out Git status to see the current status of what we have. So it shows us that currently there's no commits, untracked files, use git add, and then the file to include in what will be committed. So again, remember, we have our Gitignore file, and that's ignoring the vendor folder, the node modules folder, and some of the other files that we don't want to track. So I'm going to type out just a shortcut here, git add all, since we want to commit everything here. I'll hit enter, and then I'll type out git status again. All right, so you see it has everything to be added, and then I'll just add these as well. So I'll just type out git add.editor, tab completion does work, git attributes, gitignore, and stylelintrc.json. Those 4 files. Go up to git status again. All of those are going to be added. So now they are being staged. They're changes to be committed. All right, so now we can say git commit -m for message. I'll just put in first commit. The message first commit is inside of our single quotation marks. Then I'll hit enter, git status, and now we're working on a clean tree. And now you also see that we have our Git folder here. Now, a lot of things that we did before with removing files via the terminal, we would do them a little bit differently since we're using Git. Instead of just removing, we'll use git remove. That way Git will keep full track of what's taking place. That's in case we have to do that. The next step, should we process what we have? I think we should. If it breaks, then since we're using version control, we could go back to the previous version. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type out the command gulp. Let's see what happens here. Now it's starting the file, or starting the processing. It's watching our files that we stipulated we wanted it to watch. I'm going to close these out for now. Over here, I'm going to just change something, and then we're going to see it change here. Right now, if you look at it now, you see this information here. The version number 1.0.0, tested up to 5.4, requires PHP 5.6. This is in the CSS file in our root of our folder of DevWP. So if I go here, and if I change requires at least 5.8 to 5.9 and save it, let's see if this works. It's processing our CSS. You see over here in the sidebar, it has a modified or an M character there for modified. And then you see here, we should have the file rendered here. Now this file wasn't there in the CSS folder of our distribution folder. And also down here, this file was modified now that all that information has been changed. So our CSS is working. All right, so let's see if our JavaScript is working. Let's go here. We don't have our JavaScript yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in my code that we're going to be utilizing. They're very small snippets, and I'll just guide you through exactly what they're doing. All right, so the first one is bootstrap-hover.js. I'm going to paste in my code. But before I save it, let me just walk you through it. I'm going to close off the sidebar. We're calling the global jQuery. We're using it in no conflict mode. Function, $, hover drop-down menu. So in this function, we're going to be looking for the drop-down class. And when we hover over it, we're going to have this function run here on this. We're going to find the .drop-down-menu class in our HTML. That's going to be the attribute that's given for the class. We're going to stop the defaults. We're going to delay it by 200 milliseconds. And then we're going to use a slide down in a slow style function in a slow manner. And then we're going to repeat the steps from above, but then we're going to use a slide up slow. So this is going to give us the capability to have a hover effect with our drop down elements. By default, Bootstrap doesn't enable that. They're all based on clicks. So here, that's why we're stopping that and allowing the hover effect to work. And over here, this makes the parent menu link clickable. We're going to look for the drop-down-toggle class click function. If this .next function is visible, we're using the window.location, this attribute, and we're going to add the href to it. So that way we can make it clickable. Copy the code, pause the video if you have to, and then let's see if it works. We're going to save that. You see down here starting JavaScript, and it finished. Now if we go to the sidebar, you see we have the modified there. And then here in distribution, we now have devwp.js has been created, the min file has been created, and the source maps file has been created. All right, so that's working. Now let's go into miss.js. I'm going to paste in my code here. This one is for our responsive iframe backup. Remember in the media.scss file that we created earlier, we're going to be working with any iframe that's inside of a paragraph tag. If a paragraph has an iframe, we're going to use the CSS function there. We're going to add the position relative, padding bottom, height 0, overflow hidden. Very basic. Let's save that. And now everything's been changed in terms of our JavaScript files. You see the amount of time it took to process right here. And you see we have the modified icon here in these files. I'm going to X out of these for now. And now since we're running Gulp down here in our terminal, what if we want to also use Git and check the status? We could add another terminal window here. So now we have two terminal windows. Change directory to the WP content directory, themes. Then DevWP, we see we're there. And now we can type out git status, and you see that we have the modified files, and then we have the untracked files. All right, so these files don't have the changes staged for commit yet, and these files need to be tracked. So I'll just type out git add all, and then I'll type out git status again. And now we should be able to use git commit -m, and I'll just type out processed our Sass and JS files. Git status, and we're on a clean tree. Then you can go back to the other terminal window if you want. Now, in order to stop Gulp from processing, you would hit the Control-C, and now it's not processing. So any changes you make to the Sass files or your JavaScript files here won't be reflected in your outputted files in terms of your root style.css file or the JavaScript files that are being utilized by the theme. Now, the thing is, we do have to go back in and change our functions file because that folder structure being utilized there is not what's being utilized in this manner here. in terms of how we're processing our files. So let's do that next. All right, so I'm going to close out of the terminal because we're not going to be utilizing any automation at this point. And what I'll do is I'll open up the functions.php file. I'll close out that file and take a look at this file here. This is how you add functionality to your theme. Now, first things first, we're not going to be using everything within this file in the way that it's set up here. We're going to be actually putting most of this functionality into separate files, and we'll keep them inside of our includes folder. All right, so let's go over what we're going to be doing here. First things first, we're going to change the constant over here. We're going to change it to DevWP, changing the version number to 4.5. But what I want to do also, at the top of all of my PHP files, I'm going to paste in this snippet here. What this does, it's a PHP technique to prevent direct file access when WordPress isn't loaded. So we're using if abs path is not defined, we're just going to exit. And this will be on top of all of our PHP files. And then everything here in the setup, we're going to take all this, and we're going to change the location. Let me open up a terminal window. I'm going to change directories to our inks folder. And in this folder, I'm going to create a file, theme-setup.php. I'm going to close the sidebar for now. So what I'll do is I'll go into the ink folder, and you see we have this new file right here. So we're going to put in our code here for the setup function that we have over here. So everything down all the way to right here will relocate over here. So I'm going to paste in my code, and we'll do a side-by-side comparison. I'll save that. Then I'll just drag it to the side here, scroll all the way up, and now let's take a look at what we have. I only put in the comment over here for the security feature, and in every other file, I'll just put exit if accessed directly. And then I'll put that if conditional. If the apps path is not defined, then we exit. What will stay in the functions.php file is everything from here on up. Here, we took this entire function, the DevWP_setup function, we wrapped it inside of if function doesn't exist, DevWP_setup. So if this function doesn't exist, this makes it child theme friendly. So then we have the code here. It's almost exactly the same, except for here I have the return type declaration of void. The load theme text domain DevWP is the same. Automatic feed links is the same. Title tag, add theme support, post thumbnails. And now for the navigation functionality, we have our primary menu, and we also have our social menu. I'm going to reduce the size of this just a little bit to make it easier to see side by side. I'm assuming that most of you are watching this either on your computer or laptop, or maybe a larger tablet. So you still should be able to see the code pretty well. When I do a side-by-side comparison, I'll do it in this manner. Now for the add theme support, HTML5, everything's basically the same, but I just added this comment over here. Set up the WordPress core custom background feature, we leave that the same. Add theme support custom selective refresh widgets, we leave that the same. And then I'm adding support for the editor styles, and we have it looking for the editor_styles.css that'll be inside of our distribution folder. We haven't created that file yet, so we will create that. Matter of fact, let me go into terminal, change directories, go up, and then into Dist, CSS. See what we currently have there. So now I'm going to touch, that's to create the file, editor styles.css. This is when you're working in the classic editor to make sure what you see in the admin section when you're creating a post or page, that some of the styles match what you see in the front end as well. And now you see we have it there. Make sure it's named properly. Editor-styles.css. All right, so that file is created. Right now it's empty. So what I'll do is I'll go into the node modules, scroll all the way down to where it says Bootstrap, distribution, CSS. Let's look for this code right here. And then let's go into Dist, CSS, editor styles. Paste that in right there. We can remove this for now. What we're saying is that the reboot that Bootstrap provides, we're going to be utilizing that for our editor styles. Now we can go further into customizing the way that looks, but it's not as vital of a component, and maybe we'll save that for another video. All right, so that's done. All right, so then we have our add support for core custom logo. We have it set a little bit differently. The height is going to be 50. The width will stay the same at 250. We have the flex width and flex height the same. And for the header text, because we're going to be working with a customizer for this, the array of site title and site description. And then we're also enabling support for post formats. In another video, we'll go into how to customize each of these, but it's another way to style and format some of the posts that you share on your site. We could also learn more about it at this link right here. Then we have our add action after setup theme, DevWP_setup. And then we have the end diff over here. Now this is new, and it belongs to this if conditional right here. All right, so then we have our if conditional. If the function doesn't exist, DevWP content with, then we create it here, and it's basically the same. Now for the widgets, we're not going to be utilizing this here. And for the styles, you see we have 2 errors over here, but we're going to be doing things a little bit differently. So we're going to need a different file here. So I'll go back to terminal, change directory. All right, so now I am going to touch theme scripts.php, and let me make the widgets one also. All right, so over here, I'll go to the breadcrumbs up here. I'll go to theme scripts, and I'm going to paste in my code, and we'll do a side-by-side comparison with what underscores provides. Let me scroll to the top over here. So we're starting off over here. This is for the scripts. Again, we have our documentation up here, very simple documentation. We have our little security feature here. Then we have our if condition over here. If this script doesn't exist, then we create it. Now, if you're using a child theme, and if you recreate this function there, then that one will be utilized. So in that case, it will exist, so then this will not be initialized. All right, so we have the WP&Q style. That's the same function we're using. Here we're just going to give it the WP-style-min handle. We'll use the get style sheet URI, array, and then version number. You see here, it's set to the underscores version number, but we changed the constant name to ours. And then we have the RTL, the right to left over here. That's the same. And then for scripts, we have DevWP-JS. Instead of get template directory URI and doing it in this manner, we're using the newer function, get_theme_file_URI. And then we're looking in the distribution folder, in the JavaScript folder. I'm looking for devwp.min.js file. In the array, we're going to be utilizing jQuery as a dependency, using the devwp version number, that's the constant, and then we're setting it to be true to display in the footer. And then this is the same over here. For the is singular, comments open, get options, thread comments. Then we're using the same add action, WP_NQ scripts. And then over here, we're going to be calling in another file that we're going to need. Now, this is going to be for some JavaScript we need on the administration side of our website. That's the back end of our site. So we could create those files as well. I'll go to terminal, change directory, and then I want to go into the Dist folder, into the JavaScript folder. You see we currently have these files there. So in here, I'm going to create another file, touch admin.js. And you see it's there now. All right, so I'll open up that file and I'll paste in some code there. And then later on when I create the functionality, I'll go back and forth and show you what I'm doing. So I'll go up here, go to Dist, JS, admin.js. And I'm paste this code in here. It's a very simple jQuery code. Basically, it's handling some of the way we can view our documentation that's inside the theme in the administration section. And I'll go over this code when I demonstrate it on the back end. I'll X out of it for now. But we also see that we need a admin CSS file. So in the terminal, I'll go up a folder and then into the CSS folder. And then I'll create that file. Then I'll go back into distribution, CSS, and here, and I'll paste in my code for there. And this is some simple CSS code that'll take care of how it's displayed in the back end. And again, I'll demonstrate how this looks when we create that functionality. So I'll X out of that. And then over here, we're using add action, but since this is going to be on the back end and not the front end, you see we're using admin_NQ scripts instead of WP_NQ scripts. And this correlates to our function name. That's the callback. All right, so that's that. So in our functions.php file, we could actually delete this now because we don't need that. Save that. And we could actually delete the content with and the code that's for the DevWP underscore setup from the functions file. Because again, we're using the theme setup.php file. But we do want to leave the constants for our version number. So now what about the widgets? Let's go over here. Let's open up that file. And I'll paste in my code for there. All right, let me scroll to the top. Again, at any point in time, just pause the video and copy the code as needed. We have our documentation comment that we need up here, our doc block. Then we have our little security feature. And then again, we're using the if function exists. If it doesn't exist, DevWP underscore widgets underscore init, then we'll create this function over here or utilize this function here. Here, we have the same name. We have the return type declaration set to void. We're going to register the sidebar. The array name, we're going to call this one right sidebar. And I'm doing it this way because in an upcoming video, I'll demonstrate how to create other formats and layouts. Say there's a left sidebar or no sidebar type functionality. So I'm preparing myself for that upcoming video. So we have that set like that. The ID is going to be right sidebar. The description is going to be add widgets here, same as over here. Before widget, we're going to do the section ID, class widget. It's going to be the same. After widget section, that's the same. Now the before title is going to be an h2 tag with the class of widget title. But over here, we're using h3. Now this is from Bootstrap. Bootstrap gives us a bunch of different helper utilities that we can use or helper classes that we could use inside of our class attributes. So this is one of them. This h3 means that it's going to style the h2 in this particular instance just as an h3. So that's helpful. Then after title, we have our closing h2 tag. Over here, you see you only have one widget area. But on my side, we have some more. We have a below content area. If you want to display widgets below your content, meaning in a post or a page or something like that. So let's say you want to have like a call to action or a video or something you want to embed at the bottom of all your posts, then you can do that in here. We're going to register this sidebar. So we have below content, and then the ID is below content. Description is going to be display widgets below your posts. The before widget is going to be a div tag. Class widget, and it's going to say empty-3. So what is that? That means margin top -3. So that's the amount of spacing it has with the margin top. Then we have the after widget, the closing div, the before title. Looks very similar to the one above, and the closing tag there with the after title. Then we have another sidebar, and this is just a demonstration of how you could use Bootstrap in a different way or create footer widgets using some of Bootstrap functionality. So here, we're creating some widgets for our footer section. We give it the ID of footer. The description is add widgets here, very similar to above. Now, the before widget, the div class, is going to be a column LG. So this is something that's helpful with Bootstrap. This is going to make it responsive. So if you have one widget, it'll just take up the whole entire width of the screen. If you have two widgets, it'll be 50-50, half the screen for one widget, the other half for the other. If you have three, then you have the equivalent of 3 widgets on the bottom. And then we have the padding top, 3. That's for spacing. Section ID, class widget, after widget, section, and then closing out the div. Because you see we have the opening div here, opening section there. So we have to close out the section, close out the div. Then before title, then after title. And then add action, widgets init, and then our end if, which belongs up here. All right, so now that means we can get rid of this code right here from our functions.php file. Now we have this section down here in the functions.php file. I'm going to X out of here, X out of there, and X out of there. All right, so in this area here, what it's doing, it's going into the inc folder, and it's grabbing the custom header, the customizer, this file, and this file. But in my case, I don't want it here. So what I'll do is I'll first paste in my code here. I'll explain it. And then I'll show you how we're doing something a little bit different. All right, so underneath the version number here, I'm creating a variable, DevWP underscore inc underscore dir for directory, inc for the directory name, and then the array of files to include. DevWP underscore includes, we have our array. We're going to be calling in the theme setup.php file, the theme scripts.php file, and a new file that we have to create inside of our inc folder, the DevWP-includes.php file. Then we're going to use a for each to loop over the individual items in the array, DevWP underscore includes, and then we're going to loop over them as DevWP underscore file. So basically, all of these are going to have a temporary name inside of this for each loop. Then we're going to require once. We're going to use the get themed file path. And then we're going to use this variable here. We're going to concatenate the file name. So it'll be the inc folder /theme setup.php. Then again, it's looping over it. Inc folder /theme scripts.php. And then again to the DevWP includes.php. All right, so now I'm going to open up my terminal. Go into the inc folder. I hope doing it this way helps you out and you understand why I'm doing it this way in terms of utilizing the terminal to navigate to and from different folders. I think it's just a useful skill to have. You could always use the sidebar or the breadcrumbs or whatever if you want to create a file or navigate to a file. But I like demonstrating some things that I think would be beneficial for you. So if I ls-l here, these are the files that I currently have. Well, I know I'm not going to be using Jetpack, so I'm going to remove that one for now. But wait a minute, remember, I said if we're going to be removing something, now we have to use git remove Jetpack. So now I'm going to create another file, and it's going to be DevWP includes.php. All right, so now we can ls-l, and we see we no longer have the Jetpack file, but we also now have this file. There's going to be a bunch of other files that we're going to need, so I might as well make them now since I'm in this folder. I'm going to first make dir, and in the inc folder, I want to have an options folder as well. So now you see we have the options folder there. Now I'm going to touch. I'm going to create a few files here. Admin functions.php, block editor.php, space, block patterns.php, space, block styles.php. And then we're going to need our Navwalker file. So I'll create that now. BS5 for Bootstrap 5, Navwalker.php. We'll create an extras.php file, a media.php file, an optimizations.php file, and that should be it for now. Everything went okay. Let's look at that. And now we have more files that we could work with. We're going to go into our inc folder. We're going to open up this file. What I'm going to do is paste in my code, and I'll show you the side by side with the other code in functions.php. Scroll up to the top. Let me put this on the side. Again, we have our page documentation. It's just very simple, includes files. We have our security code right there. And then what we're doing is that we're using, instead of get template directory, we're using the get theme file path. So we have it for our admin functions, for our block editor. These two are currently commented out. I'm probably going to make another video for these, but I will include some starter code in those files. And then we have our Navwalker, our custom header, the customizer. I'm going to create this file as well. I'll give you some debugging scripts that you could play with. Then we have our extras file, the media file, optimizations, template functions, template tags, and widgets. And then inside of the options folder, we have to create these files. So I will open up the terminal. We could type out present working directory, just so you can see where you are. We could change directory to options. See, we have nothing there. All right, so now I'm going to create a couple more files. And these are going to be what we use on the admin section of our site in order to see what options are available. So I'll create customizer-options.php. Make sure that's spelled correctly. Give it a space. And then DevWP options.php space. And then widgets or widget-options.php. And now we see we have those files created. We can close off our terminal. And now inside of these files, they are empty. So we're going to have to add our functionality. But we're going to do that in piecemeal. That way it makes a little bit more sense. Everything up to this point has been about setting up our developer environment, setting up our developer code. We haven't even touched some of the code in our template files, but we're getting there. All right, so now we can actually delete all this code here since we are using our code in our includes file in our inc folder. So we could delete this, save that. And this should be your new functions.php file. Take a look at it. Make sure your code looks the same. If you want to open up the sidebar, you see we have a bunch of untracked files and some modified files. A lot of these are empty, so we're going to have to work with them. All right, so I think for the next step is going to be working with our customizer file. That's a big one because we're going to be adding in a lot of new functionality here in order to be able to customize our website. So what we'll do now, let me close off the sidebar. Let me go into the ink folder. So open up what we currently have for the customizer. We see we have an error down here because of the version number. Don't worry about that for now because we're going to change it up. So what I'll do is first walk you through what this code does. This file is very short, but basically what we're doing is we're getting the get settings blog name, blog description, and the header text color. If it's set WP customized selective refresh, we add the partial blog name with the selector and the render callback. And over here, we add the partial for the blog description. And that's it. And we have the render the site title, render the site tagline, and then our JavaScript's being included. Not much is happening in this file. Now I'm gonna take in my code and then walk you through that. I'm gonna delete this here and paste in my code and save it. Now let's go all the way to the top. Remember, we only had a little bit of code before. Now we have 526 lines of code. It's a lot of functionality. So the way I'm doing this now is since I'm pasting in my code in order to make the video a little bit shorter and walking you through it, I'm doing it this way so that way this doesn't end up being a 20 or 30 hour video. But at the same time, giving you all the code and showing you the code and walking you through what it does. I'm trying to respect your time and I'm trying to actually get this video made. These super long videos, they're not easy. It's like running a marathon. It takes a lot of work. Here we have our code again, a little security code right there. But now I'm wrapping the function DevWP customize register in the if conditional. If the function doesn't exist, then we're creating our function here. Return type is set to void. This is a little bit different because we're removing the header text color. We're still using the blog name and blog description. We still have the if set, selective refresh, add partial blog name, and then add partial blog description. But then over here, we start creating new code. So now we're going to be relocating the header image section into the DevWP header panel. And we're going to be creating that panel. And then we have a callback that we're using is front page. Below we use the active callback function to check if it is the front page. And now this area, we're removing a couple of sections. We're removing the custom CSS section. We're going to remove the background image section. And we're going to remove the colors section. And then we're going to be adding some sections in. I think this is valuable to learn because the customizer API is still being utilized by the overwhelming majority of themes that are out there and the overwhelming majority of websites that are out there. So learning how to work with the customizer API is extremely beneficial. So we're using the add section over here, DevWP theme options, and then we're gonna give it a title. This is the array. Give it a title, theme options, a description, just a few options to use, a priority level of 15 within this section, and a capability check to make sure that the person viewing this can edit theme options. And then we're gonna add a setting, navbar type. Now with Bootstrap, you have a couple of navbar options. You have the off canvas option, and you have a collapsible option. So I wanted to create this section here to give you the ability to change what navbar type you're going to be utilizing on your theme or in your website. So the type is going to be a theme mod. The capability, again, we're going to make sure person's able to actually do this. We're going to set the default value to off canvas, and we're going to use the sanitize callback, and we're using this function here that we'll create at the bottom of our code. So this is the callback function. And then we're going to add the control. These are the control mechanisms for how you can change which option you're using. We have new WP customized control, DevWP underscore navbar type. Then we have our array here. We have our label, navbar type, our description. Choose between a standard navbar and off canvas. Now make sure you're wrapping everything as you see here. We're using the escape HTML, and this is a shorthand so we can echo it out using the double underscore here. We have the section. We're going to put it in the DevWP theme options section. We're hooking it into the setting, navbar type. The type is going to be a select. The choices are going to be an array of either collapse or off canvas navbar. Priority in this section will be 20. Priority means it's going to be either the first item or the second item. The lower the number, the higher the priority. So that's it for the navbar type. And then we have another setting over here for the extra length. This is going to be utilizing the default extra length of 40, and it's going to be customizable, meaning they can go to different levels of extra length. We'll add the control. This is an associative array. These are associative arrays also. Label, and then the value is extra length. Description, set a custom extra length. Minimum is 10, and it goes up to 200. You could change these numbers if you want. Section, theme options. The type is going to be number. Priority is going to be 40. Input attributes, array. Minimum is going to be set to 10. Maximum is going to be set to 200. And they're going to go in increments of 5. So it'll be 10, 15, 20, etc. Take a look at the code. Make sure it looks like this. And make sure for these you're using double underscores. And then we have another setting over here to enable Gutenberg. So what I'm doing with DevWP is I'm giving you the ability to either utilize a classical style theme with the classic editor or using the new block editor. So this setting is for that. Enable Gut, type, theme mod, capability, edit theme options. Default is going to be set to yes. Sanitize callback, DevWP sanitize select, which will be down below. This sanitize callback is just absent. We don't need to create this function. It's already there. It's provided by WordPress. All right, so the add control for that, enable Gut. We have our associative array here. The label, enable Gutenberg. Description, enable Gutenberg block editor functionality and features. Section is going to be the theme options. The type is going to be select. These are the choices. It's an array. No, yes. Remember, the default is yes. The default is set over here in the add settings section, and the control gives you the options. The priority is 50. And then we move on to the next part, which is the emojis support for WordPress. If you like using emojis in your posts and pages, the default is yes, so you don't have to do anything. And maybe you like using emojis, and that's perfectly fine. If you don't want to use emojis because maybe it clutters up the code a little bit and you're not going to be using the feature, then in the customizer, you'll be able to disable that feature. We have the add setting over here, type, theme mod, capability, the default. It's yes again. Sanitize callback. Our sanitize select function will create later. And then our add control, enable emojis. We have our label inside of our associative array. Label, enable WordPress emojis. This is our text domain, by the way. It's important to use this when you're using any of these escape functions that are echoing out. You'll need to use your text domain with that. The section will be in our theme options. The type will be select. Choices will be an option of either no or yes, the default being yes. Priority will be set to 60, so it comes below the enable Gutenberg option. And then if you're running a modern website, you might not need jQuery migrate. It's called in by WordPress by default, but if you know you don't need it, then you could disable it. And that way it doesn't call in another file to your HTTP requests. That's why when you're developing in your WP config file, you should make sure you log all errors and work with the settings that I showed you earlier. All right, so again here, we have our associative array, type, theme mod, capability, edit theme options, default value is set to yes, sanitize callback, our sanitize select function below, our control, enable jQuery migrate, we have our associative array, our label, escape HTML, enable jQuery migrate. Make sure you use the quotation marks as you see them here. It's very important for you to do that because these are strings. We have our label, our description, our section is theme mods, our type is select, choices are no and yes, and the priority is set to 70. Now you should always check your opening and closing parentheses, make sure they match up where they belong. One thing I like about VS Code is it matches the color of the parentheses and the brackets and things of that nature. So this one's set to a priority of 70. These are your choices. So type select. And now to this section, if you remember with the CSS that we created earlier, I had some header CSS to be utilized for the top of our front page and our home page files. So that's what this code is for. We're going to create a panel. So instead of the standard panel that's there in our customizer, we're going to be creating a new panel. And again, this is for demonstration purposes. You may not necessarily want to do this, but if you want to create new areas in the customizer, this is how you do it. We use the add panel, DevWP underscore header panel, and then our array, title, header area, DevWP is the text domain, our capability check, the priority within this section, active callback. This is the active callback we're using to check if it's the home or the front page. Then we have the add setting, home header image. This is for the home.php file. We're going to be creating that file momentarily, but this is the code for that. Capability, edit theme options, default is going to be empty. Sanitize callback, sanitize file, and that function we create below. Then we add the control. We have our customized image control, home header image, our associative array, our label, blog row page header image, description, add a header image for your blog row page. Section is going to be header image. Settings is going to be home header image. Type is going to be image. Priority is going to be 10 within the section. And the active callback is going to be the isHome function. Now remember up top, what we did, let me scroll up top real quick, is we relocated the header image section into the DevWP header panel. All right, let's go back down. This is going to be for the text overlay for the image that we're going to be using for that. So basically on top of the home.php file or the frontpage.php file, there's going to be text that you could input that overlays on top of the images. So we're using DevWP underscore header text. We have our associative array, title, header text, panel. It's going to be inside of the header panel. Priority is going to be 60. Capability, edit theme options. Then we're adding a setting. I'm going to be using a prefix here of FP header top text to indicate that it's for the front page.php file. We're doing this because we're going to create a front page.php file and a home.php file. So the type inside of our associative array, type is going to be theme mod, capability, edit theme options, default is going to be empty, transport is going to be post message, sanitize callback, sanitize text field. Then we're going to add a control. Inside of our associative array, we have the label, the description, section, type, priority, and active callback. In the label, we have FP top text, and then we have the description, smaller header text, because that's going to be the first line. We're going to be putting it into this section here. Type text, priority 10, active callback is front page. Then we have our setting. This is for the bottom text. Again, prefix with FP, type, theme mod, capability, edit theme options, default is empty, transport is post message, sanitize callback, sanitize text field. This is already created by WordPress. Add control. Now this is for the bottom text. So it's for this setting right there. We have our associative array, our label, the bottom text. It's going to be larger header text, section, header text, type text, priority 20, active callback is front page. And then we have our button URL. We're going to add that setting, FP header button URL, type, theme mod, capability, edit theme options. Default is going to be set to empty. Transport, refresh, sanitize callback, escape URL raw. This is also built into WordPress. And then we have our control, header button URL, our associative array, label. This is the button URL. So you'll be able to put in, let's say, a link to another page. So it's like the call to action area. And you'll see that in a few. We have the description, destination URL, section, header text, type text, priority 30, active callback is front page. Then we have our setting for the actual button itself. So this is for the text that'll be displayed on the button. So you have the link, but you have the text that'll lead to the link. All right, so we have our associative array, type, theme mod, capability, edit theme options, default is empty, transport, post message, sanitize callback, sanitize text field. Then we have the control, label, FP button text, description, button call to action text, section, header text, type text, priority 40, active callback is front page. And now here, I'm basically repeating what we have up here, and I'm prefixing it with BP for the blog row page. So this is for the header top text. And again, it's extremely similar to what we just went over. So take a look at it. Make sure your code is the same for the header top text in the add setting area, for the add control in your associative array, label, make sure that's the same, description, make sure that's the same, section, header text, type, text, priority 50, active callback is home. This is the bottom text, same as the front page, except we prefix it here with BP, type, theme mod, capability, default is empty, transport, post message. Our sanitize callback is sanitize text field. The add control for the bottom text. Inside of our associative array, we have the label, the description, the section, the type, priority, and the active callback is home. Make sure it looks the same. And again, always make sure you're using 2 underscores for the escape underscore HTML underscore. And then we have the add setting, the header button URL. Make sure it looks the same here. Type, theme mod, capability, default, transport, refresh, sanitize callback, escape URL raw. Then we have our control for the header button URL. Make sure it looks the same here. Your associative array, label, description, section, type, priority, and active callback. Your add setting for the header button, and we have our associative array here. Type, theme mod, capability, default is empty, transport post message, sanitize callback, sanitize text field, and then add control for the header button itself. We have the associative array, then we have the label, the description, button call to action, section, type, priority, 80 within the section, active callback is home. And then we use the add action, customize register, and then the name of our function above. And then this is similar to what was in underscores itself. If function doesn't exist, we're wrapping it in conditional, render the site title for the selected refresh partial, blog info name, and the same over here for the partial blog description, render the site tagline for the selected refresh, blog info description. Quick tip, if you want to know what blog info is, you can click on it, right click, go to definition, and it'll take you to the file where that function is created. Displays information about the current site. So you see it's in the general template.php file. That's not in our theme, that's in the WordPress core. One thing you're gonna find is that you can spend a lot of time looking in the core and seeing how things are set up and how they work together. And then over here we have the if function doesn't exist, the customized preview JS. It binds the JS handlers to make the theme customizer preview reload changes asynchronously. So everything here is basically the same. Remember, we relocated the file into our distribution.js folder, and then we put our version number and true to be in the footer. Then we have the add action, customize preview init, and then the name of the function. And now we have our sanitation functions that we created. Here we have our sanitize select. Again, we wrap everything inside of our if conditionals if the function doesn't exist. Then we create our function. And here we have our dot block, sanitize select elements, parameter string, input used to sanitize select elements in customizer, and then parameter WP customize setting. So here we have string. This is the type. So it's a string type in this case. This parameter is a string type. This parameter is an object. So setting used to get the select options. And we're going to be returning a string. So the function DevWP sanitize select, inside the parentheses, we have the type declaration set to string, matching the parameter up here. The parameter is going to be an input. And then the object itself, parameter, is this one right here, setting. And then the return type is going to be a string. So PHP is a very loosely typed language. So there's a lot of type juggling that can happen. This is just a way to make it formalized in terms of the types that we want to be working with. So this is the comment. Input must be a slug, lowercase alphanumeric characters, dashes and underscores are allowed only. So the input, sanitize key, this is built into WordPress. Again, you can right click, go to definition. It's in the formatting.php file in the WP includes folder. So you can read about what it does there. So we're going to be sanitizing the input. And then we're going to get the list of possible select options. So we have our variable choices. Then we're going to be using setting. Remember, it's this right here. Manager, get control, the setting ID, choices, and the value will be saved inside of the choices variable. And then we're going to return input if valid or return default option. So for this, we're using a ternary operator. We're going to return, and I just have the parentheses here just to make it more clear. Array key exists. This is a built-in PHP function. Input, choices. If this is true, then we're returning the input. If it's not, then the setting default, which will depend on what our default setting is. Up above, you saw that we have some options like the default option being yes or the other option being no. So if the option is not set to no, or if it's not set, then it's just going to use the default option. Let me just scroll back up real quick. So we're on line 470 for this one. Let's scroll back up. Let's look at defaults. So you see default is empty there. But let's look for one that has the sanitize select. Let's scroll. All right, so here, remember we're using this callback. So default is set to yes. So if we didn't change anything, it's just going to use the default instead. So let's go back to 470. So if we didn't change it to no, then it'll just use the default. Hopefully that's clear. Then we close out the closing angle brace right there, or curly brace, and the end if right there. And then we have another if conditional to see if this function doesn't exist, and then we'll use this function here. In a child theme, you could change it. And this is to sanitize a file. File input sanitation function. Parameter is going to be a string. File is the parameter. The type is string. File to be checked. The other parameter is WP customized setting. That's the object. Setting to check in the database. So you see file is here, and the setting is referenced here. And the return type is going to be a string. So we create our function. We name it DevWP underscore sanitize file. Type declaration. For this one is the string. And for this one is WP customized setting. The return type is going to be a string. And then the allowed file types. We have our variable over here. It's going to hold the values in this array for JPEG, JPEG, and JPE, image JPEG, GIF, image GIF, and PNG, image PNG. And then we're going to check the file type from the file name. We'll create our file extension variable. We'll use the built-in function in WordPress, WP check file type, file, and inside the MIMEs variable. Again, you can right-click, jump to the definition, and you can read more about this function in the WordPress core, and you can see how it works. All right, so then, if file has a valid MIME type, return it, otherwise return default. So again, using a ternary, return file extension with the extension. Remember, it's coming from the WordPress function here. If that's set, then we'll return that file. Let's say you have an image and it's image.jpg, that'll be what's returned here. Otherwise, if it's not set, then the default here is going to be an empty string because that's what we set up top. Then we have our closing curly brace right there and the closing end if. All right, so now we have the checkbox. And I don't think we're using that anywhere else within the file, but I wanted to demonstrate this one because I might be adding some checkbox options later on. So I created the sanitize function in preparation for that. This one's to sanitize the checkbox. Parameter bool, return type is bool. The parameter we're checking is checked, used to determine if a checkbox is checked. Pretty self-explanatory. We create our sanitize function, DevWP, sanitize checkbox. Type declaration is bool. Checked is the parameter or argument. Return type is going to be a bool. If it's checked, return bool is set, checked, and if it's true, checked. So if it's set, then return it as being checked. Otherwise, it's not, so you don't have to. And then we have our closing curly brace and the closing end if. And then we have our callback function that we use further up above. For use as a callback function, return bool. Function, DevWP home front. We're not using any parameters here, but the return type will be bool or boolean. If is front page. This is a built-in function in WordPress. You can see it's in query.php. Or if it's home page, you jump to that definition. It's in the same file. You can see that definition there. Then return true. Else return false. And then we close that off. And this is our customizer file. It's a very long file. And we have a lot of code that we have to create in our template files in order to make some of these features work. Take a look at the code, pause the videos when needed, copy the code properly, make sure you're using the same double underscores over here, make sure you're using the single quotation marks as needed, make sure everything matches. If you have to rewind the video, now's the time to do it. But review the code, make sure it works, and fundamentally make sure it makes sense to you. I know we're going through this pretty quick. I'm going over the code instead of typing it out, but I want to explain it and then give you a chance to type it and then study it. The purpose of this tutorial is to teach you how to code and to show you how I get things done. Now, the thing is, don't just copy the code and not study it. The only way to really learn is to really try to understand what's taking place here. And when in doubt, just take a note. Write down a note to yourself, or leave a comment in the comment section, or you can email me and I'll try to get back to you. But this is the customizer file. Let's open up our terminal. Let's git status. And you see we have a lot of stuff that we changed. We have 2 files that we modified, and then we have untracked files. So I'm going to go back up into the roots of our folder. By now you should have determined that CD is change directory. And then I'll git add all git status. And now we could git commit -m and leave a message of what we did here. We can say created additional files, relocated files, and added code to customizer file. We'll leave it at that. Now the thing is with Git and version control, you normally try to work on one thing at a time and then make your commits. Here I'm doing a little bit different because I'm adding in a lot of stuff at the same time. Again, it's for demonstration purposes. I probably will create a video about the process of writing clean code and refactoring code and the workflow. That might be a good video to create. But this is the message for this one. Make sure you have your single quotation marks and hit enter. Then git status. And you see we're on a clean tree. Close off the terminal. Let's think about what's next. We know that at the bottom, we made reference to the customizer.js file. we have to do some work in that file because right now it's still set up for the way underscore set it up. Take a look at the file. It's using jQuery. We have the comment block up there. We're targeting the site title and description, blog name. This is the CSS classes that it's targeting. Blog description, site description, header text color. Then that's it. Now I'm going to replace everything that's here with my code. All right, so what did I do different? Well, first of all, we're only using global jQuery. We don't need the global WP. We leave the document block basically the same here. And then we have our function. We're doing it the same in terms of the site title and description. But then you see we added for the header top text, the bottom text. These are the CSS classes we're going to be working with. If you remember in our CSS file, if we go here, source, Sass, custom, header, let's put this to the right. This is where you would put some of the CSS. So we have the header SM text. We don't have the CSS in here because we're using Bootstrap CSS, but I still needed to create the class. Then we have the header text there. For the header button, do I have that? Yes. We have some CSS over here. So we have that being targeted. Same thing for the blog post header top text and blog post header bottom text and the button as well. So the differences here from what I added to what was there before is basically for the front page and home page header area. Now we have that done. We still have a ways to go. We have to go into the template hierarchy. We got to work with the different files. And then we have to use or create some of the functions that are going to work with what's being generated by the customizer. So we're going to have to create the front page.php file, the home.php file, and then in our extras.php file, we'll add the functionality to add the header images and the text overlays for our theme. So let's do that next. We can close out the customizer.js file, the functions.php file, and for now we can close the customizer.php file. Let me go into Git, modified the customizer.js file. So now since it's only one file and since it's a file that we can commit and add at the same time, we can say git commit -a-m modified the customizer.js file. Git status, we're working from a clean tree. Now we're going to be getting into the meat and potatoes of our theme. We got to add code to the other files within our ink folder, like the block editor.php file. We'll add our code in for that. We got to create our Navwalker. We have quite a few things to do. So maybe now we'll tackle the Navwalker. All right, so what I want to do now, let's open up the bs5 navwalker.php file. It's inside of our ink folder. What I'm going to do here is I'll paste in my code and I'll walk you through what it is and I'll show you how I came about developing this code. Now you see this code in the file is only about 224 lines of code. Let's scroll up to the top. We have our page documentation right here. It's a custom class for our Navwalker. We're going to be needing this in terms of how we use it inside of our header file when we start implementing the Bootstrap functionality. We have our security code here. Now, instead of if function exists, I'm using the if class doesn't exist. And this is the class that we're creating. And we're going to be extending the Walker nav menu. We create our class. We give it a class name. It's going to be a subclass of a parent class. So we can jump to the definition for this one. And for this tutorial, I'll bring it to the right. We're going to be extending this class. This is the one on the right. This is what's built into WordPress. In order to make it function with Bootstrap, this is the code that we need on the left. So a lot of it's going to be very similar to what's on the right, but we're overriding this class, or we're extending this class. As you can see, this class here extends another class. So you could go to definition for that one. It's the Walker class. This is the parent class. The class WP Walker.php file is where it's at. A class for displaying various tree-like structures. Extend the Walker class to use it. See examples below. We'll be using child classes, which is how we're extending it. You can take a look at this file. Whatever we don't include in our file will automatically be included from this file, unless it's being overridden with any of our methods in our file. X out of that one. We'll leave this one open for now. All right, so let's see what we have. After our opening curly brace, we have our method documentation up here. I'm going to reduce the size of the font for the screen on the editor just to make everything fit a little bit better. Again, hopefully you're viewing this on a laptop or a tablet or on a desktop, so you should be able to see the font. So we're going to be creating our own start level, which over here is outlined in this section. So it starts the list before the elements are added. We have some parameters. We have a first one is going to be output. It's going to be a string used to append additional content passed by reference. And you see that because it has the ampersand symbol right there. The second parameter is an integer. The depth, it's going to have a default value of 0. The depth of menu item used for padding. And then the next parameter is going to be a standard class, args. The default value is going to be null, an object of the WP nav menu arguments. So now we have our public function or a method. Inside of a class, a function is a method, and variables are properties. All right, so we have our start level being passed by reference, output, depth, args. If is set, args, item spacing, and discard is identical to args, item spacing. So far, pretty similar to this, but we need to override it with our code. So we copied this over from here to here. So T is for tab, N is for new line. Right here is set to empty. Else, this is the if else condition. Tab is set to tab character. The N variable is set to the new line character. And then we indent string repeat. This is a PHP function, tab and depth. And now we're changing the default class. It's going to be drop down menu instead of sub menu. And then filters the CSS classes applied to a menu list element. So again, we copied some of this stuff from here and we pasted it on our side. Parameter string classes is going to be a string array of the CSS classes that are applied to the menu unordered list element. Then the next parameter is an args. It's a standard class, an object of the WP nav menu arguments. Then depth is going to be an integer, depth of menu item used for padding. So class names, implode. This is a built-in PHP function. We're going to be imploding and adding a space in between each of the arguments. Apply filters, nav menu subclass CSS class, classes, args, and depth. So each class that's going to be added will be separated to here. And then class names. Here we're using a ternary operator. Class names, given the value of class names, class, escape attribute, class names. Then it's concatenating over here. If this is not true, this right here, then it's just going to be an empty string. Let me make this wider so you can see that on one line real quick. Makes it a little bit easier. So again, class names. We're using a question mark there for the ternary operator. Then we have the class, escape attributes, class names, which you see here are being imploded, and the space in between every class will be put into there. Now, if this is not set, then it'll just be empty. So now we go over here to output, and that's basically the same as what we see over here. Now we don't need the end level because it'll be there by default if we don't add it. You'll see a couple of Navwalkers out there that do include it. For clarity purposes, it might make sense to include it, but I think it's redundant since the way we're going to be subclassing this over here, we don't need it since it's going to have similar aspects on the start level. So we're not going to be using the end level in ours, or we're not going to be changing the code in ours. Instead, we go down to start element with the output. And that's over here. You see they did some renaming since 5.9. That means since WordPress 5.9. They renamed it from item to data object and ID to current object ID to match the parent class for PHP 8 name parameter support. So WordPress is always trying to be backwards compatible, but also be ready for what's coming next. So that's why they had to rename some of the stuff. All right, so we're gonna work with the output is a string. The data object is an object of the WP post. The depth is gonna be an integer. These are the parameters. The args, standard class, and then the current object ID is an int. Those are the parameters. All right, so here in this method, we are outputting by reference, passed by reference. We have our public function startl, passed by reference with the ampersand. Our data object, the depth is set to 0, args is still null, and the current object ID is set to 0 by default. Then we have our comments here, restores the more descriptive specific name for use within this method. We create a new variable, menu item, and we take this as the value and assign it to menu item. This is to make it more descriptive, and since it's internal, it works as we want it to. So if is set, we have our if conditional. Then we use the built-in PHP function is set, args, item spacing, and discard is identical to args, item spacing. Then we have the tab character set to empty, and the new line variable is set to empty right here. Else, tab is given the tab character right there, and new line's given the new line character right there. When you see it grayed out here, it's because in our code we're not currently using it. It could be misleading because we might be using it in other areas, but in this specific file, it's not being utilized. And then we have our indent variable is assigned the value here, depth, ternary operator, string repeat, the tab character, and the depth. If not depth, then it's just empty with the empty string. When you see 2 quotation marks there, that means that's an empty string. And then we have classes, our classes variable. We're using the empty function, the built-in PHP function empty. Menu item, classes, we have our array. Then we're creating an empty array. If it's not empty, we have our colon here for the ternary operator, where we'll create our array of menu item and classes. So one of these values will be saved in classes, either an empty array or this value over here. Let's line these up. All right, filters the arguments for a single nav menu item. All right, we have a couple of parameters, args, menu item, and depth. Args, apply filter, nav menu item args, menu item, and depth. This is going to be saved into the args variable. And now this is where we customize ours a little bit more. And that's why we needed to copy the method and then add our code to it. Similar to how parent themes and child themes work within WordPress, parent classes and subclasses or child classes are the same, are very similar. So here I add a comment, add dot drop down where needed, or an empty string. So in our classes array, we're going to be adding to the end of it, args walker has children. If it has children, and then we add the drop-down class to it. Otherwise, it's just empty. And when we actually inspect the element with our developer tools in Chrome or Firefox, I'll show you how that looks in the source code, in the final rendered source code. And then we have some additional default classes to the item. Again, we're adding over here to the classes array. We're not overwriting, we're adding to. So we're adding the nav item, menu item, ID, and then classes, nav item. And then let's line this up. I have them side by side so you can see the differences where they exist, and so I can show you my implementation. All right, so this one filters the CSS classes applied to a menu items list item element. Basically copied everything from there. Class names, implode, putting a space. This right here, this is a built-in PHP function. We have the implode and the explode. So apply filters, nav menu CSS class, array filter, classes, menu item, args, depth. And then class names, ternary operator being used here. If the class names, then we add the classes, escape attributes, class names. And if not, then it's just an empty string. So the question mark is the first part of the conditional. The colon is like the else of an if conditional. So if class names, if we have new classes, then we add them. If we don't have these class names, then it's just an empty string because we don't have them. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to create another tutorial just on PHP. And I do think I have some videos uploaded already. Might have already spoken about the ternary operator, but if not, I'll create a new video for that. All right, so let's go to the filters the ID attribute. We see the comments up here. Filters the ID attribute applied to the menu items list item element. We have a few parameters here. The menu item ID, the menu item object, the args, standard class, and the depth, that's an integer. We have the ID variable there. Apply filters, nav menu item ID, menu item, and then we're concatenating or appending to the end of it the menu item ID. And then we have menu item, args, and depth. Then ID, if we have those, ternary operator, ID, escape attribute, ID. Now if you want to see where this is, go to definition. We have a few of them. The one we want to look at is formatting.php. You can double click that and you see that there. Now this is very similar to escape HTML. The only difference is the filter that's called. This one's escape_HTML and this one's attribute escape. You could dig down deeper into these and see what they do. Definitely worth a read. But for now, let's get back to our code. So if we have the IDs, then we escape attribute, then we provide the ID value, else empty string. Then we have the output, and then we're appending to it or concatenating to it, to the output, the period, equal sign, indent, list item, the ID itself, the class names, and the closing part of that list item. Because remember, in terms of the nav menu, they're going to be unordered list with list items. So the class names are going to be what's given to the list item tag. Then we'll initialize our array. We have our attributes. Title is going to go into the array. If it's not empty, menu item, attribute title, or just an empty string. So get familiar with the ternary operator. It's definitely useful, especially for shorter lines of code instead of using if-else all the time. Then we have our attributes, target. So we're putting this into the array. So first is going to be the title, then it's going to be the target. So now we have two variables saved inside of the array. Not empty, menu item target. So it's testing to see if this is not empty. Then menu item target is going to be what's saved there, or else just an empty string. Now we have a standard if-else. If underscore blank is identical to menu item target, and if it's empty menu item XFN, then the attributes rel is going to be no opener. Else attributes rel menu item XFN. So this is for the target of when it's opened. And I'll show you that when we look at the source code. All right, so then we have the href is going to be added to the array. If it's not empty, the menu item URL. Then we add the menu item URL. Otherwise, empty string. And for the area current attribute, that'll be added to the array as well. If the menu item current, then we'll add page. Otherwise, nothing. All right, so now we're going to work with this chunk of code here. And we're almost done with the Bootstrap Navwalker PHP file. This one filters the HTML attributes applied to a menu item's anchor element. We have a few parameters. We have an array of attributes. In there we have some strings. We have the title, the target, the rel, the href, and the area current. Then we have the menu item object over here, WP post. Then we have the arg standard class, an object of the WP nav menu. The depth, it's an integer. All right, let's scroll down. So we have our attributes, apply filters, nav menu link attributes. And then we have our attributes there, menu item, args, and depth. And it's all documented right here. Build a string of HTML containing all the attributes for the item. So now we have our attributes, and we're going to create an empty variable right there. That's the value, is an empty string for the attributes. Then we're going to use for each to loop over the attributes as attr. It's an associative array. So we have attribute and value. And then inside of the for each loop, in the body, we have the if conditional. If is scalar, value, and empty is not identical to the value, and false is not identical to the value. So we're making sure it's not empty or not an empty string and not false. And then we have our opening curly brace there, value, assign the value of the href, identical to the attribute. If that is true, then we have our escape URL. That's a built-in WordPress function. It's to sanitize the URL that we're going to be displaying. Then the value. Otherwise, escape attribute value. So you could also go to definition for that one and read up on that. And then attributes, and then we're adding to it an empty string right there or a space, and then adding the attribute. So this is the attributes that are given to the tags is equal to the value. So like if it's the list item anchor element with a class name, that will be the attributes and then the value itself. And then they're separated by a space and then closing off. All right. So now I change things up over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to X out of this one here because these are going to get very long and I want to make them easier to view. All right. So here we have our active class variable, assign the value, menu item current or menu item current item ancestor or in array current page parent, menu item classes is true or in array current post ancestor, menu item class is true. Then we use the ternary operator. This is the condition that's being checked. It'll be set to active. Otherwise, empty string. And again, in the source code, I'll show you how that looks when it's rendered. Then we have our other nav link class here, depth greater than 0. This is the ternary. Then we have a drop down item. Otherwise, just a regular nav link. Then our attributes variable there. We're adding to it args Walker has children. This is the condition that's being checked. Question mark. Let me make this bigger. Class. And then we're adding to it the navlink class. And then the active class if it's there. And then the drop down toggle. Then we have the data BS toggle drop down. This is important for Bootstrap itself. Area has pop-up true, area expanded false, or class, navlink class, active class, and then closing those off. Make sure your quotation marks all match. That way you don't get any errors. Pause the video, slow it down if you need to. Take your time with it. There's a lot of code in here, and I could probably create a separate video all about the WordPress Navwalker and the PHP functions that are utilized by it. So now we move down to the next line. This filter is documented in the WP includes post template.php file. Title, apply filters. the title, menu item, ID. Filters and menu items title. So a lot of this stuff we already grabbed from the existing child class from the WP Navwalker. We're just extending it and modifying it on ours. All right, so we have a few parameters here. Title, menu item, args, depth. Title's a string. That's a object of WP post, standard class, and an integer. So in title, we have apply filters. You can always go to the definition for that. There's a couple of them. Nav menu item title, menu item, args, and depth. The item output, args before, and then we're adding to this. So item output, anchor element, and then the attributes, and the closing part of the anchor tag. And then we're adding to that item output again, the args link before, then the title, then the args link after. Then the item output is going to be the closing HTML tag for that anchor element. So we're building up our anchor element and with the attributes that will be applied to that and the different values that will be inside of it. And then the item output, args after. Notice the period and the equal sign. And then we're almost done with the file. This one filters a menu item starting output. The menu item starting output only includes args before, the opening, the menu item's title, the closing, anchor element, and args after. Currently there is no filter for modifying the opening and closing li for menu item. So we have 4 parameters there. Should be familiar by now. The menu item starting HTML output, the menu item data object, the depth of the menu item used for padding, and an object of the WP nav menu argument. The output, apply filters, Walker nav menu start L, item output, menu item, depth, and args. And then we close everything off, make sure they match, and to close off the end diff for the start of the class. So I'm going to take a moment, and since I have it on a wider screen now, I'll make the font a little bit bigger. And I'm just going to slowly scroll down so you could view the code and make sure yours is exactly the same. Pause the video if you need. Take down any notes or any questions you might have. But make sure you're using exactly the same code that I have. Make sure your parentheses match. Make sure your curly braces match, or your curly brackets. Make sure your quotation marks match. Notice here we have single quotation marks for the empty strings, but over here we're using double quotation marks. That's because you need double quotation marks to output it properly. Take your time, just look over it. I chose to create a custom Navwalker class so that way it'll be more fine-tuned for our theme. Hopefully this is helpful. In other themes that use Bootstrap, they often import or utilize an existing Navwalker that exists on GitHub, and that could work. I've done that for a while, but since Bootstrap was updated to Bootstrap 5, some of those older Navwalkers don't work exactly as they did when it was Bootstrap 4. So just make sure your code is the same, make sure everything matches. And if you don't understand something, the beauty of VS Code is you could right-click on a function that might already be there and you could go to the definition of where that function is defined. Okay, so that is our Navwalker. You see here is showing us that we have one change to be committed. We can click this to commit changes on master, or we could do it in terminal. Git status. I'm a creature of habits, so I like to just do everything in terminal if I can. Even with code, you could use the terminal instead of using VS Code. I've been doing everything combined here, but you could open up Git Bash. Since we installed Git, we have Git Bash here. You could actually change directories. You can get your present working directory. You could go back a directory or a few. Change directory to XAMPP, and then HCDocs, and then we can go to dev, and then WP-content, themes, dev WP. We could see what we have here. If you wanted to edit a currently existing file, you could type out nano, and let's say archive.php. Got to give a space in between that. And now you are inside of Nano, the Nano Editor, via Git Bash. And you can actually edit files straight from here. You don't actually need a text editor or IDE. This is a very basic editor inside of the command line. There are more robust ones like Vim, or if you really want to go to the next level, you could try Emacs. I'm going to exit this. We didn't make any changes, so I don't need to do anything to that. Go back to VS Code. And now since we do have something modified, you can type out git commit -a-m created our Navwalker custom class. Just a simple message. Hit enter. git status, and we're good to go. All right, so that is on Navwalker. Again, pause the video, take a look at it, review it, make sure it all matches. If you wanted, you could actually use Nano inside of VS Code. So I'm inside the terminal. I can ls-l, and let me take a look at Nano single.php. And now I'm using Nano inside of VS Code, using an editor inside of an editor. All right, let me Control X to get out of that, close off the terminal. And hopefully these different tips and tricks that I'm throwing into these tutorials and these videos are helping you out. When you're working with remote servers, you're not going to always have a GUI, a graphical user interface. So learning how to work with an editor like Nano or Vim or Emacs is definitely something worth learning. Learning the command line, very beneficial. All right, so now we have some other things we have to do to our theme. We have to work with the template files, and we have to add some more custom code. So let's take a look at what's next. Actually, what I'm going to do is close out of my editor. I am going to stop my XAMPP control panel. I'm going to X out of the site, X out of there. And this is my website actually. So if you want to get the theme, you can check it out from here. But I'm going to take a break because this is a very long video and I got to get some coffee and something to eat. And I think you should take a break as well. Just remember in the description area, there are links to each chapter, trying to make it as easy as possible to jump to different sections. If you want, create a playlist and save this to your playlist, or just make sure you save the URL. All right, so take a break, X out of everything, turn off your computer, let your brain rest. Then look over the code that we already went over, and then come back for more. I need some coffee. Okay, so now what I want everybody to do is to log back in to their local website. If you haven't already done so, make sure to start your control panel, the Apache and MySQL services over here. And we made a lot of changes, but we haven't really taken a good look at what those changes have reflected on the front end of the site. So let's see if this even still works. All right, so the site is still working, but it's still not designed. So we still have a lot of work to do over here. We have our navigation over here. We created our Navwalker, so now we can start implementing that into the template files. But remember, for the front page, we also have a header image that we want to have in this section with some text overlay. And for the blog page, we also want to have the capability of creating a header image here with some text overlay. We also completed our customizer code, and let's see what that looks like and if it works. All right, so when we go into the customizer, we see we have that theme options section, and we also have that header area section. So this is the panel for the header area, and this is the section for the theme options. If we go in here, we have the off-canvas navbar, we have the excerpt length over here, and we have the enable Gutenberg, enable WordPress emojis, and enable jQuery migrate. By default, they're set to yes, and you can choose whether or not you want to keep them enabled or if you want to disable them. Now, we still have to create some more code for this in order to make it work properly. So even if you select it now, like if you try to change this to the collapse option, that won't work. And now if we go to the header area, we see we can get the header image. Since we're on the blog page, it's going to show it for the blog role page. If we were to go to the front page, it would be this over here. We would just select an image. Now for the text area, we will put the smaller header text on top, larger header text, your destination URL, and your button call to action. But again, we still need to implement this functionality via code. So we go back to the front of the site, and let's see what we could do next. So what I want you to do is go to your code editor. Again, I'll be using VS Code. And I think we should start working on the extras.php file. What I'll do now is I'll take in my code that I have in my finished project. I'll paste it in here, and then I'll walk you through this. This is just extra functions to enhance DevWP. So we have our basic page documentation on top. We have our security code right here to make sure it exits if app's path is not defined. And then we have this if conditional here, DevWP header text. If this function doesn't exist, then we create this function here, or we use this function here, and it's header text for the front page and home template. So what we do here is we create our function, and this is for the header text that we just saw in the customizer. The return type declaration is going to be void, and what you see here is we have a few variables for the front page and the blog roll page. We're going to be using the built-in getThemeMod function here, and you could always right-click on that function and go to definition. There's a couple of definitions, so you can choose which one you want to go to. We'll look over here in the theme.php WP includes folder. And you can see what that does. Basically, it retrieves theme modification values for the active theme. So we'll be getting the value from the FP header top text, the bottom text, the button URL, the header button, and then for the blog roll page, the same information, but for the blog roll page. And we're saving the results of these values in these variables. Again, you could always check out the customizer file that we completed earlier, and you could take a look at those sections, which are down here. All right, so what we do here after the variables, notice how we close out our PHP tag right here. That way we could just jump straight into HTML. We then have our class here, and we have our header info, and then we're using some of Bootstrap functionality here to make this position absolute, a row. Gutters are going to be set to 0, and the Z index is going to be set to 3. And then we have another div here. We're going to make it a column 12. We're going to text center, meaning all the text will be in line center, and this is going to be exactly what it says. The text will be white. So this is all Bootstrap functionality right here. So we don't have to write the CSS for this. The header info, we do have this in our CSS. Then we have our paragraph tag class. This paragraph tag is going to be styled as an H4. We're going to make the margin on the bottom 0. This is Bootstrap again. And then we have our header SM text from our CSS. And then we have the border bottom. This is from Bootstrap. The font size is going to be set to 2, and the padding on the bottom is going to be set to 1. Then we close off our paragraph tag, and then we open up our PHP tag over here. Then we have our if conditional. If is front page, then we're going to echo escape HTML, and then the top text. We could have made this the shorthand by removing the echo and putting the double underscore here, and then adding our text domain. So if you want to do that, you can. But for here, I just use the echo and then escape HTML. If it's not the front page, we go into the else if over here. Else if is home, the blog roll page. And then we're going to echo escape HTML, the blog roll page header top text. And then we close off over here with our closing curly brace. And then we close off the PHP tag there and close out the paragraph tag there. Then we open up another paragraph tag, class. This will be styled as an H3, making it larger. Remember, H1 is the largest, H2 second, H3 third largest, H4 is the fourth largest. And again, this is coming from Bootstrap itself. And then we have a margin bottom set to 1. The header text, that's our CSS right there. And the font size is going to be set to 1. And then we go over here, if is front page, then we echo out escape HTML, the header bottom text for the front page. Else if is home, then we echo out the bottom text for the home page or the blog roll page. So make sure everything matches up as you see it on the screen here. Make sure all your opening and closing brackets match up. And then we close out the paragraph tag. And then we go over here, we open up another PHP tag, if parentheses, header button URL and is front page. So if we have this and is the front page, and then we close off our PHP tag over here to jump back into HTML. Let me make the code a little bit smaller so that way everything fits on one line. We'll open up our anchor element over here. Then we have our class. Now this is from Bootstrap. BTN for button, space BTN outline, light, and then header button. This is our CSS. And then font size is set to 6. Then we have the href attribute right there, opening quotation marks. Then we have our opening PHP tag. Then we echo escape URL, and then the result or the value that's saved in this right here, header button URL. Close that off, semicolon, closing off our PHP tag right there, quotation marks to match this one right here, and then closing off that first part of the anchor element. Then on another line, we open up PHP tags again, echo, escape HTML, and then the button text right there. Then we close off our PHP. Again, make sure everything matches up according to what you see here. You want to make sure you use your semicolons where they need to be, and your angle brackets are there as well. Close off the PHP tags, close off the anchor elements, open up a PHP tag here. So we could close off here, and then we close it off here. Then we have another code block over here. We could have just left off this PHP tag and this closing one here, but we're creating another code island. And you're going to see this sometimes in other projects. So then we have our if conditional here. It's basically the same as what we have up here, but this time it's for the blog roll page. And instead of is front page, we're using and is home. So both these have to be true. Then we jump into our HTML. We have the anchor element, class, BTN. And again, same information as what we have up here is going to be down here. But instead of being for the front page, it's for the blog roll page. So you basically can just copy what's here, paste it here, and change out the F to the B, and then make sure everything matches as you see it on my screen. Then over here, we have the closing div tag, that belongs to this div tag right here, and the closing div tag to what belongs to this div tag right here. All right, then we open up a PHP tag here, close off the function right there, and then we close off the end if right there. Then we go down and we have this other conditional if function doesn't exist, DevWP header image set. This checks if the front page or home template header image is set and outputs the results. So the purpose of this is to give a little bit more spacing, because if we do have a header image in that section for the front page or the blog row page, then we're going to need to give some more spacing underneath it. So that's where this code comes into place. So we create our function, DevWP underscore header image set, return type is void. We're creating a variable, navbar type. We're going to get the theme mod, the DevWP navbar type. The default is set to off canvas. Then we're creating another variable, header image, setting that to an empty string for now, and then we jump into our if conditional. If is front page, then we're going to run this code block. Then we have a nested if conditional here. If it doesn't have a custom header and collapse is not identical to navbar type, then the header image variable is going to be set to margin top -6. Else, header image will have margin top -1. So if these conditions are not true, then we have this level of spacing added. Otherwise, we have margin top set to 1. Then we close that off. Then we have our else if it's not the front page, if it's a home page, our blog row page, then we're doing something similar to what we did up here. But since the header image is built into WordPress for the front page and built in with the customizer, we have to replicate that functionality in this case. So if get theme mod home header image is not set and collapse is not the navbar type, then again, the header image variable will be set to empty-6. That's the margin top 6. Else, header image is set to margin top 1. Then we close everything off. Make sure everything matches what you see here. And then we finally echo escape attribute, header image. And then we close off and then close the end if that belongs to this right here. I scroll down. And now we're doing the navbar check. Again, our if conditional, if the function doesn't exist, the navbar check. What this does is checks the navbar option and outputs the results. What happens is if we have an off canvas that's fixed on top, we're going to need additional spacing added to that as well. So it's something similar to what we did up here for the header image. But now we're doing the navbar check. We also need to make sure that we get the modification. So we have our navbar type, get theme mod, DevWP underscore navbar type. Default is set to off canvas. And now you might be thinking this variable is similar or the same to this variable. But these are local variables inside the functions. So this function here doesn't know about the variables inside of this function other than what's returned or echoed out. So we can't reuse that variable there. It goes into the scoping of variables. You have global variables and you have local variables. So inside of functions, variables created are considered local unless you're going to return them or echo them out. So if off canvas is identical to navbar type, then we'll have a margin top set to 6 saved in the NB underscore check. Else, margin top will be set to 1 into that variable. And then over here, we echo out, escape attribute, one of these options here. And then we close off the function and close off the if condition right there. And then over here, we're talking about the DevWP excerpt more. This is to customize the read more link. So when you're looking at the blog row page or the front page or the search page or any page that shows you a series of excerpts with links to read more, this is to customize the result there. So over here, inside the function, the return type is going to be a string. We're using the PHP function sprintf. And then inside of the sprintf function, we have our single quotation marks here. We're creating our anchor element with the class more tag. And then we're using some helper code from Bootstrap to make this a block level element and margin top set to 2. Then the href. And then over here, you see the opening and closing double quotation marks. Then the percentage sign, the 1, the $, and the S. So this is for string, and this is for making sure we're using the first element. We're getting the permalink, get the ID, which is right here. So the value from this is going to be saved or generated for this area right here. Then we close that off. And then we're doing the second percentage sign. The second element is going to be actually this right here. The read more will be placed over here. And again, it's a string. So the sprintf function is very useful. We could actually change out by using these numbers over here. we're ensuring that it's placed in the order that it's shown. The first one goes into the first one, the second into the second one. And then we close out the anchor element. We have our comma. And like I said, this value is going to be placed over here in the generated result in the source code. So first thing, we have our nested function inside of another function. Get the ID. You can go to definition. Displays the ID of the current item in the WordPress loop. And then get permalink. This one retrieves the full permalink for the current post or post ID. And then escape HTML with a double underscore. This is short for the echo escape HTML. And in this case, we do need our text domain put in there as well. Whenever you have the double underscore in that manner, you typically need to use your text domain and it'll be a read more. So if we go back to our browser, you see right now it's shown as full text. And even if we reload now, you're not going to get the result that you anticipated. It'll still be the full text. And that's because we have to change out how the code is viewed or rendered in those template files. So then we close off all of our parentheses. We add our final semicolon. We close off the function there. Then we use the add filter, excerpt more, and then the name of our function right there. Then close that off, and then close the end if. Make sure your code matches what you see here. We have the if function doesn't exist, the DevWP extra length. This one is what we've changed in the customizer, or what we give you the opportunity to change in the customizer. By default, it's set to 40. So it's going to return an integer, function, DevWP underscore extra length, return type int, create our variable, get the mod, extra length, 40. And then we're returning absent excerpt. Then we use the add filter, extra length, our function, and the priority. And then we have the end if right there. And then for the login URL. So when you typically have your WordPress site, the login URL logo is going to be for WordPress itself, not necessarily your site. So what we do here is we change that to our website, meaning the domain of your site. We create our function, login URL. It's going to be a string. Inside the variable URL, we use the home underscore URL function. You can go to definition. It's a couple of definitions there. You can read it down here. Retrieves the URL for the current site where the front end is accessible. So then we return escape URL. And then we add filter because we're filtering what's going to be returned. So you have add action and add filter. In this case, we're using add filter, login header URL, and then the name of our function. And by doing that, the logo that appears on the login page will now be to your website as dictated by the home underscore URL. Take a moment, copy the code, make sure it matches exactly, and try to make sure you understand exactly what's happening. If you ever need to take a look at a function definition, just right click it and go to definition. And then down here, we're creating our social media menu. So if function doesn't exist, social menu, we create our function, DevWP underscore social underscore menu, return type is void. If has nav menu social, so you could always right click that, take a look at that function definition, determines whether a registered nav menu location has a menu assigned to it. And that's in WP includes nav-menu.php. So if it does have the menu, then we create our paragraph tag here, give it a class of h3 and margin top of 1. Again, this is built into Bootstrap. We output some text, connect with us. We have our opening PHP tag there. And then we're using the WP underscore nav menu. We have our array over here, container class, menu social, and our padding will be set to 3. The container ID is going to be menu social. The menu class is going to be menu items and margin bottom set to 0. The menu ID, menu social items. The fallback callback is going to be set to false. The link before is going to be set to span, class, screen reader text. That's in our accessibility. Remember, if you go over here to source, to Sass, custom, right there. And then link after, the span tag. The depth is going to be set to 1. Theme location, social. What's good about VS Code is that you could always, in the breadcrumbs area, click on this and you see all the functions that you have. So you could jump to different functions just to check them out in that manner. So we know in this file we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 functions. We have the header text, header image set, navbar check, extra more, extra length, login URL, and a social menu. You could open those up as well and see what's in there. Let me close this out. All right, so now we need to create a couple of more files. I'm going to open up our terminal. I'm going to change directory into wp-content, themes, devwp. Then I'll type out ls-lah, and and I'll take a look at the files that we currently have. We see we don't have the front page.php file or the home.php file. So we're going to create those files now. I'll use the touch command, and then I'll type out front-page.php space, then home.php, then hit enter. Close off the terminal, and then now we see we have these two pages there. We'll open those up. Let me close these out. And what I want to do here is create the code for our front page and then our home page. So what I'll do here is I'll paste in my code, and then I'll walk you through that as well. First thing I want to do before we go down the code is just show you this page right here. So go to our browser, go to a new tab, and paste that in. And this is the template hierarchy. So it's a very important page that you should study. And basically, it dictates how WordPress determines what content to show based on the template that's being used or the conditional that's being used. So if you want to look at this image right here, this is the template hierarchy. Let me make this page a little bit smaller so we can see everything in one go at it. All right, so the most basic page is the index.php. This is the fallback page for every single possible type of output. If none of these other options exist, index.php does all the heavy lifting. But WordPress goes down this list over here. First, it checks if it's an archive page or a singular page, site front page, blog post index page, an error page, or a search results page. And then if it's an archive page, it looks for these template files. And then if we don't have these, then we look for these, and then so on. If it's a singular page, is it a single post page or a static page? Does it have an attachment post, custom post, blog post, page template, and so on? So spend some time, get familiar with this hierarchy here. In this tutorial, we're going to eliminate some files to reduce duplication of code. I was toying around with the idea of creating a file for all of these possibilities here, but that would have dragged out the video even longer. Instead, I went for a simplification approach. Let's go back to VS Code. So again, you already know the story with what's up here. This is the page documentation section. Then we have our code snippet there. Now we're using the get header right there. So what this does, it loads the header template. So in your file structure, you have a header.php. So this code or this file is being included via this function into this section right here. So you could actually create one file that has all the code, but then you're going to have an extremely long file, and it's better to have things modular. It's easier to maintain, easier to work on, and easier to understand. All right, so now we have a couple of if conditionals here. Our first one, if has custom header, and go to the definition there. You see you have a couple of them. Typically, it's going to be in the WP includes folder. So it checks whether a custom header is set or not. So if that's true, then we go into this if conditional here. Does it have a header image? You could have a header image or you could have a header video. So you see we have the header image here, and then we have the has header video here. So if this is true, then we run this code right here, this snippet of code or this code block. We close off our PHP tag, open up a div tag, our class. Then we have the class attributes over here. So the header image is in our CSS, but then we're also using Bootstrap's functionality that's already created the CSS for us. We just need to use the classes over here, the attributes, position relative, deflex, justify content center, and align items center. And then over here, you see we give a space, we open up our PHP tag, and then we use our Navbar check that we created over here in our extras.php file. I'm going to close this off and close that off for now. We're doing our check there. Then we close off our PHP tag and then close off that part of the div tag. And then we have our image tag over here. Now we have our header image function. Go to definition and you see it's right here. Displays the header image URL. Then we have our closing PHP tag, and make sure your quotation marks match over here. Then we have our width. Open up our PHP tags, echo out escape attribute, get custom header width. Go to definition right here, gets the header image data. So it's pretty long, but you see we have the width attribute over here, custom header width. Then we close off our PHP tag, close off our quotation marks. Then we go into the alt attribute, the blog info name. That's for the alternative text. Then we close off our image tag right there. And then we have our header text function here. That takes us back to our extras.php file. And again, it's going to run this code over here using this function. Remember, it's returning a void type. because it's just displaying information. And then we close off our div tag. And then we open up another PHP tag here. Now, if this condition is false, that has header image, but it does still have a custom header, then we have our else if has header video. Go to definition, and you see, checks whether a header video is set or not. If it has the header video, and I just put a couple of sample URLs here so you can paste it into the customizer API, but they commented out so that won't be displayed anywhere unless you want to copy it and put it in there. Close off our PHP tag, open up a div tag, use our navbar check to make sure we have the proper spacing, and then we have over here the custom header markup. So go to definition for that. Prints the markup for a custom header. So that does that for you. That's built into WordPress. Close off our div, open up a PHP tag, then we close off our else if, and then close off the parent if condition over here. Then we close out our PHP tag, and now we jump into our HTML. So over here we have our div class set to container. This is a class from Bootstrap. Give it a space, open up some PHP tags, and then we're using the header image set from our extras.php file. So again, it checks if the front page or home template header image is set and outputs the result. That's to give it some spacing if it needs it. Close off your PHP, make sure everything matches this line, and then we open up another div tag, give it an ID of content, our class, and again, this is from Bootstrap, is going to be a row, and then a padding top is going to be set to 4. And then we open up our main, ID is set to primary, class, site main, content area, and then we're giving it a column, medium display, set to 8. So Bootstrap works off of a grid of 12 columns. So we're saying that our main area is going to have 8 columns of a screen, and then in our sidebar we'll have 4. So then we open up another set of PHP tags here. We create our variable front page args. We create our array, and now we're going to be creating our own custom loop. We have our array. The post type we're going to be using is post. Post per page. I'm setting it to 5 here. You can set it to whatever number you want. And then I'm making sure that the sticky post is not going to be displayed in this query loop here. So that's where the get option, sticky post, comes in. Then I have another variable, custom query, new WP query. Go to definition, the WordPress query class. So when you're creating a custom query, you're going to be using this class right here. Then we're going to be using the args from over here. Then we have our if conditional. If our custom query have posts, we start the loop. While our custom query have post, then the custom query, the post. And then it says get template part, template parts, content. So that is this right here. And we're going to be changing up these files as well, but that's what it's pulling in. Then we're going to put a horizontal rule underneath it. Then we end our while. And then after our custom query, we have to reset the post data. This is very important to do when you're creating your own custom query. Right after the while loop is run, you want to use this function right here. Go to definition. After looping through a separate query, this function restores the post global to the current post in the main query. Then we have our end if, closing PHP tag, closing main tag. Then we open up PHP and we get our sidebar and get the footer. Take a look at the file. Make sure your code matches up exactly as you see here. Again, in the description area, I'm going to leave timestamps to the most important parts. So if you ever need to refer to that, just check the description area below. All right, so now let's jump to the home.php file. And I'll paste in my code for that and walk you through it. All right, so this is for the blog roll page. You already know we have this information appears, the documentation for the page, our little code snippet there, the get header function there. Then we're creating our variable over here, header image check. We're getting the theme mod, home header image. And what we're going to be doing is duplicating the functionality that we have over here for our home.php file. If is customized preview, meaning if you're in the customized preview section of your admin dashboard and it's not empty, the header image check, or is not empty, header image check, then we run this code block down here. We have our div class, header image. And again, this is going to be very similar to the front page.php file. We have our div class, header image, position relative, deflex, justify content center, align item center, our navbar check, image, header image check, width, escape attribute, get custom header width, blog info name. And over here, we're putting blog. And then we have our header text right over here. This is the text that's going to be overlaid on top of the image. Then we close off our div tag, then close off this if conditional there. So if this is set, If these conditions are true, then we run this code over here. All right, so then we have our div class container, header image set. Now, don't get confused with the header image check. They look similar, but one is set to determine whether or not we have a header image. And the purpose of that is to give any additional spacing that's needed. So if it is set, we'll add the spacing that we need for that section. Then we have our div, ID content, class, row, padding top, 4. Main, ID primary, class, site main, content area, column medium, open up a PHP tag, our if conditional, if have post, start the loop. In this case, we're actually going to get the loop because what I'm doing is we're going to be having our loop centralized into one file. And it's going to be loop.php. And we'll create that file momentarily. So we'll get the template parts loop. Else, if it has no post, then we get the template parts content none. Close off the main tag, then get our sidebar and our footer. And now if you go to your website, it'll probably break because we don't have this loop file. So I don't recommend going to the local site yet until we finish out this code. All right, so what I want to do now, let's take a look at our sidebar. I'm going to open up page.php. I'll open up single.php. Let me close off these files there so we could focus on these. I'm going to put them side to side, side by side. I'll close off the sidebar. All right, so this is the template for displaying all pages, the page.php file. And the single.php file is the template for displaying all single posts. Now, if we look at it, they're going to have very similar code, which tells me that I could probably reduce the files that are in my theme over here. And the reason why you would do this is to make your code easier to manage. Now, the reason to have these files is if you really want to change a lot of the code inside of them to have different layouts or different styling and things of that nature, but you don't want to deal with it in a conditional type of way, then you could have the template files and WordPress will look for those files. Otherwise, you could use conditionals and apply similar styling or changing the style for if it's a single post or if it's a page post type. But here we see we have the post navigation. We're going to create our own navigation code, so we're not going to need this over here. And otherwise, we see everything else is the same. What I'm going to do is I'll open up terminal. First, I'll git status. We see we modified one file and added 2 additional files. So I'll git add all just to have those there. Git status again. Now we can commit what we have here. So I'll type out git commit. And inside of our quotation marks, I'm going to say created the front page and home template files. I'll commit that. So now I'm working on a clean tree. So what I'll do is I'll ls-l. And remember, when I'm going to remove a file while using version control, is get to let Git help you out with that. So I'll use git rm for remove. And then I'll type out single.php space and then page.php. We're not going to need those. And then hit enter. And now you see on top, they've been removed. All right, so since we're not going to be using these files, what are we going to use in its place? Let's get out of there, X out of there. I'm going to open up the index.php file. And we're going to take a look at this file here. Remember what I said earlier about the template hierarchy? This is the fallback file for pretty much everything if the other template files aren't created. Let's open up our site. Well, actually, no, let's open up our terminal again. We scroll up over here. We see we have the archive.php file and the search.php file. So what I'll do, let me open up those files also. X out of that one. Go to sidebar. I'll open up archive.php and search.php. Close the sidebar. I'll put these two side by side. So now we have archive here and search here. And are these similar? There's a couple of things that are a little bit different. Over here we have the page title. We don't have that here. We have the archive title over here. But we have our header. The structure is almost identical, which leads me again to believe that we can just eliminate these files since they're going to be very similar to what will be found in index.php. And we can use some conditionals to alter the way it's displayed depending on the query that's being made. So if you want to spend some time, take a look at these files, look at the similarities, but we're going to be deleting this because again, we want to make our code easier to maintain and give ourselves less work in the long term. Primarily because if we do decide to change namings of attributes or some structure that are very similar across these files, we would have to go into each file and change those. There is a benefit to having them, especially if you want to alter the way it's viewed completely, but that means you would have to change a lot of the code. And right now, the way it looks, it's not really different in many areas. So I'll eliminate these files. Open up terminal. I'll use git remove archive.php space and then search.php and then hit enter. Git status. So you see we deleted archive, page, search, and single. We don't have to commit it just yet because we're going to be working on all this functionality and merging of these. Close off terminal. So take a look at the index.php file as it stands now. You see the structure. You see we have the start the loop, while have post, the post, get template part, the post navigation, otherwise content none, and then closing that off. All right, so I'm going to change the code in here to make it functional for all of those files. So I'm going to paste in my code and then I'll walk you through how it's changed. Now let's scroll up. Information up here is basically stayed the same. We're getting the header, but now we have the main ID, primary, class site main, content area, column, medium 8, if have post. It's the first condition here. And then we have a nested condition, if is archive. So now we're checking to see if it's the archive. And if you go back to the browser, go to the template hierarchy, you see the archive.php file or the condition matches everything that would be either one of these. All right, so if it is an archive, you can also go to the definition there, determines whether the query is for an existing archive page. And this is what it includes for the category, the tag, author, date, custom post type, and custom taxonomy based archives. Is category, is tag, is author, is date, is post type archive, is tax, etc. So if it is an archive, then we output this header over here, class page header. Then we use the archive title. Remember in the archive.php file, this is what was used there. Then the archive description, close off the header, open up our PHP. Don't forget to open and close your PHP tags here as well. So if it's not the archive, we go into another if conditional. Now I could have made this an else if, and you may want to do that, but sometimes you'll see if statements separate in this manner. So if it's search, you can go to definition for there, determines whether the query is for a search. Then we use the header class, page header, and then the page title. Open up our PHP tags, translators, search query. Use the printf function from PHP. Escape HTML, this is the shorthand with the double underscores for echo. Search results for, we have to use our text domain. We open up the span tag here, get search query. Go to definition there. Retrieves the contents of the search WordPress query variable, and then close off our span. So the result of here will be placed right here. Then we close off our PHP tags there, close off the H1 tag, close off the header tag, open up another PHP tag, close off the is search conditional, and then we have the get the loop, get template parts loop. So again, right now, if you try to reload your local website, it's not going to work. We have to create this file. And if there is no post, get template parts, content none. Make sure everything matches, close off the main, and then we get our sidebar and our footer. So right now, what I want to do is go into change directory, into the ink folder. And a matter of fact, it's not going to be in this folder, so we'll go back up a directory. We're going to change directory into the template parts folder. All right, so these are the files that we currently have there. I'm going to want to touch a new file, and I'll call it loop.php. So now we have that. Get out of terminal. Let's go into that file, and I'll paste my code in here, and I'll show you what this does. All right, so we're going to have a couple of errors because we have to create these functions as well. This is for our pagination. The first part is we have our standard loop documentation up here. We have our code snippet there. Then we have the while have post, the post, include the post type specific template for the content. If you want to override this in the child theme, then you can run this. We're going to be using the get template parts, content, post type. Then we echo in horizontal rule. Then we end while over here. And then we have some conditionals here as well. If is single, then we use the DevWP post navigation function that we're going to create. Else if it's not a page, then we use the pagination. That's for like the archive or the index.php or the home.php file. We can paginate to the next group of posts to view for those results. Also for the search.php file as well. Then we have the if is active sidebar below content. Remember in the widgets.php file, we created another widget sized area, and is not archived because we don't want to show it on the archive page. Then we have the dynamic sidebar below content. You could always go to the definition to read more about those. Display dynamic sidebar. Then we have our HR rule, PHP tag, closing off this if over here. And then we have our if conditional is singular. Go to definition for that. Determines whether the query is for an existing single post or any post type of post, attachment, page, or custom post types. And if comments are open, then we have the comments open or get comments number, comments template, and if, and then the end of the if right there. So take a look at the code, make sure yours matches what this shows here, and we're going to take care of these right now. We're going to create the pagination function and the post nav function. All right, so what I want to do, let's go into our template tags file right here. At the bottom, I'm going to paste in some code and I'll walk you through it. Now by adding these functions here, you see the errors over here disappeared because now they exist. What we did by pasting in this code, we have our function exists. If it doesn't exist, the post nav, this handles the post navigation. We have our function, DevWP underscore post nav. We have an arguments variable here, an array. The previous text is going to be assigned this over here. We're using an icon from Font Awesome, the angle left. Make sure your quotation marks match. Then we're adding to it escape HTML double underscores, previous, the title, and then our text domain. And then we have the next text. So here we're going to escape HTML double underscore, next, title, our text domain. And then we have our Font Awesome over here, the angle right. Make sure everything matches here. Then we have our screen reader text over here, double underscore, post navigation, and then our text domain. Then we have the post navigation with the arguments from this array. So if you go here, go to definition, displays the navigation to the next and previous post when applicable. So you can take a look at the code here. Basically what we did was we just altered the way it's displayed. And then we're using a span class clearfix over here to make sure that everything's cleared underneath the next and previous links over here. Now for the pagination, we have the if function doesn't exist, DevWP pagination. This handles the pagination. Very similar to what's up here, but what's different is instead of the post navigation, we have the posts pagination. So we have similar info over here, previous text, next text, screen reader text. Instead of the singular post, we have the posts in plural. Make sure your code looks the same, and then you can check out the definition for the posts pagination, and displays a paginated navigation to next and previous set of posts when applicable. And then we have our clearfix down here as well. All right, so now we have those done. Let's see what else is in this template tags.php file that we might have to change. We'll scroll all the way to the top and see what we need to change here. We know that over here, we have to put in our snippet of code for security. Let's scroll down. And over here, I'm going to use a Bootstrap helper. For margin, set to 2. I'll come out of that span tag there. I'll paste in another snippet here. This is for the icon. What we're doing here is this is for the posted on information. So it prints the HTML with meta information for the current post date and time. So we're adding in a little clock icon there and some margin. We're leaving the rest of it the same. And now down here, the posted by, it prints the HTML with meta information for the current author. Over here, outside of that span tag, I'll paste in my icon as well for the Font Awesome user with the margin set to 1, and everything else is going to stay the same there. Now let's look at the entry footer, and this we're going to leave the same here as well. All right, so down here we have the post thumbnail. Let's see if we need to change anything here. And for here, remember we created a file, media.php. So I'm going to paste in all my code here, and I'll walk you through what's taking place. Scroll all the way up. I'm going to put this side by side so we could take a look at the this function over here, the DevWP post thumbnails here, and what we did over here on the media.php file. At the top of media.php, we have our file documentation section up here. Then we have our code snippet. And then we have similar code to what's here, changing just a little bit of stuff, returning void. If post password required, that stays basically the same. If you notice over here, if is singular and is not front page, we're adding this because one of the conditions of the is front page, that goes under the is singular as well. So if it's not a front page, but it is a singular, then we have the div class post thumbnail, and then we have the PHP the post thumbnail function right there, similar to here. Else, we have basically what's here, we have it the same over here as well. Everything matches. So that means we can delete this right here and save that there. So now I'm going to close off the template tags file. I'll close off the general template. I'll bring the media.php file into the main window here. And now let's go over the rest of the code that's here. This is for some of the backend administration section. If function doesn't exist, DevWP add thumb column. So what this does, it adds a post thumbnails column into the manage posts and pages admin page or admin table. So we create our function. It's going to be columns. It's an array. Return type is array. We're adding thumbnails to the columns. Escape HTML, thumbnail, and then we're returning the columns. And then we're using the add filter, manage post columns, and manage pages columns, because we're going to focus on those two. And then we're using our function here and the priority. So this function is to add the column. So now this function over here is to display the thumbnail value. Now, if you don't have this code, basically when you go to the post or pages section of your administration page on your WordPress dashboard, you won't see any thumbnails that are associated with the individual posts or pages. And that's fine. I just want to show you how to add this functionality, because you could really customize the admin section of a WordPress website by using some functions like this. All right, so now we display the thumbnail value, and I'll show you what that looks like when we go back to the dashboard. So now we have our width and height set to 60. If thumbnail is identical to column name, we get the thumbnail ID variable over here, get post meta, post ID, thumbnail ID, and true. Then we have our attachments variable, get children, array, post parent, post ID, post type, attachment, MIME type, image. So again, if you ever need to look in an actual definition for the functions that are built into WordPress, so we see the get post meta, it retrieves a post meta field for the given post ID. And then the get children, it's a long definition for that function. All right, so if thumbnail, if this is set, then attachment is going to be assigned the value from here. WP get attachment ID. This is a built-in WordPress function. The thumbnail ID from here, array, width and height, which is 60, and then true. Else if attachments, then we use for each attachments as attachment ID, attachment, and then WP get attachment image, attachment ID, array, width, height, again 60, and then if is set attachment, we're going to echo out. This is another safety function built into WordPress. Sanitizes content for allowed HTML tags. And then attachment. Else, escape HTML, none. Then we use add action, manage post custom column, and manage pages custom column. And then our function. So that's the media.php file. Next, what I want to do is I want to go over, you see we have our loop here, right? So I'm going to X out of media.php. If you need to, just go over that file, review the code, make sure your code matches what you saw on the screen. But now let's go back to loop.php. I'm going to click over here. I'm going to click on content none, content page, content search, and content. And then I will X out of loop, X out of index. So I want these 4 files open. And I want to see what we can refactor here. So first thing I want to do is remember how we got rid of our page.php file and our single.php file. And we also got rid of our archive.php file and our search.php file. So I'm going to look at these two first. Content page, and then content search. I want to take a look and see if there's any similarities here, any overlaps. The content search.php file is a little bit shorter, and the content page.php file has some additional information. All right, so now let's take a look at the content.php file. We can take a look at the code that's in here and see if it matches up similar to either what's in page.php or search.php. I do see similarities between the two. Some of the structure is the same. We do have some additional code in here, but I think we could probably merge everything that's in content search and content page into content.php. All right, so I'm going to replace what's here with my code in the content.php file. Let me bring these all back to one page view. Before we do this, take a look at it, go line by line. You see the structure of the file itself. We have the article over here. We have the post, the ID, the post class. We have the header for the article. We have an if is singular conditional check there. If it's singular, then we output this title. If it's not singular, then we output this title with the permalink, making it clickable. If post is identical to the post type, then we have the entry meta class over here, posted on and posted by, closing div tags, the end if, and the header. The thumbnail is down here. Now for design purposes, I typically put the thumbnail above the header. That's just my way of doing it. And then we have our entry content, the footer, and then the closing article over here. All right, so I'm going to replace this with my code, and I'll walk you through some of the changes. Again, we have our snippet of code here. That's the same. You notice here I put the post thumbnail function up here. Then we have our header with the class and the attributes, entry header. I'm adding a little bit of margin to the top. And now here I open up some PHP tags. Inside of it, I have a conditional. If is singular and is not front page, then we have the title. It's given an H1 class, entry title, styled as an H2. If it's a search, then we have the title, printf, H2 with the class entry title, and it's clickable. And that's similar to what's here. Else, we're getting the title, H2, entry title, and then we get the permalink. All right, so then we have the if post is identical to the post type. Then again, we have our posted on and posted by. Then we have our end if over here for this if. And we have the closing header tag right there. Then we have our div class entry content. If is singular and is not front page, then we show the full content, meaning the entire article if it's a page or a post. Else, if it's the search or if it's the archive or the home.php, or if it is the front page, then we show the excerpt. And then we have the WP link pages function down here. Before div class page links. And then we have our footer and then the entry footer over here. So that means we can delete this file and we can delete this file here, because we duplicated the functionality, merging it into one file, which gives us less code to manage and maintain. So again, when deleting files, I'm going to open up terminal. I'm going to use git remove as the command. But first, let me ls-leh, so you see the files that we currently have there. So we're going to use git remove content page and content search. So make sure your commands look like that, and then hit enter. Close off the terminal. If you want to double check, since you already had the pages still open, they still exist there. You could always double check the code, make sure that you're duplicating the functionality by putting the page side by side. So over here, looking at it side by side, you see that's duplicated. You see we also put the thumbnails on top instead of underneath the header. Just a design choice. Here you have the entry content. Here I'm still in the header. So we're getting the header in this format, which matches the first conditional here. Let me scroll this up to make it easier to see. Since the page is considered singular, we get the title, H1 entry title. We're styling it as an H2 for our purposes. So that matches. Again, we relocated the thumbnail. For the page part, we're not in the post type, so we're not going to be doing this. Close off the header. Now we go into the entry content. It's a singular because the page is singular. So we get the content, and we get this over here as well. And then we have this, but we're going to be putting this in another area of our code. So don't worry about this over here. We're going to add this to our entry footer. So we'll go back to the template tags file and see what needs to be changed there if anything does. So it matches. Look at search, go back up. That matches that snippet there. This matches that, and we're getting the excerpt. Okay, so everything matches as it should. All right, so we can X out of these two pages here. Let me look at content none. I'm going to X out of content.php. As a matter of fact, let me put it to full width here. And just slowly scroll down so you can see what's taking place. Make sure your code matches exactly. Over here, I'm using text uppercase. This is from Bootstrap. Some of the class attributes that I'm using are built into Bootstrap's functionality. And that's one of the benefits of using a framework like Bootstrap. Margin top 2, margin bottom 2, and clear fix. All right, so make sure your code looks exactly like this. All right, so now let me look at content none and see what needs to be changed here. All right, so first things first, let me add in my snippet of code there. Scroll down a little bit. In the page header, I'm going to want to add a margin bottom 2. Save that. For the page content, a little bit of margin on the bottom. Scroll down a little bit. And I think everything else here is going to stay the same. So we just added in a little bit of Bootstrap styling or Bootstrap attributes for the classes, and our snippet of code there. All right, review the file. This is basically for the results of content none, when a person finds that there's no posts or nothing matches the search terms. Now what I want to do, so I want to look at the header.php file. So I'll go to that file. I'll open that up. I'm going to X out of those two right there. And let's take a look at this file because we're going to modularize this as well. This is the default of underscores. It's the header for our theme. Let's take a look at what's currently here. And since I'm going to refactor everything out, I'll just paste in my code right after. So right now we have the body class over here. You can take a look at that definition. Displays the class names for the body element. We have the WP body open. The shim for sites older than 5.2. We should probably just delete this shim because pretty much every website that's powered by WordPress should be using a more recent version, but we'll leave it there for now. Then we have our div, we have our anchor, we have our header area, we have the site branding, the logo. If is front page and is home, then we'll echo out an H1 for the site title. If it's not home or is not front page, then it'll be set to a paragraph. And this is for SEO purposes because for a page article or post article, you're going to want the H1 to be the title of the article. So that's why you have this. Then we have the site description. Then we have the paragraph tag for that. Then we have our navigation. Again, this is all from underscores. Our WP nav menu, the array, and then closing off the nav and the header. Now what I'm going to do is paste in my code. And you see it's a lot shorter. We have the same information on top. We added our snippet of code there. Over here, we put in the shrink to fit set to no. We have our body class. Now we have the navbar type, get theme mod from our customizer. Off canvas is the default. Then here we have the header ID masthead. We have the anchor element there, the skip to content. And then here we're using the get template parts navbar, and then the navbar type. So we have to create the files for both the off canvas and the collapse. Then we have the closing header, and then over here we open up PHP. If is not front page and is not home, then we put in a container, the navbar check, and then the div for the content, row, padding top, set to 4. All right, so now we have to create these files. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to open up terminal. We know we have to put it into the template parts folder. So I will use the touch command. And the first one will be navbar dash collapse.php. And the next one will be navbar dash off canvas.php. So we're creating these files now. And I already know that I need another file. So I'll touch that one as well. Touch navbar brand.php. Now we can open up those files and I'll paste in my code and I'll walk you through what it does. All right, so the first one we're going to start off with is for navbar off canvas, since that's the default. What we're doing is from our header file, we're going to be getting the navbar and then off canvas file. We have our nav tag right there, ID menu. We have our class. And now this is from Bootstrap right here. The navbar expand medium. We're setting the background to dark. The navbar is going to be dark also. And it's going to be fixed top. So the background is dark and the text is going to be contrasting that. We open up our div class over here of container. We get template parts. We're going to need the brand for this area. That's the site title, site description, and the logo if we have a logo. Then we have our button over here. So we have a class navbar toggler, type button, data BS toggle off canvas, data BS target off canvas navbar dark. So it's targeting here. Area controls off canvas navbar dark, area expanded false, area label, escape attribute, toggle navigation, and our text domain. And then we have the navbar toggler icon. And then over here we have the div that's being targeted, class off canvas end, BG dark, tab index -1, ID off canvas navbar dark. Then we have our div class off canvas header, justified content end. Then we have our button, class button close. It's going to be white, text reset. Type button, data BS dismiss, off canvas. The area label, close menu. It's actually aria label. Close out the div. Then we have our nav menu over here. So we have the array, container class is going to be off canvas body. Menu class is going to be navbar, nav, justified content end. Flex grow 1. Menu ID is going to be menu. targeting right there. Fallback CB is going to be set to false. The depth is going to be set to 2. The walker, it's going to be our Bootstrap 5 Navwalker that we created. And the theme location for this one is going to be primary. Close off our PHP tag. Close off the div for off canvas, and close off the div for container. Now, if you ever want to take a look at what the Bootstrap code is doing or the documentation, let's go to the browser, go to getbootstrap.com, read the docs, and you can also look at examples. What's cool is you can download the examples and you can see what's taking place. So if you look at the navbar off canvas, you see what we have there. You can inspect the elements and just play around with it. All right, back to our editor. Now let's go to the navbar collapse. This is not going to have a off-canvas attribute or off-canvas functionality, and it's not going to be fixed to the top. So it's similar to the off-canvas, but with some changes to eliminate that functionality. We have our nav tag there, ID menu. Here we have the navbar, navbar expand MD, background dark, navbar dark. Difference there is we don't have the fixed top. Then we have our container. Again, we get the navbar brand. That's why we're creating another file, because it doesn't make sense to duplicate the code here. We can just put it into another file and then use get template part. If you want, go to definition and you can see what that function does. Loads a template part into a template. So then we have our button, class, navbar toggler, type button, data BS toggle collapse, BS target, navbar dropdown, ARIA controls, ARIA expanded false, ARIA label, toggle navigation. We have our navbar toggler. And then down here we have our WP nav menu. We have our array, we have the container class, collapse, navbar collapse. So that is different than what we have here. Container ID, navbar dropdown, menu class, navbar nav, MS auto, menu ID, menu, fallback false, and everything else is the same. Take a look at the code, make sure yours matches this, pause the video if you have to, and now let's go to navbar brand.php. All right, so this one is going to be for our site title, site description, and the custom logo. So the first thing we're going to do, if it doesn't have a custom logo, then we have our div tag here. We're going to give it the Bootstrap class name of navbar brand. And then we have our if conditional here. This is a little bit longer than what was there before because we have a couple of potential options to choose from. What if a person doesn't want to have a static front page and they want to have the blog roll page on the front page? So we have our condition, if is front page or is home, or is front page and is home. What if they change the options inside their admin panel in the settings and the reading and setting the front page to something different? So that's why we have this conditional here. If is front page or is home, or is front page and is home. Then we set the site title, make it an H1, because again, you want, for SEO purposes, the front page or the home page to both have the site title as H1. Then we're going to style it as an H2. Margin, top, bottom, left, and right will be set to 0. The padding, top, bottom, left, and right will be set to 0. The line height will be set to base. And again, this is all from Bootstrap right here. Then we have our anchor element. We're making it clickable, because it's an anchor, home URL, blog info, name. Else, if it's like the search page, the archive page, or if it's a post or page, then we have it set to a paragraph tag. But we're making sure the styling matches. So the site title, and then again, we have H2, margin, padding, and the line height base. Then we have our description, variable over here, get blog info, description, display. If description or is customized preview, then we output the paragraph tag, site description, and I'm setting the margin bottom to 0. Then we're going to echo out our description over here. Then we end if, and then we close off the div tag. And then we have our PHP, else, that means we have a custom logo, so we'll display that instead. You can go to definition for that. Displays a custom logo linked to home unless the theme supports removing the link on the home page. All right, so now we have our header, our navbar brand, navbar collapse, and navbar off canvas code all set. Take a look at the code, make sure everything matches. Take a look at the Bootstrap documentation if you need to further understand how the off canvas and collapse functionality work. And then let's move on to the next step. And I think the next step will be, let's go to the footer.php file. Take a look at currently what's here. I'll X out of these other ones. All right, so currently it's a very short file. We're going to change things up a bit. Take a look at what's currently here. It's pretty self-explanatory, meaning that we have the header of our site, and the footer of our site. You have an anchor tag over here, probably powered by WordPress. Then we have the translators, the theme author. We have the footer tag, div tag, anchor elements, the span tag for the separator, and this div is located in the header. But remember, we change things around. So what I'm going to do now is I'll paste in my code, and I'll walk you through what it does. All right, scroll back to the top. So now we have our snippet of code there. And now we're closing off the div, both divs that are right here. And you might be thinking, well, we have an if conditional here, but we don't have an if conditional here. Is that going to cause broken output? And the answer is no. Because if you go back to our front page, we have those tags right here, and they're not closed off. They're closed off in the footer. So we have the footer tag here, as we did before, but now we're giving it a couple of classes from Bootstrap: margin top 4, text light, background dark. We have our container class over here. If is active sidebar footer. Remember, in the widgets.php file, we created the footer section for widgets. So if that's active, then we output the dynamic sidebar footer. Then we end div for that. And we open up another div class here, give it a row, and the padding is going to be set to 3. Then in this div, we have column medium 12, text center, border top. This is from Bootstrap, and then padding top 2. And then we have our social media menu down here. Remember, we created our CSS for it, and we created our menu system for this as well. So we have our anchor element here. Again, we're keeping what was previously there, probably powered by WordPress. We have our separator. And then we have to my website's information. You could change it to yours. And then we have our printf over here, DevWP theme by PixamWeb. Closing that off, closing off the div from the site info, close off that div from row right there, closing off the container div, and closing off the footer. And then you can take a look at this definition if you want to. Fires the WP footer action. So that's our footer page or our footer file. Let's go to the sidebar and let me see. I think we have to take care of sidebar.php. We have to alter some code there, and in 404.php. So I'll X out of these, and we'll take a look at comments.php as well. See if there's anything there that needs to be altered. But once that's done, we already have our header file done, our home.php file done, our index.php file is done. We have the functions.php file is done as well. All right, so let's take care of these 3 files, and we're almost complete with the template hierarchy functionality. And then we can go into the includes folder and add the additional functionality that we have for different sections, especially in relation to the customizer and other optimization functions and anything else we have to alter. All right, so let's look at sidebar.php. This one, the sidebar containing the main widget area. This is what's set up by underscores. It doesn't match what we have in our widgets.php file. If you remember, we named stuff differently. So now we have to alter this right here. So I'll grab my code and I'll paste it here, and I'll walk you through what it does. Because right now this is very simplified. If it doesn't have a sidebar, it just returns nothing. Select all this, delete it. I'll paste in my code, and let me walk you through it. All right, so we see we have our document block up here, our code snippet there. And now we have if is not active sidebar, right sidebar, which matches what's here. So if we don't have a sidebar, we create an aside, ID secondary. We give it a class of widget, widget area, and then we have some of Bootstrap styling right there. Then we're going to get the search form. We have a horizontal rule. Then we have the widget title, archives, and then we have an unordered list. WP get archives, that's built into WordPress, so you can read up on that. Array type monthly. Close off the UL, another horizontal rule, then the widget title and the meta. So for this one, we have an unordered list. You can go to definition for WP register, and then WP login and out, and then WP meta. Close off the UL, close off the aside. Else, if we do have the widget there, aside, secondary, and this matches what's up there. Dynamic sidebar, right sidebar, aside, open up our PHP tag and close it off. The else right there. So that's the sidebar.php file. Take a look at the code. You know the drill. Make sure everything matches the way it's supposed to. And let's move on to 404.php. This is how underscores has it set up. We're going to alter this a little bit. You can take a look at the code that's currently here. This is the structure. We have the main, the section, the header. In H1, we have the div, page content. We have the search form, the widget. All right, so let me paste in my code. And basically, we know the drill. I added this snippet over here, and now we're using some of Bootstrap styling. The section class error 404 not found. Some more Bootstrap styling right there for margin top. We're doing text center, display 1. That's for formatting purposes from Bootstrap. Text center and lead. That makes the paragraph tag styled a little bit different. We're getting the search form. Div class row margin top 4, and then column MD4. So now we're going to get 3 columns. Remember that Bootstrap uses a 12 column grid. Now we have 4 columns here for the widget, recent post. Then we have another 4 columns dedicated to the widget categories, most used categories, WP list categories, array, order by, count, order descending, show count 1, title is empty, number 10. And then our final grid of 4 is going to be for the archive content. Try looking in the monthly archives, the widget, WP widget archives. So if you want to go to the definition there, it's going to be here. You could see I'll put an arbitrary widget as a template tag. Close off the div for that one. Got to make sure everything matches. Close off the page content, the section, and the main. Then we just get the footer. In this one, we don't have a sidebar. So take a look at the code, make sure it matches. The biggest thing is you want to make sure when you're jumping in and out of PHP and HTML that you match everything as it's supposed to. You have your opening PHP tag, your closing part of the PHP tag, then your HTML tags, etc. And now let's look at comments.php and let's see what we need to change here, if anything. For this one, we're not going to change much, but we do know that we need our snippet of code right there to make sure the file's not accessed directly. And then over here in comments area, I'll give it a little bit of margin to the top. Let's scroll down a little bit. And I don't think we're going to be changing that much more. Yeah, I think we're going to keep it just the way it is for the rest of the code here. So take a look at the comments.php file. We have our opening div tag. We have our PHP tag. If have comments, if you have comments on your blog post or your blog for that particular post. Then we have our h2 class comments title. We're getting the comments number. If one is identical to DevWP comment count, printf, one thought on WP KSES post, get the title. Again, always, if you need to, you can refer to the documentation for that particular function when it's built into WordPress. Else, we get this code snippet over here. This is PHP built-in function. We're using our variable here. Get the comments number, and again, same as up here. The comments navigation, an order list, WP list comments. Order style is going to be an order list. Short ping set to true. The comments navigation. If comments are open and there are comments, let's leave a little note, shall we? If comments are not open, comments are closed. And the comments form. All right, so take a look at the code. We didn't change anything other than adding in our snippet of code there and some margin top, and that's basically it. All right, so I think we have all the files that we need in our root folder taken care of. We took care of the sidebar. We took care of index.php. Home.php is done. Header.php is done. Functions.php is done. Front page is done as well. Footer is done. Comments and 404.php are done. And we deleted the files that we do not need. Inside of our template parts, we have our content none has been modified. Content.php has been modified. Our loop.php file has been taken care of. Our Navbar brand, collapse, and off canvas have been done as well. All right, so now what we have left is to take care of the includes folder. So I'm going to X out of all of these. Let's look inside here. We know we have to do our admin functions. We know we have to do the block editor functions. We already took care of the BS5 Navwalker. We have to change the code a little bit inside of the custom header.php file. We took care of the customizer. We took care of the includes file, the extras file, the media file. We have to do the optimizations file. We got to take a look at the template functions file. We took care of the template tags, the theme scripts file, the theme setup, and the widgets. All right, so let's focus on these 4 files right now, and then we'll go into the options folder. Go to the sidebar. I'll close the sidebar. Go to admins functions.php. I'll paste in my code, and I'll walk you through what it's going to be doing. All right, so here, the first function over here, DevWP logged in. This is because if you're logged in, then you're going to get a new admin bar at the top. So what we're doing here in this function is if the person is logged in and is not customized preview, then we add this styling to the top. Body.loggedin nav.fix-top, giving it a top value of 32 pixels. That's to offset the admin bar. That's what that function does. Then we add action. We're going to use the WP underscore body underscore open right there, and then our function callback. The next one, I find this useful. I like to show the ID for the post, for the pages, for the media, and for the users. You get the post ID, the page ID, the media ID, and the user ID. So in this function here, this is to show the column, show ID column. So we have our function, column is array, return type is array. In the array, we're going to have the show ID, escape HTML, double underscore ID, and then our text domain right there. And then we're going to return columns. So now we're adding that column to the different pages of post, pages, media, and users. So this is to add the column. Otherwise, the column is not there. The next function is to show the ID in the column content. So it displays the actual ID itself. I should put in a comment here. Well, actually, this one we're not going to be using it for the user. We'll do that separately. And it's because it's coded just a little bit different. For this one, function, show ID column content. First one's a string for the column and an int for the ID. If show ID is identical to the column, then we'll echo out the ID. And we're using this on the post, pages, and media areas of the admin dashboard. And this is our function call right there. Now for the user ID, it's a little bit different, so we had to separate that one into a separate function. So this one's to display the user ID in the admin columns. So DevWP, show user ID column content. We have 3 parameters here instead of just 2. That's why we had to separate it. So we have the value, the column name, and the user ID. If show ID column name, return user ID, and then we return the value. Add action, manage users custom column, and then our function right there. So similar to what we had up here, but since it does have another parameter, we separate it into a separate function. And now the last function in this file is for the footer admin text. We're switching out the footer admin link and the text that it shows. And in this case, I'm showing you how you can customize what's currently there. So we have the function name, DevWP footer admin text. Then we're going to output this anchor element, echo or escape URL, the link to my website, the text domain, the printf, the translators, escape HTML, double underscores here, DevWP theme by, and Pixelweb is going to be here as a string. So the percentage sign and string is what's used there, and it's calling in this word right here, this string. And then we close off our anchor element, open up another PHP tag, close off the function, use add filter, admin footer text is the hook, and then our function right there is the callback. So that's the admin functions.php file. Take a look at the file, you know the drill. Make sure your code matches. Pause the video if you have to. And then let's go into the block editor.php file. This is going to be to give you the ability to either enable or disable Gutenberg. Remember, in the customizer file, we created the settings and the options to let people decide if they want to have Gutenberg enabled or disabled. By default, it's enabled, but they can disable it if they want. Bring in my code and I'll walk you through it. All right, so in this file, there's a lot of code and I'm going to give you an overview of what's taking place. And I'll also let you know that this is a work in progress because things are moving fast with WordPress. If this needs to be refactored, I'll make more videos on it. And I'll probably create another video where I just talk specifically about the block editor and themes. At the top, we have our comment block. We have our code snippet here for security purposes. Then we're creating our variable, enable Gut. We're getting the theme mod, enable Gut. Default is yes. And then I have a link over here to the developer.wordpress.org themes, block themes, converting a classic theme to a block theme. That's a good read to check out. So definitely if you want to learn more about that, check out that link. And then over here, I have an if conditional. If yes is identical to what's here, remember by default it is yes, then we're going to run this function block of code here. So let's go through this. If the function doesn't exist, then we create the function or use the function. And then these are some options that will be enabled for Gutenberg. Add theme support, the block styles, editor styles, add theme support for responsive embeds, appearance tools, block nav menus, experimental link color. These are some options that are for the editor. Block nav menus, add theme support for block templates, template parts, align wide, custom line height, custom spacing, custom units, and then I'm creating some editor font sizes right here. We have small, set to 12 pixels, size 12, regular 16, large 36, and huge is set to 50. And then we have add theme support, editor gradients presets, set to an empty array. And then you can uncomment this if you want to disable some of these functionalities. Like maybe you do want to support Gutenberg, but you want to eliminate some of the features that it provides. So this is how you can do away with some of those features. You can uncomment this and you'll still have Gutenberg support, but not for the custom font sizes. And the same thing for the custom colors, gradients, layout styles, units, color palette, removes the ability for users to create new templates, remove theme support core block patterns, and this one disables the widget block editor. With classic themes, or with the classical ways of handling widgets, it was done differently. So if you want to enable Gutenberg but then disable this feature, you can do that. Then we have endIf, add action, after setup theme, and a matter of fact, this can probably be inside here. I'm going to make a notation to research that. We'll come back to that if we need to. All right, so now if the person has opted to not use Gutenberg, then we run this code block over here. We disable the widgets block editor. We return false for that. We're filtering that with add filter, use widgets block editor, return false. This filter can be used to disable the Gutenberg editor without using a plugin. One way that you would typically just go back to the classic editor is by using the classic editor plugin. In this case, we don't need to use the plugin to do that. It's built into the theme. So then we also have the add filter Gutenberg can edit post, return false, disable Gutenberg for other post types. So basically for the post types that returns false, and this one also returns for other post types. Then we have our add action, WP and Q scripts. We have a anonymous function here. We're removing the CSS on the front end. And the reason for that is because I'll show you when we view page source that the markup, the source code, ends up being cluttered with styling in the wrong locations. Now, is it really that important to be able to validate your HTML and make sure it's 100% valid? Some people will say yes, some people will say no. I'm on the side that it does make sense because you want to make sure that it's fully accessible. So by not cluttering up the markup, you make it a little bit more accessible. It's my opinion. It's not the most important thing to consider, but you know, it's just another thing to check off if you want to have clean code. So over here, we remove the Gutenberg theme, WP DQ style. So we have it for the block library theme. Remove the inline global CSS on the front end, global styles. And then we DQ the classic theme styles. Add action, WP footer. And then we DQ the style for the core block supports. And then we remove some actions. We remove the global styles render SVG filters. The NQ global styles, we remove that. And the global styles over here. So that is the block editor.php file. Take a look at it, make sure your code matches, play around with it. Again, it's a work in progress. I have to definitely come back in here and make sure everything's current and up to date since WordPress is a moving target, especially when it comes to the block editor. Some of these may get deprecated, some of these may end up being unnecessary, and I can do a separate long video on how to handle the block editor in hybrid themes. And I'll probably make that video also. Take a look at the code, make sure yours matches up. Pause the video if you need to. You know the drill. All right, so now let's go to customheader.php. Let's take a look at what's here now. This is what's set up by underscores by default. We have our custom header setup. We have the header style. Let me bring in my code. I'm gonna replace all this and I'll walk you through what I'm doing. Remember, this functionality is gonna be handled by the customizer. So almost everything's the same, but we do change some stuff out. The width and the height are set to these values, 25, 60 and 720. Flex width, flex height. Video is going to be set to true. Video active callback is front or is home. And we eliminated the styling below because we're dealing with that in the customizer. And we have our separate function inside of the extras.php file. Take a look at the code. Make sure yours matches. Let's go to optimizations.php. I'll paste in my code. And I'll walk you through what we're doing here and why this file matters. These optimizations are configured via the customizer. This is in reference to the emojis. Remember, the default setting for the emojis is set to yes. If no is set to the emoji support, then we use this function down here, disable the emojis from WordPress, remove function, disable emojis, remove action. We're going to be eliminating all the styling and code that will be generated by WordPress for emoji support on the back end and front end. So we're removing the action print emoji detection script, print emoji detection script from the admin side, print emoji styles from the front end and then the admin side, and then the contents feed, comment text RS, and then the for email, and then for the TinyMCE plugins and the resource hints. Then we add action, init, disable emojis. That's our function. And again, that's wrapped in an if conditional here as well. And then the TinyMCE plugin support one over here ties into that. Filter function used to remove the TinyMCE emoji plugin. This is our function. Array plugins, return type is array. If is array plugins, return array diff. This is a built-in function of PHP. Plugins, array, and WP emoji is what we're going to be eliminating. Else return array, an empty array. And then this one, if function doesn't exist, emojis remove DNS prefetch, remove emoji CDN hostname from DNS prefetching hints. So we're removing the emojis DNS prefetch, array, URLs, string, relation type, return type is array. If DNS prefetch is equal to relation type, the relation type the URLs are printed for. This filter is documented in the formatting.php file. Then emoji SVG URL, apply filters. This is the filter we're going to be hooking into, and this is what we're going to be eliminating. URLs variable, array diff, URLs, array, and then emoji SVG URL. And then we're returning URLs. You might be wondering, what is this comment over here? This is for PHP code sniffer. I'm going to show you how we can lint our code once we have everything done, to make sure the formatting is correct, make sure there's no syntax errors, things that would typically take a long time to do manually, we can automate with some of our scripts. But in this case, for this section, we're disabling the code sniffer, and then we enable it over here. And now again, remember in the customizer, I gave you the option or showed you how to create the ability for somebody to disable jQuery migrate if they don't need it. So that's what this script down here does. We have our variable, get theme mod, enable jQuery migrate. Default is yes. If no is identical to our theme modification, then we use this function right here, and it's to remove the jQuery script. So we have remove jQuery migrate, scripts, void. If is not admin, now this doesn't mean the administrator, this means the admin screen. So people get that confused, and I've seen tutorials where they use this to determine if a person is an administrator. That is not what this function is for. This is to see if you're on the admin page of your backend of your website. So if it's not the admin, and is set scripts registered jQuery, then scripts registered jQuery. If scripts dependencies, we use array diff again on our dependencies, and in the array jQuery migrate. Make sure your tags match up. Add action, WP default scripts, and then remove jQuery migrate. So you know the drill. Take a look at all the code, make sure it matches. If you have any questions, feel free to comment down below or send me an email. And now we just took care of those 4 files. Let's see what else do we need to do in this area here. For the block patterns, we'll take care of that, and the block styles. I'll give you some starter code for those, but we'll do that towards the end. I'll X out of these. Reason why I'm going to save those for the end is because they're going to be very basic, and I'm going to create a separate video where I go over those areas and those topics in more detail. So we took care of almost everything else in the roots of that folder, the inks folder. Let's take a look at template functions, see if there's anything we got to change there. Now in this file, nothing's really going to change except for the fact that I'm going to add my code snippet up here for security purposes, and I want to wrap these functions in if conditionals. So to speed up the process, and also the is active sidebar needs to be changed as well. We're going to remove that because we're not going to be using that in that manner. So I'll copy everything here, paste in mines, and again, it's basically the same except that I added in this code snippet up here. I removed the layout snippet over here, but everything else is the same. I wrapped my functions in if conditionals there to make it child theme friendly, because that's going to be another video where I show you how to create a child theme of DevWP. Take a look at the file, take a look at what I've changed, make sure your code matches. All right, so now let's go into our options folder. I'm going to open up these files there. I'll close off the sidebar, close out the theme functions file. Let's look at customize options first. I'll paste in my code. Now for this file, this is going to be in the administration section. Again, remember we created our JavaScript for the admin and our CSS for the admin, it's going to be tying into this code. Our customizer options. So basically, I'm just outputting what's here. An H2 tag, customizer options. This is related to your customizer section. The WordPress customizer is a great feature built into WordPress. Some information about that. Several sections for you to work with. The header area, the site identity, the navigation, the widgets, the static front page. And remember, we took out the CSS. If you want to leave the CSS functionality in, you can, but we took it out from our customizer. Very basic file. And I'll show you how that looks on the back end. But now let's go into the DevWP-options.php file. Paste in my code for here. Scroll to the top. We create our options page function here. We have our function. We have some variables set for page title, menu title, capability, menu slug, function, then the admin page, options, manage options. The slug is devwp-options.php, function, page display. So we're adding a theme page. So what this is going to do in the theme section of your admin page, this is now going to be set there. And the title is going to be DevWP options. So now these variables here, we're placing them in the add theme page. If I look at the definition of the add theme page, we can right click that, go to definition, and it's right here. It adds a submenu page to the appearance main theme. Okay. And then the page display function right here is going to be the actual content that's displayed. So the first part is to add the link to the page in the appearance section for our theme. And then this is the actual content. So we have our div and H1 for the documentation page, a little description. Then we have our H2 nav tab wrapper. And then you'll recognize this from the admin.js file in our distribution folder and our CSS file for the admin area. So our admin URL, you can take a look at that definition. And then we have for the different tabs that'll be shown for the options that we have. Customize options, and then important links. Then down here in the sections, we have to create these functions. That's why we have that error. So we'll create that. We have the customizer options. This function is going to be in this file, by the way. And then the important links. So these are links for a call to action for my website. You could obviously change this for yours. For the YouTube channel with a video demonstration, for the documentation, for the theme itself. And if you have any questions, you can contact us. All right, make sure your code matches this. And then we'll take a look at the back end once we have this complete. Let's go to widget options. Let me bring in my code for there. And now you see the error over here disappeared. All right, so the documentation for our widgets options. If function doesn't exist, our widget options, and then some information for that. Very basic file. In your admin dashboard, you can hover over appearance and then click on widgets. In this section, you will find various areas that are for specific sections of your website. We actually changed this up. So now it's for 3. Because when we refactor the theme, I'm going to be showing you how to do different layouts, adding more widgets and things of that nature. So we have the right sidebar, the below content, and the footer widgets. For the front page layout, which will be activated if you set your settings reader to display a static homepage and a blog row page. So it'll show there, and the below content. All right, so make sure yours matches that. You can change it up if you need to. And then let's see what's next. What I'm going to do now is take a break. I need some coffee and I need some food. And you probably need a break also. So make sure that you go over the code, make sure everything matches. If you have any questions, jot them down and just feel free to communicate with me what those are. And I'll come right back after my coffee break. See you in a few. Okay, so now let's see what else do we have to go over. Matter of fact, let's go to our website now. Scroll to the top before you refresh. Let's refresh this page. And now you see we have our custom styling added to it. By default, it's set to have the fixed navbar. Let me put this back down to 100% for now. Let's set up our menu system. Go to menus. For the social menu, click the social menu link checkbox down here and save menu. And then go to the all pages. Select, and you're going to want it set to our primary display location. Save that. Let's go back to the front, visit site, and now you see we have our menu up here. If we hover, you see the drop-down effect takes place. Go off it, it closes. That's our custom JavaScript. By default, Bootstrap doesn't support that, but we have that functionality now. And also, the parent element is clickable. You also see down below, we have our social media links down here. If we inspect elements, let me put this to go to the right over here. You see how the page reflows. And then when we get to a certain viewport, we get the toggle icon there. Still functions, okay? And now, let's X out of this. Let's take a look at, matter of fact, what I'll do is I'm going to get a new Chrome window, incognito mode, localhost, we'll go to dev, and let's look at the page source. Let me make this bigger. So by default, remember, Gutenberg is enabled, emojis are enabled, jQuery migrate is enabled. So we have the block library, we have the classic themes, we have our styles, we have the SVG, you have the emoji support. And if you scroll all the way down, you see what's in the footer area. So now let's go into the other browser. Let's go to customize. Let's go to theme options. Let's go to enable Gutenberg set to no, emojis set to no, publish that. And let's go back to our incognito window, reload here, go back to the top. We didn't disable jQuery migrate yet, so you see it's there, but we no longer have the block template library or the block library and the classic themes library. Go back to the other browser. Now let's disable jQuery migrate, publish, back here. I didn't refresh this page yet. Let's go back to the top. You see jQuery migrate right there. Let's reload the page and now you see it's gone. So it's one less HTTP request taking place, which can have a performance benefit for your site. Let's go back to the main part of the site right here. All right, just take a look around. Page markup and formatting. You can see how that's styled. We're still not done, but we're pretty much almost there. Just a few things to do. See, we have the read more right here. You see we have the font awesome icon being used here for the post it on. If we go to a post, we can go to search here. See the search results still work the same. Let's go to right here. If we scroll down, you see we have our post navigation to previous and to next. So inspect elements. Let's make the viewports shorter or smaller. And then you see how they respond. Now if we go to archives, make sure the archives still work, and that does still work. Let's go back to the other browser. So we see here, we have the header area. What I'm going to do is get a couple of photos. I'll put it into my images folder, and then I'll call it in from there. All right, so I got some photos that I'm going to paste here. So you can get these photos or similar photos from places like Pexels or Pixabay. All right, so now in the browser, I can go to header area, header media. You could either use the YouTube URL or you could upload a file. I'll go to my distribution folder, images, and for this one, I'm going to be using a 2560 by 720. That's what's suggested. I could skip cropping since it was already in the right format. Now I'll go here to header text. All right, we'll publish that. Let's go back to the other browser. Go back to the home page or the front page. And now you see it's there. If we take a look at the styling of it, you see we have the header image, position, relative, deflex, justify content. It's coming from our front page. The margin top is set to 6. The image, the header info, position, absolute, row, gutter 0, Z3. And if you click on these, you can see the styles in the side panel over here in the styles. You can also click on computed and you can see what's being computed there. Now, learning how to use your developer tools in your browser is very important to do because you want to make sure that you know how to debug your site, especially if it's not responding to the layout or if some of your CSS is not flowing the way you anticipate it should. So you see over here, this container over here. As a matter of fact, what I want to do is grab all this code, go to HTML validator, direct input, and paste it in there and just have it validate. All right, so we have a duplicate ID so we can take care of something there, figure out what that's from. The rest of the things are just with the ending slash over here, but basically we're good. There are some things here, some notations, but we have 19 issues. Let's go back to the other browser and reactivate some of the Gutenberg stuff and some of the other options. Theme options. Yes, yes, and yes. Click publish, go back to the other browser, go over here, reload, grab everything. So remember, we had 19 things to note over here. Replace the code that's inside of the text area there, and then check it now. Oh, we didn't grab everything there. Copy, paste, check. And now we have a few more issues. All right, so that's how you could validate your HTML. Let's go back to the other browser. Let's set the navbar to collapse, publish, go back to the other browser. Reload the page, and now you see it's not fixed to the top. View page source, copy all that. Let's validate again. Okay, so a couple of things. We can check out the error for the CSS and the duplicate menu, see what's taking place there. Go back to the other window. Let's disable Gutenberg, disable the emojis, and disable jQuery migrate. Publish that. Let's go to the dashboard right there. Let's go to appearance. And now you see you have the DevWP options linked there. And these are the tabs. Just some basic documentation. Oh, as a matter of fact, let's go to appearance and theme check. Let's check it out. So we have to correct that in the pot file. We have to correct this in the README. It still has a copy of underscores. This we could correct easily. We only have one text domain, which is good. And we're going to create these over here. All right, so we're pretty good here. We still have some errors, but let's fix those. Let's go back to our editor. All right, so what I want to do now, let me X out of these. Let's open up the composer.json and the package.json file. Then I'll close out the sidebar. All right, so what I want to do here is I want to lint the CSS and use some of these scripts. So let's open up our terminal, make this smaller here. With package.json, this is from the Node package manager. In order to run the scripts, we'll type out npm, we're in the terminal right now, run lint :CSS. And see what happens. All right, so it says it found some problems here. So they're most likely formatting problems. In the custom media.scss file, unexpected missing end of source new line, expected empty line before rule in the post and pages. All right, so let's see if we could fix that by typing out npm run fix :CSS. And let's see if that works. Okay. Let's lint again, and we're fine. All right, so remember, we're also using Gulp, so whatever changes we just made did not get reflected in our master file. So that's something to remember. All right, so now let's lint our JS. npm run lint :JS. Everything there is fine. All right, so those are the scripts there. We could lint our Gulp file as well if you want. So we can say npm run lint Gulp, and that's fine. All right, so those are the scripts that we have here. Now, if you wanted to send the file in a development version, you would run npm run dev, and it'll create a zipped file in this name format there. And it'll put it in your themes folder. For production version, you would get this one right here. Let's go to composer.json. Let's look at the scripts we have here. All right, so for this one, we type out composer. And the first thing I want to do is check out all the syntax in all of my PHP files. So I'll type out lint :PHP. Oh, we're actually in the wrong directory. So I'll just type out yes. And we turned out fine. So let's go back to the root of our theme. And let's run that lint again, just in case. It's going to turn out fine, but just want to show you how it looks. So I checked 34 files in 1.8 seconds and no syntax error found. All right, so that's good. Now, let's look at the WordPress coding standards. This we might have some issues. So it's composer lint :WPCS. Then hit enter. All right, so we see we do have some issues. Let's see what they are. All right, so for block patterns, we actually have no code in there. So that's why we're getting that. And for block styles, the same. And in template tags, errors affecting 2 lines. Okay, so this is where we should add in some more snippets of code. Let's go over here. Let's go to the template tags file, which is in includes template tags. Let's scroll down to line 126 right here. All right, so it's telling us that we should prefix this function with DevWP. What we could do instead, if you remember, in the optimizations folder, in the optimizations file, we scroll down, we had this little line here, the comment block. Let's go here, put a blank line there and then paste that in. Let's go back down here to grab that, go to the end of the function and the end if, and paste it there, save it, and now let's run that lint again. And now we don't get that warning for the template tags file. We just have the block patterns and the block styles. All right, so that's good. Let's go back to Composer. If there were errors in formatting or whatever, we could run the Composer fix WPCS script over here. So now another issue that we had, let's go back. We had the issue of, oh no, that was in the admin section of our website in theme check. All right, so let's fix some of the stuff here. Let's go to, let me X out of the terminal. Let's go to the README. Let's see right here. See, it's a reference to underscores. We're just going to delete this file. So I'll go to terminal. I'll go to git remove readme dot. This is a markdown file. So remove that file. and now it's gone. Let's go back to the browser, or matter of fact, yeah, let's go back to the browser. Let's check it again. And now we no longer have the other issues, but we have to take care of the pot file, and we could take care of this pretty easily. And then we'll take care of these. All right, so let's go back to our editor. All right, so the next script is going to be to make a pot file. So now let me clear the screen. I'll type out composer make dash pot and then hit enter. Okay, it says it was successful. We do have a warning here. The string DevWP theme by has 2 different translator comments. But let's go to the browser. Let's check it again. Reload, check. All right, so we're gonna have to manually go into that file. Let's go into the languages folder, and this pot file, we gotta remove that. All right, so let's open up terminal, change directory into languages, and we can remove, so git remove that file. Go back to the browser. Let's check it again, and now that's gone. All right, so now we only have this one here. Since we're working on Windows, it is creating both DOS and Unix style line endings. And we have the PHP CS XML Dist. XML files shouldn't be found inside of a theme for production purposes. Remember, we do have a script to export a production ready version of the theme, and that would remove this warning right here. Then we have these 2 other recommendations here. So let's do this. Let's go back to our editor. Let us go to the style.css in the root of our folder. At the bottom right, click on CRLF, save it. It should reconvert it to the LF since we have our editor config file. Let's go back to the browser and see if that fixed it. Now we only have this one error there. Otherwise, if we remove this file, then we would pass all tests and only have these 2 recommendations. Okay, so let's see what else do we have to do. Go back to our editor. We can close out of here. Let's open up our terminal. Control L to clear the screen. Let's git status, because we did a lot of work. Let me make this full page. So we deleted several files and we modified a bunch of files, and we have a couple of untracked files. All right, so I'll just do the shortcut git add all with the asterisk, hit enter, git status. All right, so we have to manually add those. We'll go up to the main directory. Let's see if we try git add all again, then git status. All right, so we don't have to manually enter. All right, so we went to the root, and now we could just commit everything here. Git commit dash M for message, and I'll say removed unneeded files, merged content and loop, and reformatted SCSS. Okay, so that's good. Git status. We're on a clean tree. All right, so let's see what else we can do. As a matter of fact, what I want to do is demonstrate something real quick. Go back to terminal, do a ls-lah. Let's temporarily remove the phpcs.xml.dist file. So we'll type out git remove phpcs tab completion. So if we do a git status now, we see that that's deleted. All right, let's go back to the browser and let's check it again. And now you see DevWP passed the test. Now that your theme has passed the basic test, you need to check it properly using the test data before you upload it to the WordPress theme directory. It's a couple of helpful links, and we just have those 2 recommendations. And we're going to take care of that in a few. But otherwise, we're passing with flying colors. Even better than the default theme that we had when we did the initial installation. All right, so let's go back to our editor. What I want to do now is restore that. So we can type out git restore php cs. See if tab completion works. It doesn't. Oh no, we got to put in staged, -- staged. Let's see if the tab completion will work now. .xml.dist. Let's see if that works. And it's not there. So let's see what happened. Oh, now we have to use git restore because previously we unstaged it, and now we're going to restore it. So PHP tab completion should work. Yep. Enter. And we see it's back. If we type out git status, we're back to a working clean tree. All right. So what else can we do with our theme? We have to take care of the block styles and block patterns file, and then let's see what else we can do. So for now, let's X out of here. Let's open up our block patterns and the block styles. X out of optimizations, X out of package.json. I'm going to put in some code in here. It's going to be pretty messy. These are a work in progress. I'm going to create another video going further into detail on these, but this is something just to start you off with. All right, so inside of block patterns, We have our if function doesn't exist, register block patterns. Our function here, if class exists, the patterns registry. Currently I'm using an already made pattern for the grid just as an example. So the way I did this was you can create block patterns inside of Gutenberg itself. And I'll do a different video just on how to do all that. But I just wanted to give you some starter code. And then I'll go into the browser and I'll show you how that looks. So we have our contents variable here. And then we have our quotation marks. And in there we have some code. It looks very messy. It's going to be hard for you to probably copy it all. But if you can, then more power to you. Or if not, I'll be uploading a video that talks about block patterns and how to create them using Gutenberg and the block editor. So you could just try copying this or just wait for that video. So then I register a block pattern, DevWP grid, give it a title, description, content, categories, keywords, viewport width, and block types. Then I use the add action in it, register block patterns. And then if function doesn't exist, register pattern categories. All right, so save that. And now let's go to block styles. This is beta code for block styles. Register block style, core, paragraph, array, name, prefix, rounded corners, label, rounded corners, inline style, border radius. So something very, very basic and simple. Again, for this, I'll create another tutorial video where I'll go deeper into block styles because there's so much more that we could put here. So this is basically just starter code. All right, so now let's go back to our browser. Let's check it again. Well, remember, we just added back the PHP CS file. So we're going to get that error again, but we should no longer get these recommendations. So there we go. Go back to the editor. All right, so just copy the code here. And if you want to try to copy this 99 lines of code, just pause the video and do that. All right, so what's next? Again, I will create another video talking about how to create block patterns and block styles, but I want to review my project folder and make sure everything's on point. So I'm going to X out of these. All right, so what I want to do now, let's go back to template tags because something's been on my mind and I needed to double check with my finished project. And it's in regards to the entry footer over here, this condition. All right, so I didn't change this part before, but I do need to change it. And instead of is single, this one should be is singular. And the reason why is because we don't only want to target the single post, but we also want to target the pages. Because remember, when we remove the content page.php file and the page.php file, there were some things that we needed to make sure still took place. And this is one of them. So we just altered that code there. And then let's scroll up over here. I'm going to return void, put in a space there just to clean it up. And then over here, I'll just put in a colon right there, save that. Scroll down here. And on this function, put void in there as well. I'll put in a colon there. Now these are not vital. I'm just trying to match up my finalized project folder. Put a void in this entry footer. And then instead of posted in, I'll change that to category. This is like a cleanup phase, which you should always do anyway. Always review every line of your code. Automate as much as you can, but then try to make everything consistent. And then I'll just give myself another space here. Save that. Let's go into terminal. Git status. All right, so we can git commit -a-m added code to block patterns and styles and refactored template tags file. Okay, and if we scroll down over here as well, colon void. Almost forgot that one, so we have to recommit our file. Go to terminal. I'll just run that commit again. We're good. Okay, and let's see what's next. I think we are almost done. Let's go back to the browser. All right, so what I want to do now is just show you how to use some of these tools. So we have this simply show hooks. We can show the hooks that are on the page and where they are. Get sidebar, parse text query. You can stop showing hooks here. We can look at what's the deprecation or what's deprecated. It's not in the theme, it's in the WordPress beta tester. So that's good. We can see the queries that are being called in. We can see theme inspector. The true conditions is front page is singular, post type page, the source, the template hierarchy, front page, custom template. This is what it's looking for. If the front page doesn't exist, then it goes to custom template. If that's not there, then it goes here or there, then here. Then it looks for singular.php. And then finally index.php. Let's go to blog. You can see is the home.php file. Over here, you can see what is being included. Very helpful. And here you see is home, post type post. See the queries there. If we go to a post, index is being called in, is single or is singular and post. If you go to a page, you see is page, is singular, page. There's the template hierarchy for this screen. And you also see some information here. You can see the hooks and actions being called. It's worth spending some time getting to know your different tools and the developer plugins that we're going to be utilizing, because it definitely helps in the process of debugging and fine-tuning your project. What else can we look at? Make sure everything here is fine. We can check the permalinks. That's the way we want it. Reading, that's the way we want it. Look at tools, site health, deprecated calls. There's the log deprecated notices for site health. It's telling us that we're set to log the errors to a public file. That's fine because we're in a local development environment. Again, on production, you wouldn't do that. If we go into appearance, you see since we have Gutenberg enabled, we have this here, the template parts. But if we go to customize, theme options, set that to no, publish, go back here, go back to appearance, now you see the template parts is not there. Now if you create a new post, you'll get the classic editor functionality. My personal opinion for now, I still like the classic editor. I've been working with WordPress for a very long time, and sometimes change is hard, so I'm not saying that Gutenberg is not the correct way and that classic is better. For my personal preference, I do prefer what I know very, very, very well, but that's why I don't want to impose my opinions on everybody and just give you the option of whether or not you want to implement the Gutenberg features or just a classic editor. And it's also a good learning experience to see how to use the customizer to change around those options. All right, so let's go back to the editor. And I do remember when I was checking out the differences in my files that there was something different, and it's over here. Over here I used rems instead of ems, but I'm going to leave it like this for now. But also remember that we did make some changes. So I'm going to go into our terminal. When we used our automation tools, we changed some of the stuff inside of our SCSS files. So what I want to do is start up Gulp, make sure that's running. And then I'm going to go to the other terminal window. Or matter of fact, we don't have to do this. We could just go, since it's running, over here. As a matter of fact, let's make this rems. Open up terminal, see what's changing. It's finished. We could change this to rems as well, and that's done. I think we're pretty much caught up with what's in the project folder. Now I just want to do some cleanup. Let's go back to terminal and go to this browser. I'll do a git status, git commit -a-m. Very simple message, did some code cleanup. And we're good here. Let's go back to the browser. I want to go back to dashboard, appearance, theme check. See, we got this back over here. So that means we have to change this back to LF again. For some reason, it's not working the way it should in terms of converting, but that's very simple to fix. Go back to the editor. We can go here, over here to LF, change it to CRLF, save it, and it'll just go back to LF again. See, it's there. And then it should be fine. Terminal. Let's go back here. We could stop that process with Control-C. And let me see what else we need to do. All right, so I'm doing a code cleanup. I'm taking a look at all of my folders, and inside of the ink folder, I want to have another empty index file. So what I'll do is I'll go into terminal, change directory to ink, ls-l. I see I don't have an empty index file. So the reason why I want to do this is another little security measure. So I'll touch index.php. This means that if anybody tries to go into this directory, they'll just see a blank page. So I'll go into the index.php file and I'll just put silence is golden. And I'll see if I need to do that in the template parts folder. Yep, so I'll touch index.php, open that up and put that in there as well. And then I know that the README file needs to be changed as well. The readme.txt. The information here should be changed. So I'll just copy everything and I'll paste it in mine and save it. And basically it's pretty simple what I'm doing here. I'm just putting in the description, contributors, pick some web, the tags tested up to, requires at least, stable tag, based on underscores, and some more information. A lot of this is subject to change, especially when I refactor everything. I'll add in some more information here as well. And also for the documentation, when you get the theme, it'll have all of these pages filled out. These are my notes. All right, so let's commit those changes. Go back to the root, git add asterisk for all, added index files, and changed readme file, and then enter. Git status, and we're good. Let's get out of terminal. All right, so let's close these out and let me review everything to see what else needs to be covered. So as for the code, I think we are done. We did a lot in this tutorial. We have our admin CSS file here in the distribution folder, in the CSS folder. We have our editor styles from Reboot, from Bootstrap. We have our uncompressed, our expanded view of the CSS that's generated. We have images here that you can get from pexels.com. And then over here we have our admin.js in our distribution folder, in our JavaScript folder. We have our customizer.js that's working in conjunction with our customizer.php file. We have our uncompressed JavaScript file here. It's including everything from Bootstrap and our custom code. We have the min version of it, and we have the min.js map of it. In the documentation folder, if you go to my website to get the theme, you'll get all of my notes will be in here in the markdown file. Or this could be a folder that you create your own notes in. We have our customizer options code. We have our admin functions. We have our block editor. And again, the block patterns. I'm going to create another video for this unless you really want to. Let me just close off the sidebar, close these off. If you really want to spend some time and copying all this down. But this is going to be changing soon because, again, WordPress is a moving target. So I'll create another video that'll go deeper into block patterns. And the same thing with block styles. We have our custom Navwalker. We have our custom header, our customizer file. I'm just doing a recap and a run through to see everything that we have. Our includes file. We haven't created the debugging.php yet, but I'm going to do another video where I go over how to debug your website. Because I think that's such a valuable lesson to learn. How to debug your code, how to debug WordPress, themes, and other tools that you're going to be using. So I'll definitely include that in a new video. We have our extras file for extra functions that aren't going into the theme functions or template tags file. We have our media file, optimizations, our template functions file, our template tags, theme scripts, theme setup, and our widgets file. And then we have our tools that we're using. Let me get rid of these. We have our editor config file. We have the Git attributes file, the Gitignore. We have the Stylelintrc.json file. We kept the 404.php file, the comments file. We have our composer file. We have the footer file that we customize, the frontpage.php file. We have our functions file that's just looping through this array over here and calling in these files, and this one includes all the other files we need. We have our gulp file that helps us to automate a lot of our workflow. Every now and then I add another tool, and that's browser sync, and I'll do another video demonstrating that. We have our header, our home, index, and our package.json file. We have the phpcs xml.dist file. We have the readme file, sidebar, and style.css. All right, so we have pretty much everything we need here. We have the web fonts folder, the template parts. We have our customized loop, and we are good to go on the code side. Matter of fact, let me make sure this is set correctly again. Let's go back to our browser. We could check it, and we're fine. We just have the XML file there. All right, so again, to recap on the dashboard, if you go to Customize, you have your theme options. Set that to off canvas navbar. You could decide to change the extra length. So let's say that we're going to make this 100. You see how we now have more words inputted over here. Publish that in the header area. Since we're on the front page, we have this. If we go to the blog row page, we can create a new or upload a new image there. I'll select a new file. I'll choose this one, choose image, and then I'll just say smaller header text, larger header text, and learn more. Publish that. Let's go back to the front of the site, see how that looks. And now you see we have two different images on our front page and our blog row page. If we inspect elements, you see we have our toggleable and our hoverable option there. All right, so this is DevWP, and this tutorial was a deep dive into learning how to code custom themes with underscores. We're dusting off the underscores theme. It hasn't been worked on in a while. We refactored some code there, but it's still useful. And then we combined it with Bootstrap and then Font Awesome. You can always look at the documentation pages for all of these, and definitely learn the template hierarchy. I think that's going to be very valuable for you. Oh, and another thing, let's go back to our editor. We could always go over here and look at debug log, and you can see any issues that you might have on your site. Note some of these log issues may not even be about your theme. You see they're calling in some issues that might happen in other files and some plugins. Definitely go through it. See if there's anything pertaining towards your theme. See, there's been a lot of deprecated code. Still nothing with our theme itself, but it's definitely something you want to take a look at. And then if you go to terminal, play around with those scripts. We can go ls-l, see what's in our folder. We can change directories, go up, do the same thing here, and notice how we don't have the zip file. So I'll go back to DevWP, and I'll type out npm run dev, and that'll create the zip file for the development version of DevWP. And then you can run npm run, or was it prod for production? I believe it was. And now it's going to create the DevWP production zip file. You can go back up a directory, ls-l, and now you see you have both of those zip files there, okay? And one thing I want to note is the reason why working with classical themes and hybrid themes and block editor or full site editing themes is something that you should get familiar with, especially with the classical themes. Let's go back to the browser. Let's go to WordPress.org/themes. Let's see how many block themes there are. Right now there's 231 themes in the repository that are considered block themes. But look at this number here, 10,487 free themes in the repository. That means that over 10,000 themes are considered classical or are implementing hybrid features. And this number is not going to change dramatically for a while. There's not going to be a tipping of the scales in terms of block themes versus classic or hybrid themes, at least for, I don't know, maybe a year or two, maybe a couple of years. So learning to work with classical themes and how to implement hybrid features, in my opinion, that's the way to go. So if we go back to the browser, to our local site, spend some time, look around it, write down any notes of any of your findings. Make sure you learn how to use the developer tools of your browser. Definitely going to be a very useful tool. You want to be able to go down the hierarchy and see what's there in terms of the structure. Let's go back to the incognito mode. Let's reload this. Matter of fact, reload here, reload there, view page source. Copy it all. Let's check it. What is this duplicate ID menu error? Let me see. Okay, I see. We have the menu ID here and here. So let's fix that. Let's go back to our editor. And now let's go here to Navbar collapse, Navbar off canvas. Is this issue right here? This is the issue that we got to deal with. So let's see how to deal with that. We have Nav ID menu here. You can't have more than one ID of the same type on a page. So let's call this primary. Save that. Let's go here to collapse. Do the same thing here. Save that. But let's also make sure we didn't break anything in our theme. Reload. That still works. That still works. Okay, let's go back to incognito. We could just reload this page here. Then select it all. Go back up here and check. We used primary already, so let's go back to our editor. Call it main menu. Save that. Main menu. Again, let's make sure we didn't break anything. Seems to be fine. Seems to be working. Let's go back to the incognito version. Reload here. Select all. Back to the top. And check it out. And we only have the 17 issues that pertain to the / over here. So that's not a big concern. Other than that, we are good to go. Back to the editor. Let's git commit that. So change directories to DevWP. Git status. Git commit -a-m. Changed the ID for menu to main menu. and we are good. Let's go back to the browser. Let's double check everything again. Everything is working. Let's go to Customizer, and everything is still working. Okay, so we are good there. All right, so now let's inspect this element here using our developer tools. So the unordered list over here is set to main menu. Before, the issue was we had menu here and menu here, which gave us duplicate menu IDs in the same page, which is not allowed. So that's why it's important to debug and to validate your code. I like using the W3 validator. It's a very helpful tool. It lets you know if there's issues with the source code or the generated code for your pages and your posts. All right, so we learned a lot in this series. We learned how to use Git. We learned how to use Node with the NPM package manager, the Node package manager. We learned about Composer and how to use that. We used the scripts in those files to automate our process. We used underscores. We enabled some features to allow people to choose whether they wanted the block editor or a classic editor. And we created the functionality for the front page and the blog roll page. What I recommend now is go over the code thoroughly, test it out on different devices. If you have access to an alternate operating system, like if you're using Windows now and you have access to a macOS, try it there. If you have access to Linux, try it there. Take any notes. I'm going to be doing the same, and I'll create another video about refactoring your theme, because I'm pretty sure, just like in any other project, there are going to be bugs, or there's going to be new features added. And knowing how to refactor your code is a valuable thing to learn. But I'll also be creating videos on the WordPress loop, because I brushed over it here, just touching on it a little bit. But it's such an important topic, and I have a previous video that goes more into detail on it. If you go to YouTube, search for PixMWeb, and if you go to playlist, you can see the playlist I have. I have a Gutenberg WordPress playlist here. I have a web development series there, freelancing tips there. Then I have WordPress plugins, WordPress tutorials for beginners, WordPress theme development right here. I have a Gulp playlist there, but that's kind of dated. I'm going to update the videos there as well. View the playlist here. Yeah, I'm going to be updating all the videos here. How to include CSS and JavaScript. How to create a child theme. I have a video here about the hover effect. Some of the web development tools I use. Let's check out this playlist. Because in one of these playlists, I have a video about the WordPress loop, tour of the WordPress dashboard, WordPress multi-site. But yeah, so I'll create some more videos about the WordPress loop, the WordPress hierarchy, how to create block patterns, how to create block styles. I'll go into more depth on those particular topics, as well as changing things around in terms of the automation tools, because not everybody wants to use Gulp. Sometimes people want to use just NPM scripts. And there's other processors out there, or other package managers and module bundlers and things of that nature. So I'll go over some of those as well. Maybe I'll go over Rollup. I used to use Grunt, but not many new tutorials are done on it nowadays. But you will see that some theme developers still use Grunt. And the benefits of learning to code your own WordPress theme, if we go to Avada theme, it's not my theme. We go to Theme Fusion right here. We'll go to this one instead. Let's see. Go to Buy Avada now. Let's take a look at it. So we see that it's been sold about 872,000, almost 873,000 times. So if we do the math on that, just with the regular license, not with the extended support, that means this theme by itself has made over $60 million. It's a lot of money. Again, not my theme, but it's just a demonstration of what's possible. And plus, you'll be able to create your own themes for your own clients, for yourself, and for a platform that's going to be here for a very long time. Let's see if Internet Live Stats is working. Doesn't seem to be working. Okay. But all right, so hopefully you found this video tutorial helpful. It's a lot of stuff that we covered. Pretty sure you still have a lot of questions. Hence why I'm going to be making more videos. Definitely let me know what you think. And definitely check out my website, pixmweb.com. Over here I have some tutorials on how to code. You can check out my blog. You can check out the videos. And you can join the community. Alright, so again, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you have any thoughts, ideas, or suggestions, leave them down below. And I'll see you in the next one.